lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Like it's somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel. That you deserve better than me.
है दलोस कैसे हो दलोस? What is up? 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 A very beautiful and a good morning to everybody. Good morning. Good morning. कैसे हो सब लोग? क्या सीन है? Are you ready to witness the greatest matches of all time? All time. पूरे ब्रह्मांड का सबसे बेस्ट मैचेस. इजी फॉर जी जेंजी 20 भाई ऑक्सीजन खत्म. ला 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 ला. हाँ भाई.
Absolutely, because today is RRQ's biggest day so far. Every single stage are always this close to getting to playoffs. And here they are once again, where winning or losing will mean everything to getting into playoffs.
I think it's now or never for RRQ. They've been an almost team for such a long time, but Jemkin and Kushi are in such phenomenal form. The rest of the core of this team are playing very well at the moment as well. So I want to see them make a little bit of a statement here and actually pick up a win against T1. Not that it would completely change the outcome of this whole season, but it would fill them with a lot of confidence that they can take out one of the very best in the region going into playoffs.
Now, we have seen the addition of Crazy Guy for 2 weeks now. How are you guys feeling with this new integration?
I like it more and more the more I watch him play. I definitely had my doubts about this pickup, but I think he's fit into the team very naturally. His calling has gone from strength to strength, and I think
Alex man, thank you for the re-membership. I
like the direction this team is moving in.
Yeah, it's also just really nice to have a Vietnamese player.
Binks bhai kya hai? Sab badhiya le.
Bring it up every week because I think it's super cool to have that here. And we did see the map veto, not surprised by the first two, but with these maps, I think it's going to be a very long
Pearl is going to be an interesting one to start things off. I mean, T1 coming right off the back of that playing that.
क्या ये?
पार्ले जी.
पार्ले जी और दूध.
हाँ. Oh my God! शादी मत करना मुझसे वापस.
पार्ले जी और दूध. बटर चिकन मंगाओ please.
They have lost multiple maps to Nongshim Red Force. They've changed from that double duelist comp that they were playing in kickoff to now playing a bit of a slower comp, and they're still kind of getting their feet.
पूरा नींद खुल गया रे बाबा.
बेस्ट कॉम्बो है. इसको हाइड दो इसको अपने स्ट्रीम से.
क्या बेस्ट कॉम्बो है? तुम लोग भी कम से हो ना. अगर तेरा एक अंडरवेयर का प्रोडक्ट होता शार्क टैंक में, कैसे पिच करेगा तेरे प्रोडक्ट को?
वो आइडिया ले रहा है. मत दे उसका
मैं
होगा.
बोलूंगा स्ट्रीम में जो लोग हेट देते हैं आंड बात खा लो करके, उनके मुंह पे मारने में काम आ सकता है. वो पद्दू मार के बहुत काम की चीजें करके पट से लेंगे. बस भाई कुछ बात तो है यार. किसी की मेंबरशिप लेने का मन नहीं करता आपके अलावा. लव यू टू यार. लव यू टू. लव यू टू मेरी जान के टोटे, लव यू।
बेस्ट कॉम्बो दो।
रेबेल का हेयर स्टाइल देखा? नहीं देखा रे?
What's going on in these huddles? I feel
It's
like
really long.
they've been huddling for so long. What are they saying?
This is both teams taking this game very seriously here, Morgan. You know,
Absolutely.
They're talking about
and I love that from T1. You know, they know that RRQ is a strong
Yes.
team right
भाई
now. They're
RRQ
taking
का
their
coach
time
बहुत
in the
बाप
huddle
है।
as well. This is not just like a, oh, well, you know, just another day
हाँ?
at the office, should be an easy dub. They know that they've had their struggles lately, but RRQ,
बहुत ही
I
प्यारा coach
really
है।
want to see them play with that same fire. That was a good chant. I heard it up here from the balcony above the arena, so I want to see them get really fired up and be very loud in this series.
You got to remind the players what's at stake, and why they're really here, what they're doing it for. So respect to the long huddle. We have the picks coming in now for RRQ. We are seeing
nice
a change.
comeback.
Love
Love you.
Duelist, where they have Yoru and now in Monya on the Neon. So the roles are getting a little bit crazy here. We're mixing and matching, but they want to take the fight right to
Views
T1.
on
Yeah, they're playing
Rebel
as
New
T1
Haircut,
is
100
popping
views.
away. They're going to the double duelist. It's the same double duelist over on the side of T1. They haven't changed their comp at all. The
किसको
only
support कर
difference
रहे हो?
between these two comps is choice of Enid
भाई
and
Moni
choice of Senti,
QT
the
है,
KJ on
लेकिन I
defense,
think
which,
T1
by the
will
way,
win.
RRQ has opted to start attack here.
Yeah.
It's going to really help
But
lock
Moni
down the middle of
QT
the map
है.
compared to the Vice, which is much better in the chokes.
I like RRQ's comp. Seems like a modern, updated version of T1's.
All right, well, I hope you guys are ready for a good one. I hope you're ready for the party. Let's
डालो।
welcome DJ
और कितना डालूं?
Achilles and Sir Paper Thin on the panel.
क्या ये 100th map, 100 map खेला Stacks?
Week over week, I'm not sure where these names are going.
I didn't know I was knighted.
I didn't know I was a
This is a
DJ.
pleasant surprise for me today.
Okay, well there you have it. Congratulations on that accolade. I'm just a DJ.
Yeah, you know.
I pressed the play button.
Yeah, good job.
on
So
my
map
set.
मतलब
You
salient
look like
ops.
you're doing other
Crazy.
stuff. Yeah.
Unbelievable. But let's go ahead and get ready to jump into the action. We have some banger series here today to start things off. T1 versus RRQ. They're chasing that throne. T1 has been at the top. They have not really fallen. They've faltered a couple times here and there, but have been collecting those wins. RRQ, though, are looking to get the upset.
I think this could very well happen. I think the map draft isn't that bad for
Hello,
RRQ.
bye. Hello,
Their pro
Bhavesh.
could be a little bit cleaner. I mean, you know, T1's pro is good. It's not great. It's not their Haven. It's not something like that. It's not their Lotus either, I would say, especially in Pacific. But when you look at the global stage, they were barely able to get over the
Binks
line
was
on it,
pretty
right, in
either.
the grand finals. It
Aj,
was one
I
they mapped
love
overtime,
you.
but I don't think it's their cleanest map by any stretch of the imagination. So if this new double duelist look that you're bringing in as RRQ can come out the gate swinging, you have a real good chance here. The icebox in particular is also
भाई
a
लड़का
struggle
लोग
bus
को
for
एंट्री
T1.
नहीं है
So I want
भाई.
to see RRQ come out with this double duelist comp and really punch T1 in the mouth.
We'll see if they're going to be able to do
दिखने
just
रही
that
है.
as we go ahead and hop into the action. Map 1 here on this lovely, I was going to say this lovely afternoon here in
This
Seoul.
lovely hailing.
it is,
It was hailing when I
Kalmat
left
bana.
my
Oh,
apartment
yeah, I
today.
was driving through it. It's the
Kalesh,
weather in the last
more
4
than
hours
Kalesh.
has been a little bit
मेरे
miserable.
emotions वाले food को.
For now, we're going to rush out towards A main. Just going to be a little escort as Izu
Nostalgia हो गया
snatch up
मेरे
that
को,
orb.
nostalgia.
Eyes from RRQ right now, tied over towards this C site where Meteor's going to look to try to hold things down. Overstays on the angle. Does get quite a bit of damage across onto both Monyet and Jemkin, but cannot confirm any kills. Stealth drone going to go on a little bit of a walkabout. Ends up getting destroyed.
You felt like a bit of a gamble there from Meteor, just hoping that you were going to get a 1v1.
Lovely scar
and use
that
that Sheriff to
time can't
to your
heal.
advantage in that long-range situation, but a good pull-off here
ऐसा कुछ नहीं
by
है.
the side of RRQ because they
शादी
saw
के
that
बाद
smoke
सब
come up
heal हो
from
जाता
Sylvan,
है.
and they're just like,
समझ रहे हो?
we can't get there fast enough before the reinforcements are likely to
ज़्यादा
get
love
there.
wave ना
You know,
करो.
potentially the one
शादी करो चुपचाप.
that's going to be at near double doors. I
बराबर.
bet T1 doing a good job because of Sylvan being that selfless guy to push out, get the info. They're able to rotate their three-man forces, set up their strong side over at A. Let's see if RRQ can break through. It's a 5v3 essentially on this A site.
As that sprint at the ready, still looking to cut his way across through that attacker spawn is Sylvan. Is pushed into the back side.
Shot.
He's able to find one. Jemkin going to take it down, swinging from Cushy. Does manage to catch him
Shot.
off guard, but now Spike going to be dropped here just outside of Flowers. The aim cannot be set there from
Shot.
Stacks. Buzz to kill one off, but that leaves Sylvan now in the 1v2. Looking to try to clutch this out. Star set up. Pulls him out a little bit more into the open, but
भाई कैसे नहीं हुआ
finally
वो
are able to
प्लान
shrug that off.
रुकने का?
External eyes over here on the angle. Needs a bit of damage. Both players got to be tagged up. But both not going to get
Doesn't
taken
he
down by a
get
single
tagged?
sheriff shot. Sylvan needing
1 2 3
get this done, and he cannot. A solid double.
भाई कैसे नहीं रुका रे वो?
RRQ with the opening pistol.
अरे प्लांट नहीं रोक
solid
सकते
around
ना?
here for RRQ.
नहीं रोक
A
सकते.
few gambles early by T1 cost them with Meteor
नहीं रोक
trying to make
सकते
a
ना?
play out at long B. Not much support there and no utility to be seen. And then a good change of directions, change of pace, a really nice relay pulled off the rip from Monyet.
समझ गया.
Keep Izu
तू मेरे को
off
गुस्सा
balance
दिलाया
behind
पहले.
the box.
Sorry.
And so far so good. See if they can keep it going.
Good round.
2-0.
Good
Monyet
round.
there doing a nice job. Switching over to the Neon again. Looking to try to make a difference.
Just a shorty in hand here for Buzz. Nothing too shocking here. This time it's going to be stacked.
भाई बस बहुत मारेगा रे.
It's good for T1 though. Try to get whatever value you can out of this round. This is some nice maneuvering here by Izu. He's crept up, potentially unnoticed.
Oh, now certainly going to be spotted. Has an exit strategy. Looks like he wants to try to get a bit more damage in with the classic. Cushy playing ring around the rosy here on the pillar, and there you go. It's going to be the hip fire shot to go ahead and shut him down.
A little bit of
RRQ
off timing
है.
there for Izu. Had a good read on how to get behind the pillar, but peaked at the wrong moment. Spotted, made it quite a bit easier. Cushy, there's two.
I'm going to say making it easy. There you go. Sliding from Monyet with that Phantom in hand. Stacks able to get a bit of damage across, but kill still a world away. Now it's on Meteor and Buzz to try to see if they can deal some damage.
ये क्यूटी को किधर से देखा हुआ लग रहा
Get anything on the board.
Hey.
Cushy finds himself a third. The Marshal suiting him well. And Buzz is waiting for a lurk. It seems like
Two
maybe
away
expecting a
from
little timing
alt
here.
chat.
A little flank coming through.
अगर गलती
water,
से
but
नियॉन का किल इसको मिल गया
none to be found.
तो
Yeah,
नेक्स्ट
Cushy's
राउंड
on the
सीन
hunt.
हो सकता है.
Wants to claim another orb.
लो गेम साउंड
Get one away from that steel garden.
माफ करो.
So far hasn't found anything. So Buzz continuing waiting for that last
मरेगा
moment
तो
to try
भी
to dive the
चलेगा.
spike. It seems like, but Cushy's aware.
And he's about to die to the Marshal. As they go, flawless round and a 4K for Cushy.
W
Now one away from having that steel garden online.
W.
And one kill going into the bonus. That could be a very critical ultimate here for RRQ to try to
बिल्कुल
get converted.
मेरे
Yeah, this is a really
दिल का
cool round for
मर्जी हूँ
Cushy
और
because
गलती से
he's playing an agent that we don't really don't get to see him on,
देख
right?
आया.
He's typically going to be an initiator.
कुछ
He's on the vice
बचना
here
का
with this
चांस
new
है.
composition that RRQ is
दिल
bringing
का
to the
मरीज
table,
हूँ. अच्छा.
and he's grabbing a Marshal with
बचने
it
का
as well
चांस है.
and
मेरा
putting it
एक्शन
to great
देखो भाई.
use. So really just nullifying any hopes. A team that's very good at pulling off ecos against you is T1 and shutting it right down. So that's got to be a really nice feather in the cap for RRQ and a really solid bonus coming ahead.
Quick little pop flash in towards mid space.
भाई बहुत जल्दी गए वे लोग.
On the corner, Meteor able to drag across, finding one. Free swings in, looks for a bit more and finds it. Both duelists now going to be on the floor here.
भाई निकाल सकता था
Sylvan
मोनी.
pushes back away. Not quite where the Thorns wanted to go. Swing out though, and Cushy with that Sheriff in hand. You got the Marshal behind, but Sheriff gets the job done.
भाई
Finds
कौन है
a
ये?
very nice headshot as Meteor will be able to hold his ground.
Casual
However,
player.
comes away with a third. Technically speaking, on for an ace,
आज
but
भी
not
इग्नोर
really in
करेगा
a
मुझे.
collision
मैं
path
क्यों
here with
इग्नोर
these two
करूंगा रे
remaining players
बाबा.
on the side of RRQ.
Meteor's lucky there. He was one shot away from that Sheriff. Just got the angle a little bit ahead of where Cushy was able to see him. Crazy guy X Pharaoh. Two-man push right up in front of Stacks.
And has him lined up. Damn near
Good.
collat here for him. As overall, not bad at all here for the side of T1 to get themselves on the board. Just going to be that one that suffered.
ये
that
राउंड
buzz.
अभी इम्पोर्टेंट है. ये राउंड अगर RRQ
Players
जीत
don't
गया
really
ना
mind
मतलब
necessarily
ये
taking it
मैच
down, 'cause
जीतने
could
के
just go for a
चांसेस
lighter buy
10x
like the judge, but looks like they
10x.
will be able to pass over the Phantom.
Yeah, I've been kind of curious about Buzz. I've been keeping my eyes on his weapon selection. He's been
कल
using the
पता
Vandal
मुझे
a
एक
little
सेट में
bit
बड़ा
more
क्या बात.
recently compared to what we've seen from him for a lot of his career, which has mostly been a Phantom type player. So I'm not sure if that's just a situational thing where it's like, oh, he's going to be holding longer angles, so we want him to have the Vandal. It's a little bit more consistent at those ranges, or if it's just he's feeling more comfortable with it.
भाई लग गया
Kind of
RRQ
interested in, but good hold there from T1. Not really taking much damage after the flawless of RRQ on their anti-eco.
And Izu being fully noted, they do get the salvos out.
भाई लग गए भाई यार.
Just go ahead and clear that back pillar position.
ये लोग बी हिट कर नहीं सकते जब तक PM मिसाइल आता नहीं है.
Elsewhere.
तब तक ये लोग वापस प्ले बना
Last
सकते हैं.
time, it was a change of direction for RRQ off the back of that smoke from Sylvan in the pistol round. Same thing this time, or well, who knows? They're kind of just going to mid. Oh, Izu though.
Yeah, we got the wide camera angle there. Is Jemkin just going to get picked
और
off?
A पे होल्ड है
Top
ऑलरेडी.
screen, Izu coming away with that. Solid kill once again, just whittling away Not the attacking power here from RRQ. Still do have Monyet to lean on.
Yeah, they're just getting ready to try some kind of setup, but there's no util at all to speak of or players present in our door lane. So that's just going to kind of give it away to T1.
Side hold easy hai abhi.
Just sort of hold their ground and try to figure out which part of mid they're going to be trying to go through.
Excuse me.
Smoke dissipated by Sylvan. Trying to see if he can get any kind of reaction. And it is going to be a B hit. This is nice work here by RRQ, using those salvos.
Slowed down though.
Yeah.
Relay bolt going to be sent out. Sylvan just popping that Nebula, looking to further delay, make this unassailable. Creeps forward. Fast lane going to be sent in. And Monyet going to get cut down. It's not Sylvan who finds it. It's actually going to be Izu over.
Time bhi nahi hai, kuch nahi hai.
Sphero now trying to slide forward, but they're running out of time. They need to start sticking this. They can't. It's over. The round is gone. And shades of RRQ.
Bhai, pushing ah.
Head here in round number 4.
Itna bhi nahi.
Izu picks up a 4K. T1 ties it up at 2-2.
Yeah, I like the ideas.
अलबत्त भाई कल बहुत मजा आया
after
जरा से मिलके क्वेश्चन था फतना जी का जो
T1 to guess, and in fact,
पहना था वो उन्होंने कहाँ से
in the
लिया
long run found the weak side of T1, but it was too late. And just some
लेकिन
good,
क्या
good
आपको
moment from
ऐसा
Izu,
लगा
good
कि
battle
जो
against
जैकेट
Jemkin.
उन्होंने खरीदा है
Really
वो
nice
मुझे कैसे पता
maneuvering
होगा
there by Sylvan, popping that smoke in a spot where he could
सोचने वाली बात
anticipate the neon entrance
सोचने वाली
angle.
बात
They wouldn't be looking.
नो आइडिया
Caught Monyet completely off guard. On the steel garden.
हाँ
Izu does his. Yep.
नहीं
Four
वहाँ पे
players
बहुत लोग पूछ रहे थे जैकेट के बारे में
will get killed by this. Quick pop
I
on
think
that
leak
drone.
का
So it's
jacket
gonna
है
get
वो
cleared out. Izu swinging, shots whipping.
भाई बच्चा बे
He's able to get away. A bit of damage going to be suffered. As Jemkin
बच्चा बे
similarly
वो
snapping back over across with the rest of the team.
पूछा नहीं क्या नहीं
ये थोड़ी पूछेगा
So
उस
showing the Tejo
कपड़ों के बारे
on
में
that side of the map, but pretty quickly gate crash
Last
sent
thing
out by
Binks
Izu. Stacks rotating over. So once again, RRQ doing a good job of keeping T1
मच्छर मारने
guessing.
का कोई हिट है क्या रे
And we'll see if Meteor's up to
डालो
the
तेरे
task.
मुंह पे
He's going to be
आजकल
in for a rude
भिनभिनाता
awakening
रहता
here,
मच्छर
potentially.
Fast lane sent.
नहीं 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 sorry I like
Fire around
apologize
though,
I
so there's gonna be a
apologize I
player in this
apologize
position as Buzz sliding forward, but Jemkin, what a shot. Gets a one tap there with the Vandal. Shuts down the Neon. Plant can now come through. Meteor has to tuck
Binks
back
पे
there.
कैसे हो
So
सब बढ़िया
dissipate. Dimensional drift going to be in play. Izu leading the charge to spot out all these player positions, get that relayed so they can try to put together a game plan. Meteor, however, still
Oh,
scaling forward,
shit.
Flash connected, but Stack's able to find Monyet
Oh,
back over towards
shit.
Secret. Two players
Oh,
gone. It's just gonna be a firing
shit.
squad. Meteor again comes away
भाई
with 3. T1
4v5
get
इतना
all the
clean
info they
beat
need
है
here from the side of Izu, and it looks like RQ
हेलो
get a bit frazzled, a bit uncomfortable.
नहीं
They're
भाई
gonna fall into
जीत
the
गया
wayside.
भाई
T1 now gain the lead.
भाई
It looked a
इतना
little
clean
chaotic on the site for RRQ. It seemed like they were trying to figure out how to like spread out. That is nasty, Jemkin. But you know, with like you were saying, with all that information that Izu's able to filter over to the rest of the team, they're able to just kind of understand. Okay, they're all pretty much on site or near dugout.
टीम है
We all just
टीम
come
है
around at
T1
the same time from multiple angles. We should be able to wipe this out pretty cleanly. Monyet tries to get ahead of it. Stack shuts that down. That's a huge kill for him. And that's basically round over from there.
भाई अभी
Just
तो
some good
बस
rifling
मारना
from
चालू
T1.
भी नहीं किया है
It's a
भाई
good retake, good use of the Yoru ult. Now it's time for RRQ's Monyet to try to get started.
Tucked back from Buzz though, and gets the headshot on Monyet midair.
चालू किया
The overdrive
क्या
immediately
चालू
going to
नहीं
be
किया
dealt with here.
चालू
Hunter's
किया
Fury opened up, gets a collat pump.
Oh,
Nearly finds them both there on the
almost.
follow-up, but they are able to avoid that third blast. But can they avoid Meteor is going to be the question, and the answer is absolutely not. A flawless here for the side of T1, a 4K from Meteor. And it looks like a pump of the brakes here for the side of RRQ. They are about to go off the rails.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard against this T1 team when they're sharp,
भाई
especially
क्या
Meteor.
clean aim है ये
Just forget it. And you got a ton of info off that Hunter's Fury. Meteor, you know, the big win with Buzz, Neon v Neon there against the overdrive. Everything really going
बस इतना
T1's
reaction
way. And they're starting
where
to
is
get
the नंगा नाच
better
4
handles
के मारा तो
on how to deal with RRQ. Again, I think RRQ's doing a nice job of working the map. They're always finding the weak side, pretty much. It's just whether was there enough time. Are they able to deal with the retake potential that T1's going to bring at you? Things like that. Now,
क्या बात है, बिंग्स भाई T1 का फैन हूँ, लेकिन आपका मैं सबसे बड़ा फैन हूँ, XOXO, love from Korea, love you too मेरी जान की.
Let's try, if we get that plant down, we're doing a good job with that. Let's make sure we spread out a little bit more. Let's sure we keep some lurk players in positions where we can punish T1 on their retake attempts. Things like that is not what I've been seeing yet from RRQ. It's pretty static in regards to their post-plant defense. See if they can pick that up a little.
लड़का है वो.
Let's see what adjustments look like here off the back of the timeout. But 4-2, the scoreline here for the side of T1. Just that pistol in the anti-eco thus far for the side of RRQ picked up. Overdrive committed in the last round. Overall, not going to be too concerned about that loss of the ultimate for RRQ. Because she has had this Steel Garden
for a while.
Quite some time, we haven't gotten to see them get into a comfortable position and actually try to invest that quite just yet.
Yeah, I think.
Primus bhai, how about a challenge for you?
Pick up an orb on the bonus because he was one
जितना
away.
chat में बात करता है IRL बात करने
They're
का.
going to try and get Crazy Guy closer to his ult. So they have tons of potential in this round. It's very, very important. Wise time to take a timeout.
बात कुछ नहीं करता है. Silent viewer सुना था. Silent fan पहली बार देखा.
They're able to at least spot one, but no, it's just Izu noted so far.
Dancing, ठीक है.
All fully stacked. I mean, look at this.
They don't have the drone to check this either, so it has to be on eyesight that they're going to get identification of these 4 players.
It's a good flash connection there. Meteor's unable to go ahead and clear that drone. It's not going to spot too much else out, though. But he's fully anticipating.
भाई एक खाली छोड़ा करके मिड पुश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन टाइमिंग हो सकता है मिड पुश में.
Look at this timing from T1. Once they identified that the drone was out, that's their move, that they could start taking space, because there's no idea how many players are here for RRQ. It just comes down to some of these battles.
Oh shit.
Good for a double face, it would seem, and Buzz does get taken down there. Window Crazy Guy out towards Shops. Sort of Izu, so Duel is going to be eliminated. Sylvan on the peak, similarly going to be taken down. Meteor still alive, however. Still with that lockdown. And there's 20 seconds, so he's just going to go ahead and send this damn thing. And RRQ, they might just get screwed on time once again. They have to try to clear this out. Meteor is tucked away. And look, they have to backpedal. It's already over. Meteor is just closing out rounds. 9 seconds, they have to sprint this thing in on Monyet's back.
नहीं है time.
And it's already over. He just had to sit there and send it. And the round is done. Everyone from T1 dead on the floor, but they have money. They're coming back in. They're rich as all hell. And now they're up by 3.
And then that's going to get the operator into Izu's hands. It's
push करना चाहिए था, नहीं कर सकते, कैसे करते थे? सारे डिटेन हो जाते थे. फिर भी टाइम नहीं था.
RRQ had managed to break. We weren't seeing a lot of these rounds that were coming down to the wire or just losing on time. Now we've seen 2 of them for the side of RRQ, and with how much map presence that T1's able to take, that's a great timeout for them. They use it against RRQ so nicely, knowing that they're lacking information. They have to throw bodies at problems to get identification. If they're not using an ult like this, they only have the drone.
Fast round.
And so everybody just vacating A site.
Buzz is just chasing in on the Monyet. Counterspace back
through. Bro.
Gets quite a bit of damage across on a Crazy Guy. Stack's going to be dealt with, though. Chemkin here at Dugout, able to find 1. Now Buzz gone. Opens up the site a bit. Meteor is still nearby. Concussed Flowers as that Nebula falls, and he's going to have the headshot, so Chemkin gets taken down. Now a 3v3. The Steel Garden going to be invested, as well as the Armageddon, layering these together. Meteor, however, finding a little bit of a cubby. Stays tucked away here, backside, shorty in hand. If he swings the corner, Crazy Guy basically needs to hit this headshot. Push coming in. Meteor redrawn with the Phantom, able to go ahead and find that kill. Spike not planted here for him, so to try to play the lane. He will fall down up to another 3. The Nebula dropping. Xparrow fighting. Sylvan trying to get back in. And it's 5 HP. The difference is RRQ will break the win streak at long last and get themselves a 3rd round.
Yeah, so RRQ there, able to get the operator dropped, able to do some
economic damage to
T1 finally. It looked like this was going to be another good round. Great timing there from Buzz, but Jemkin able to hide in that dugout after using his ult for quite some time, unidentified. Gets a big kill. We're able to use 2. I like the change of pace as well here from RRQ, so Crazy Guy doing a nice job. You know, kind of being like, okay, we got to start turning up the pace a little bit. We've got 2 duelists. Let's see if we can maybe keep T1 off balance and not lose any more rounds at a time.
It's a bit more energy built up there for RRQ off the back of the Red Bull clutch, but It's not the circumstances you want to be getting around wins in, let's just say that.
And their money's still awkward because everybody died and External almost did.
कोई भी जीते यार, मतलब दोनों टीम्स अच्छी है, players.
Ult cycle for now.
T1 के players पसंद है, RRQ के players और coach पसंद है.
GEMG is able to take his head off.
दोनों even है.
नहीं पसंद नहीं होते तो.
Faster pace, maybe catching T1 a little bit off guard, given how slow all these previous rounds have been. Meteor, however, still fighting back. Sylvan on the corner, swing, able to find the instant headshot, but it's just Meteor with 7 HP and Izu. Creeping forward over here at Flowers to try to see if they can pull off a 2v3.
खाओ गाली खाओ.
Quite the miracle. How deep the post plant positions are. You've still got the salvos for Crazy Guy. Very, very tough.
Double approach. As, there you go, a third for GEMG. Instantaneous with a headshot. And ultimately, Izu knows that even if he's not going to be playing for the round win, he can still do quite a bit of damage here to the economy of RRQ. Just trying to pick them off. Swing in.
W, come back
again, going to be the finisher of the round. This time, 2 players surviving. And RRQ fighting back. Now bring the deficit just to 1.
Yeah, I think
ये जो आपने करवाया है
now that the tempo is being turned up by RRQ, you got to be a little bit careful here as T1 is taking these individual battles like Stacks and Buzz just did. They each tried to take some dry 1v1s and straight up lost them. I mean, early on in this game, yeah, you were winning a lot of those battles, but now that kind of the momentum is on RRQ side. They're starting to pick that up, and I
that's
like
how
this
we play, guys. That's how we play.
Autumn.
Why positivity on top so
a little bit more straight. See if you can maybe either get ahead of these moves by trying to put some more pressure at A main to make sure that RRQ can't get accelerated the way they would like. Also, Arts as well needs to be kind of dealt with in that regard. Maybe something like that you could look at. And also, don't take those 1v1s like that. Or in some cases, 2v1s is what they kind of end up being.
Yeah.
You know, wait for your team, wait for the reinforcements.
It's a pretty easy flow chart. You know,
yes.
Are you about to take a 1v1?
Yeah.
Goes over. Is your name Meteor?
Yeah.
If the answer is no, don't take the 1v1.
Don't take the 1v1. Maybe
yes,
Izu.
Take the 1v1.
Maybe Izu. Yeah. Because he's seen a few
moments
from like Buzz where he's dashed in ahead of the team and he gets taken out. He did have the one where
yo members look kill ban kar rahe
hain. A good kill, but
करने रहे करवाया गया है.
Moments in the initial stages of some of these executes that RRQ is setting up.
Sure.
From the defense of T1, but they're so talented individually they can often recover.
Buzz.
Meteor with a sheriff is deadly, but if you're going to be forcing up and one player has to have some weaker weaponry, why is Meteor the one with the sheriff?
I don't know. I'd give the Guardian over to Meteor or something. Give Sylvan the sheriff because he's really good at the sheriff too.
What do you mean install?
A little more sense because he can play it with those smokes around it a bit. Yeah.
Night market होता है वो black market नहीं madam.
I would assume that he has some sense.
Yeah.
Dark mode है ना तो.
Drone cleared. So yeah, I like this. Kind of what I was talking about here. Some more A main presence shown by Stacks and Izu for the side of T1 to make sure that RRQ can't just get that easy setup for their execute.
Black market.
Dial up a play from the playbook and run it without any interference.
Well, that is a big info.
बहुत लोग भी आ रहे हैं. Call आ चुका है.
Confirming presence of multiple players, and now Jimkin picks up the orb. Dimensional drift's going to be online.
Astra को जिंदा रहना
as well as
Astra wall पे
available
retake
here
होगी.
for Sylvan if they get into a position where they feel comfortable going for the retake, but he is going to be still fairly committed here over towards that connector. Mask goes on. Jemkin goes on the hunt.
Just gotta watch for this lurk from Xpharaoh.
30 seconds left.
Sylvan's going to be spotted out. Flash goes in behind him. There's Plant now in play. Monyet trying to fill this space. Double push forward. Sylvan not going to be good for either kill. It's a bit of damage there on the Jimkin, which Stacks is able to capitalize on. Under that kill, drone quickly cleared out. Knows that there should be one tucked over towards connector. One going to be down in underneath. Meteor, however, getting pressure from both sides. Forced to reroute. They're going in on the hunt. Pushing in the meantime, trying to hold things down here on the side. Izu pushing in, able to find one. Stacks now going to be taken down. Izu still trying to scale in, but
crazy guy. कोई नहीं इको था.
Meteor now once again arriving back over to see what kind of damage he can get, but none is going to be found. Forces a bit more arm fight potentially from the side of Monyet, but in the end, we are tied up now at 5-5.
Yeah, even though I think T1 does some things better in this round, RRQ now really starting to hit their moments, hit their shots. You know, they're not taking 1v1 there. You've got two players to back up Jemkin to make sure Sylvan's cleared out.
कहाँ से lack of
Everybody's kind of holding their angles nicely.
सुबह खत्म हो गया, 8:30 बजे गेम.
Really well handled. Nice turn there from Manyet. Very snappy.
तेरे को 8:30 के पहले डाल देता था. मैं 4 बजे टेबल पे छोड़ के गई थी. तेरे को अंदर डालना था.
4-man stack for T1 over towards
ऐसा
A.
मत कर.
Meteor
पंच
watching mid
मारूंगी.
again.
Language.
Check on Manyet with the drone or the alarm bot.
It's fortunate
जल्दी
there's no
गुस्सा
peek
देख
out there.
मौनी
He's
अपना गोट.
hit by that vulnerable, but it's going to be another pacey hit here from the side of RRQ. Clearly in the timeout call.
वही
It's
तो
just the
घूर
guys
के
who
देख रहे
don't
करके
hit
ऐसा
the brakes,
vibe आ
just
रहा है.
run at them.
Got the dimensional drift again though. Last time T1 had this, the retake, excuse me, looked really good. Overdrive for Buzz as well. See if they
Technically
can
आपको
combo
सोफा
these
पे
nicely.
सोना है.
Cosmic
सोफा
Divide
पे
goes out,
सोता
but
हूँ
so
मैं
too does the
नहीं
Seal
कहता.
Garden. Tuck back. T1 widely holding onto their weapons as Izu looking for an opportunity to get himself out safely. Buzz finding one, Jemkin, however, coming away with two.
भाई
He's just stacked up
Jemkin
here
ने
with
क्या
Cushy, having
मारा है
3 players from
भाई.
RRQ, all fighting out of the same position. Izu cannot hit the transfer.
बोला तुम्हारा रे जमकिन ने.
Meteor now left alone. Here's that reload, but can't quite find the punish. Okay, the second peek does, but time is not on his side. He will have to back
6-5,
away. This spike is going to go off, and RRQ will be able to regain the lead after stringing together 4 rounds consecutively of their own.
Yeah, there's just something that goes amiss here for T1, either in the comms or just in the thought process that B-Link needed to be dealt with. I don't know if that's the Cosmic Divide's a little bit behind it, and maybe that Cosmic Divide needed to be a little bit further forward. I saw some pings on the map while we were watching the replays from the side of T1. So something to kind of figure out there. Like the idea, comboing those ultimates, but it wasn't quite drawn up to a point where there wasn't openings for RRQ.
Technical map है अबे लेकिन फिर भी
All it
बे.
took was that one little thing.
Oh, what a
अच्छा
slide!
अच्छा लड़
Somebody
रहे
is
बे
there to go
एकदम.
ahead and trade it out. So it's going to be Neon for Neon, but Izu hits the flash there. Curious to see how much vision Cushy had, but either way, he's able to find a headshot. Fights back. Sylvan slowly drifting across, is able to find Cushy. So sight held down for now. Meteor shifts over to himself in position as Turret will go ahead and confirm presence. The Nanoswarm to delay, and the lockdown now going to be invested. Meteor expecting that they're going to look to try to go ahead and push forward. Clear this out. Stacks chasing, looking for a little bit more there with that Hunter's Fury. As the spike now does get dropped. Meteor on the re-peek. Knows that he's going to be encroached upon, ends up falling the wayside. Locked in, but Xpharaoh now in a 1v2. Sylvan at 65. Sends out the Cosmic Divide. Plants down, however, should have been noted, and Stacks there with the tie. They're going to be tied up 6-6 at the half.
6-6 is not bad for T1, considering ये attacking map है.
4 in a row.
But RR की बात
RRQ respectively in that half.
अगर RR के pistol round जीत जाता तो I think they can defend.
Eventually, there's a few rounds in there for RRQ. Probably like to have back. If you suspect your opponent's going to have a judge,
yeah,
he was fully blind.
He was fully blind.
Sometimes.
Poor Izu.
Sometimes, you know.
It'd be like that.
In lunch. Hello T-Bone 69, long time, how's you?
Shot connects. Halftime.
By the way,
6-6.
By the way, कल मेरा और T-Bone का बात हो रहा था फोन पे, and he felt very sad. He's like, Binks bro, as my brother from Mangalore, I feel very sorry कि मेरी जो PR टीम है वो तेरा खास दोस्त मेंबरशिप भी नहीं ले पा रहा. हाँ? These fucking noobs. ऐसा हमारा बात हुआ. तो देख ले यार, मतलब नाम पे हल्का सा दाग है. नाम पे हल्का सा दाग है.
देखो फोन कब किया वो?
6-7. हाँ?
कब किया फोन?
सुबह.
सुबह तो तू गया था?
किधर?
उधर. कमिक कौन?
आज सुबह.
आज सुबह? कितने
स्ट्रीम
बजे?
के बाद 8:30 बजे.
8:30 बजे टी-बोन उठेगा.
वहाँ पे दोपहर है.
Winning some 1v1s, but once they got those executes to go, T1 started making mistakes. You got T1 to make some, what I would call unforced errors. T1 made some peaks, had some moments that they didn't need to try to go for a play, and they did. And you were able to punish that. So that's what you need to do here is RRQ on this defensive side as well. Keep T1 off balance. They tend to kind of play slow sometimes. On the attacker side, do
बाप
T1.
चॉकलेट था ब्रो
We'll see.
हाँ मेंबरशिप
Pistol
नहीं ले
round,
पा
who
रहा चॉकलेट
knows?
क्या लेगा हाँ इसकी
Sent out
एंड
a
की
very
म्यूट करो
early
उसको
dart.
Where does that go?
It hit the back wall ahead of the screen. So you're checking back pillar, basically.
मेरे गोट को कुछ मत बोलना
I was wondering where that was going to
गोटी
land.
कह रहे तू
Sometimes with stacks on Silva, I don't know if it's
उसको
actually
बोला ही
going
नहीं
to
कुछ
That's true.
He's been a lot, hell of a lot better though.
Yes.
Less than ridicule. As Buzz looking to try to take some space. The flash connecting, and oh my god, Xpero! That is disgusting. Follow up from T1, however, still going to be very solid as he comes away with 2 kills. And some the last one standing. See the ring there from the spike play.
WhatsApp पे मैसेज देखता नहीं है कौन उठाएगा फिर लैंग्वेज
Salvos to go ahead, hold on the peak. But Monyet re-peeks it, finds one relay, bolt sent, and Monyet delivers.
Excuse me, baby.
Across the stage, he's back on his
Hello?
feet. He holds down the defuse, and my God, what a disgusting pistol round from Monyet.
Oh, this is so funny. We were just talking about the old GE team that was just disgusting on their pistol round, and Monyet was a big piece of that puzzle. What a moment from here. Finds a beautiful timing while Sylvan's trying to go into astral form. Izu tries to bail him out. Monyet's not having any of it. Throws a great relay bolt, and down goes Meteor.
Holding down 4.
बाबा
Unreal. I mean, that's very reminiscent of the.
Dipansh bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के टुटे.
Rex after he'd been removed from the team, picked up by RQ. We're just off to the races though here as Buzz was trying to up the tempo, had a shorty in hand, quickly got cut down to size. 3 players down on the side of T1.
Duty
RQ
तो है.
looking at having a flawless round. For
Duty
sure.
तो है.
Just brilliant stuff from Monyet. So much confidence on the Neon.
इस बार 20 मिनट में खत्म होने वाला है. What's your thoughts?
Everybody's waiting.
नहीं.
Hello.
Oh,
Okay.
Close जाएगा दोनों मैच.
Does find one, but
दोनों मैप.
weapon obviously able to be
It's
picked
the
up.
next match
Someone
होगा.
in a great spot to get a plant.
को
Spike
बोला
Genji
था.
जीतेगा.
dropped outside of A main.
We all
Sylvan.
chat and
And I
everyone
mean,
went
RQ
crazy
now.
when he did that.
It's all about
Music
process of
sound
elimination.
होता
They
है.
say, well,
हंस रहा
he's
था वो.
probably behind us
Duty
somewhere.
है वो.
well, Sylvan's in the same conundrum. He has no idea where anybody is. Just trying to suss things out.
एक और गन
course, with
गिरा
the spike
सकता है
there, RRQ
टेक्निकली. नहीं
can
गिरा
wait,
सकता.
collect
सारा
Sylvan's
एंगल्स
orb.
देख के बैठे वो लोग.
Relatively reasonably, as long as you got all the angles covered. Okay.
That they do. All right. Well, damn near flawless. All the weapons going to be carried forward here from RRQ. T1
क्या
back
बोला?
in with the buy.
Genji जीतेगा? Obviously.
As they seek some
तो
form
देख
of
मैं
stability
कौन सा
here.
टिबुन को पढ़ा मैंने.
First pump of the
और
shorty,
कौन
just
सा?
a bit off from
तो भी
Buzz.
पढ़ा मैंने.
Unable to find that kill, unable to really find that damage. And RQ very swiftly beat them back.
Yeah, it has looked a little bit shaky for Buzz on the Neon today. He's 4-13. So that's pretty shocking.
भैया लाइव बंद करो.
18
मेरा
to 9
दोस्त
though.
पढ़ाई नहीं कर रहा. उसका फोन बंद करो ना.
Unusual things for him.
And Salvo's just to escort forward Jemkin. Gets on a very deep line here. T1 should be suspicious of this.
Well, they've got 3 players stacked up for this, so seems like they're kind of at least anticipating
भाई
something.
जीत गया भाई.
Finds the first. He's eating a little
RRQ
bit of follow-up
जीत गया
damage.
भाई.
Jemkin unable to escape, but 3 players are still nearby on
20
this
टैग के
site.
ए पे जा नहीं सकते.
Feels like T1 are falling into the trap set here by RRQ.
हाँ?
Right there.
There's not much ambiguity
Ambiguity.
about it. Throwing a lot of util, but now they're changing directions.
ए
Through
पे
the
नहीं
clone
जा
deep.
सकते यारो.
They're letting Meteor do a little bit of exploration. Pops the vice wall.
Who's next?
They're gonna try to catch some people's changing directions off the
लग
back of that. Use
गए.
the ult,
लग
identify their
गए.
locations, see if they can get it done.
Okay, well, Izu able to find the flash connection there, but doesn't stabilize the
Lag
spray, so it's Feral. Fighting back for
gay,
one.
lag
Meteor on that flank
gay.
does get noted, so Monyet now sights turned over here towards the site, swoops in,
Oh,
finds that.
almost.
Sylvan now all on his lonesome. Monyet, congratulations on the 1000th kill. You might have just
क्या
thought
बात है.
you'd seen a
क्या बात है.
conversion.
W 1000 kill chat.
If Cushy
W
is
मोने.
able to capitalize. 72 health remaining here on Sylvan. Still some thorns to play around with. Cushy just going to creep forward, swaps out the weapon, holding it to half. Sylvan, if he swings now, will find it. We'll be able to do so. So no bonus conversion to be found. T1 close the gap back down to 1 round separating, but 4 players lost.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of extra time taken. A pump of the brakes from T1 opens up just a little bit of extra space to get that first kill, but then Monyet just comes swinging right back in after taking out Meteor through mid. Finds 2 huge kills, but Sylvan coming up big when they need him most.
भाई पैसा नहीं है लेकिन दोनों टीम के
And that's
पास.
the 1000th kill for Monyet.
क्या बात है, क्या बात,
Very
क्या
impressive
बात,
player.
क्या बात.
Been so tremendous throughout the years.
आज
across
बस
a bunch of
बस शांत
different
कैसे
teams.
बे?
Former land kill record holder.
बहुत मारते हो तो.
This is also another interesting point of fact for today. This is the 100th map Stax has played.
Yes.
In Pacific.
मेरे को समझा वो शांत क्यों
All
है.
kinds of little
उसको
anniversaries and
कोई मैसेज
accolades.
नहीं कर रहा है ना क्योंकि वो
Within
गेम
the last
खेल
week
रहा
and a
है
half
तो
here across the
फोन बज
organization.
नहीं हो रहा है तो buzz is not buzzing.
Faker had his 1000th game.
Wow. He's kind of been playing for forever, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was last week he had his 12th anniversary, so.
Oh my god. Oh, Meteor. Ooh.
क्या बात.
Just a scrape of damage on the crazy guy. The Salvos has the concuss.
That's a good point right there.
Provide quite a bit of delay here. You can get a good read. Heard some shots, so they're actually going to try to push mid. Turret's there to get identification of that. But actually, T1, if they keep pressing forward, they could find a timing, but I could see RRQ. Everybody's starting to look in this direction. Well, the timing seems to be now.
Shocking.
Slide in, Jemkin dragging across, finds Buzz there.
By Bobston.
Izu, low on HP, but Meteor able to break things open a little bit. Jemkin gets taken down, but he's behind Cushy there for the follow-up.
कितना प्यारा खेल रहा है ना.
Scrappy, Cushy comes away with a second. Izu flushes them out of dugout. Now finds himself all alone.
Time.
10 seconds remaining, as you say, that is a hell of a risky one there. Plant to come through. Start going to be set up, looking for the concuss, but Izu is able to swing just in front of it.
बच्चा करे.
What a brutal microplay there from the Yoru on T1.
Are you kidding me?
Narrowly dragging them over the finish line here in the round to tie things up at 8-8 and break down the economy of RRQ.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I think Xpharaoh, if he had, it's tough because if he tries to press forward and it's a fake plant of the spike and he just gets killed, then he can't win out on time.
Abdul Bhai, thank you for the membership.
Going there, but yeah,
like
Izu
frame perfect for when the concuss hits him. He has the headshot.
Crazy.
Translation नहीं आता.
Xpharaoh
गंदा क्या भाई मेरा
everything
English
correct, but
medium
still
था.
not being rewarded for it. Sometimes them's the breaks. Jemkin
By one tap feel हो रहा है मेरे को यहाँ
looking
पे.
for maybe a bit of a one and done, and he's not allowed to escape as Izu once again snappy with a headshot, gets a punish before that gate crash can come through. B site now open for the taking.
सुनाई तो दिया.
As they continue to scale forward and try to confirm this one, Monyet swinging out. Meteor still wide awake, still snappy. Looks for a little bit more as Xpharaoh. And look, try to catch him by surprise and looks for the timing and finds it. Knows that he's good for it. As soon as that reload, it does get sent out.
Xpharaoh tapped the orb. He's like, oh wait, I already have my ult.
Yep. I don't want that.
अरे वो गन लेने के लिए F दबा रहा था वो.
Well, that's a nice win. Crazy guy hiding and profiting with the stinger.
Does go ahead, pick up a judge.
Backside nade आ सकता है.
Challenging towards Halls though, so it will be difficult to really put that to any kind of solid value. Or use, I should say, but Cushy.
Oh shit.
Sheriff finds one, looks for the second, just a hair off, and Sylvan a little bit fast with that headshot, but now the backstab gets ready to come through, but Xpharaoh
double
find the
shield.
kill. Sylvan scouted out, suppressed, just dancing around the pillar. The time starting to get away here from the side of RRQ. They're still making this costly. And Stacks, in all likelihood, commits the ult for this one.
This is risky.
Xpharaoh's gonna look to just try to run him down. I mean, Stacks, he will confirm the round victory here just on the time alone, but I think RRQ not gonna be too bothered by that. Able to find the Hunter's Fury as they go for a thrifty attempt overall. That's gonna be a great consolation prize.
Yeah, as far as eco rounds go, outside of winning it, that's about as good as it gets. To force out that big ultimate of Stacks, to find that pick onto Meteor. Really nice Sheriff shots from Xpharaoh. Everybody.
Tell me you're from
Phantom
CBSC
shots from
without
Xpharaoh
telling
once he picked
me.
up the gun. Sheriff
मैं
shots
नहीं हूँ
from
लेकिन.
Cushy. everybody
करता कुछ है
is
जो
starting to
ये
come
नो
online.
सिरम
Buzz
उसका
still stuck on 4 kills. He is just having a rough go of it on the
मेरा
neon
सुपर
today.
चैट में क्या बोला?
Izu's starting to heat up though.
पत्नी अपने
Be
पति
one of
को
those win
क्या
conditions for
समझाती
T1 when he
है?
just starts kicking indoors on that Yoru.
मतलब
And there's not much the opponents
नहीं
can do.
समझ में आ रहा है भाई,
Especially on
तारा
some of
बेच
these
जा रहा है।
combos he has off the util. Pops a good flash
1000
on you.
सुपर चैट करके कुछ लिख के देखो,
It's curtains.
शायद से
But they're just
लैक
sending
ऑफ
out some
स्लिप
fake
की वजह
info.
से मैं कॉम्प्रेहेंड नहीं कर
Bait
पा
out
रहा।
contact over towards mid. And then actually, Izu uses the ult and TP's over. So he sent out util over on the other side to make it look like he was there to try to fake out that he wasn't
How
from
are
the game.
you and the?
It's pretty good
How
recognition
is
here.
doing? How is life?
RRQ,
Love
great
from
flash.
bottom of my heart. Izzat at everyone.
Again, Easy pushing
That is
in front of
perfect.
that.
Love you, Abdubai.
Finds Cushy. Monyet, go ahead. Barrel stops fine.
Love
Juan,
you.
Slide forward. Judge looking for the damage, but Monyet comes away with a second one. Now going to be pinged out here. Slides back across, and Sylvan finally is able to put him down.
But try the here, Moni
It's
bhai.
Jimkin and Xferro. Meteor dancing around the back though,
Spike planted.
maybe suspecting that one of these players has already worked their way forward, but he's not checking in towards Secret for the moment. So Xferro, an opportunity to try to get the jump. Right now the players just aren't drifting into line of sight here for him until Stacks goes right then. Comes away with another. And suddenly it's all down to Meteor.
Timing हो गया भाई.
हाँ, Stacks ने कैसे नहीं देखा?
Tap the defuse, pushes forward into the smoke. Now the turret's set up. Has the lockdown as well if he wants to send it, but trusts in his own ability here, trusts in the time that they have available. Now has all the info that he needs, it would seem. As there you go, from behind, a Red Bull clutch, this time racked up by Meteor, and T1 get up to double digits.
This is so wild. I mean, you're seeing great
Bhai,
moments
kya
from
round
RRQ
tha
players.
bhai.
Monyet on the neon has been really tricky, but again, it's easy to kick things off a really cool idea with his ultimate. And even though there's some recognition that it's going to be an A hit by T1 from RRQ's side, they aren't expecting that Izu had already gotten to where he was, and he catches two players really off guard. And man, Meteor again, so smart in those post plant situations. Hard to play it better than he did right there. Just creeping in, slow walking the whole time behind the first defender.
Well.
For the
कुछ भी
identification
करके RRQ को ये मैप क्लोज करना पड़ेगा.
got the other.
Global
Brilliant stuff. Some Meteor fans. Yeah, I know the weather is bad today. I agree.
Yes. bit of a rougher journey to get over to the Sungang Coliseum here today.
It was an adventure,
but
to say the least.
The fans have still made their way out to show support. As once again, I mean, you know, at least for the Korean fan base, another solid day.
लिख के वापस फुल स्क्रीन करता हूँ तो नीचे का हाफ स्क्रीन कट जाता है.
Esports look to challenge these teams and challenge them. So far, RRQ certainly has. But right now, they find themselves down by 2 rounds. Meteor, another lockdown available here for him, but 3 ults to work with, critical ones for RRQ.
समझाती है.
The timeout call is to help put those to better use.
बधिर लिखा इसने.
बधिर लिखा 40 में.
40
में बधिर लिखा इसने.
रेड कार्ड नहीं पता तेरे.
Slow creeping their way
टीमर
forward.
का गाली देने का 150.
From RRQ. Try to bait out a little bit of contact,
First
but
mistake है genuine
a bit
guy.
of a fallback for Crazy Guy and company. Turrets watch team.
भाई लग गया Crazy Guy के लग गया.
A the whole way.
ऐसे होल्ड करेगा अकेले.
Slide forward, I think.
He did.
Yeah, Buzz does a nasty amount of damage, but this time
भाई
the judge
अपन
is getting a
बांडिगल
little
हो
bit
गया बे
different.
उनके साथ.
2 kills found.
अपन बांडिगल हो गया बे.
A little bit wobbly, Jimkin.
क्या entry मारा?
1800 for 2 of the players. Loss bonus very much is in effect though, so they're gonna look to try to play this out.
There they are.
There's a ping on the 1. Xferro going to be noted in that astral form. There's Cushy thinking that maybe he had free access, just walk in.
11-8.
Meteor sets. No.
Remaining.
Goes down.
And
Stacks
players
has
are
the
looking
follow-up.
sharp.
Closes things out with a second.
Sharp.
T1 now.
T1, let's
Up
go
11-8.
T1.
RRQ
आंसर तो
needing
दे.
to run
समझ भी
back.
नहीं आ रहा है
5
क्या
in a row if
आंसर
they want to
दे.
avoid
क्या
an
समझते हो
overtime.
तो तेरी पत्नी
this
बता
is
सकती है ना तुझे.
It is
क्या
a
समझती
much
है?
cleaner post play.
चैनल
Obviously,
और
weaker
देकर रहा है
weaponry.
मैप टू एंड
Crazy
होते
Guy
थे.
could get the
आपने
dink
बोला
off
अगर
the
राउंड
butts when he was
3rd हारा
sliding
तो
in there.
shout out to loud.
That's unbelievable that even
And they
hits
lost.
him with how fast he was going, but
आ
I mean, the
भाई
RRQ
एक
players,
घंटा पहले
they look
सो
sharp
पाता था
today
मैं.
for the most part, but
Yeah.
T1 has
पहले
been
मैं
able to
इग्नोर
find those hero
करती
moments
अब तू
themselves, be
करेगा
able to punch
कर
back
सकता हूँ मैं
there.
अभी इग्नोर.
But that in particular was a much better post plan for T1.
Look at that.
Players are watching their angles better.
Oh,
Nobody's
hater ना
trying
बने.
to overcommit to an angle or just hold an angle on their
किसको
own,
बोला तू?
have all the information.
Chat को.
Do a nice job locking it down. Meteor
Anish bhai.
toying around in mid. Jemkin trying to tuck in the corner to see if he can catch Meteor off guard. You know, there's been no contact from RRQ at all in the mid. So you're trying to use that
मैच में
condition
क्या हो रहा है
a
अभी
little bit
तक
against
पूरा
T1, I
कब से यहाँ पे
suspect,
बैठी है
make
तेरे
Meteor think
को
there's some open
समझा
space
मैच में
there.
क्या हो रहा है
Surely
क्या
I can just
डिफॉल्ट है
walk
कहाँ
through
अटैक कर रहे
T1
हैं
Be
कुछ
that
कर
big
रहे
of a
हैं
deal.
बस सिर्फ 91 जीत रहा है बस
Nice well popped and 4
मैं
members of
अगर
T1 on the other
technicals में
side.
गई तो technicals वाले क्या
Send here, tuck into the corner, next barrel now presence. Notice he comes away with a second
But-
buzz. Similarly, going to
Yeah,
be taken
man,
down. And this
technicals
hit is
is-
absolutely not going T1's way. Lockdown, however,
भाई
doesn't turn the
फिर
tides.
भी
They
ये
recover
लोग
their
को भरोसा ये
weaponry.
लोग राउंड जीतने वाले हैं
And this does leave Xferro on a bit of an island.
3v5 में
Surely they got to realize something.
He's just
Oh
going to
my.
fight in. He finds the timing here before the chain comes through. Stacks might not die, but he goes
जो
down to
करने
11
का है मीटर
HP.
को करने का है अभी
And that puts all of the pressure on Meteor's shoulders.
30 seconds left. One
Plant
enemy
being
remaining.
stuck, Meteor already going to be taken down. And there you go, RRQ.
थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया ना
Once
वर्ल्ड
again, breaking a 5-round
Huh?
win streak from T1. Try to restabilize. They bring the gap now to just 2.
टफ टू विन राउंड था ये
Yeah, that's got to be a frustrating one.
In
But
general,
I see this all
पूरा
the time
पिंदी
with teams
ओले
across the
हेटर
planet
बदर
where
वन
they
डन
don't check the back
लव
screens,
यू
and
यार
then the player behind it just gets a
बहुत टाइम से
multi-kill
रेट
for
कार्ड
free.
बढ़ाया नहीं है
It just be like that
200,
sometimes. I mean, you're
I think,
trying to cut off the
बड़ा
angles,
सा
you know, using that fast
महंगाई
lane,
का
another
जमाना
util.
है
But yeah, just spray him down.
हाँ
मैं तो कुछ नहीं समझती
I love Claudio.
I do too.
उसमें क्या समझना होता
He's the
वो तो
emotional
दिमाग
leader
का
of that
पर्सनल
team.
प्रॉब्लम
You
है
know,
उसमें
you
बाकी
saw
लोग
if
क्या
you were
करें
watching the huddle beforehand, he's the one that was leading the chant. He's the one who's getting hyped up. He's the one standing up and letting them know. Love to see it from Monyet. Speaking of, he's got some ultimates.
Here at Shops.
Oh.
He's coming away with 2. Buzz, Meteor, both going to be taken
कम
down.
बैक
Silver fights
बोलते
back for
चड्डी
1.
खोलते हो गया अभी पैसा नहीं है चैट
Crossfires here. Just overwhelming.
कोई गलत पुश किया ना
Stacks
कौन है अटैकर
sprinting here. Rotates around back over in towards window. They
काका,
don't have
मेरे
the
पास
kind of
idea है।
confirmation that he actually pumped the
How
brakes in this
about
position, or if he's
अपना
just
famous
working his way
practice
in towards
in
A.
a
But
long
they have the sheer
time.
wall, so until that goes up,
है
they just say, well, he's probably there, and they are correct.
Yeah,
Great crunch round
How
from the side of
about you
RQ.
just say
Now we're
yes
just one
or
away from
no?
tying it up.
and what a round to call this
अब
on.
कैसे smile
Not
आया
only because it
देखा?
catches T1 off guard, but because now T1's economy is in shambles. You've got that all.
सिर्फ पैटिस
You put some trust into
दो
Monyet
पैटिस खाएगी तू
and Jemkin to get the job done. Great stuff from RRQ. Love the change of pace.
अरे
There
यार
you go.
मेरा बताओ
Monyet on his feet again, letting him know.
एक मॉर्निंग
लेन तो हो गया
Over towards
मेरे को
अभी
सिर्फ
मेन ये
एक
कि
Thrifty
उसके बाद
attempts here
वाला
for
कौन राउंड
T1.
जीतता है
Stinger going to be bought by
which
Izu.
is most likely to go in T1's favor
Down the 900. Otherwise,
क्योंकि बहुत अल्टियां
the
हैं
Sheriff's behind Buzz just with the classic
Zoro का भी
overdrive.
अल्टा जाएगा।
Into the corner and dead. Jemkin able to go ahead and pick up the pieces. Izu similarly going to be taking down that Stinger. Not finding a lick of damage. Everyone unscathed for the moment. But suddenly, Sylvan with 2 stacks with 1.
What happened?
I have no, we'll have to see it in the replay either way. A Vandal going to be scooped up. That goes into the hands of Meteor. The Cosmic Divide immediately going to be called down here onto the site. Thorns, doesn't matter. Cushy is dead on the floor.
कैसे
Stacks goes for the plant. And it looks like they're going to leave him implanted here on the site. But given that he has the Hunter's Fury, I'd honestly rather see him go into the more disconnected position. But
आईडी पास
T1,
दो उसका
how have they gotten to this position here? The push out.
भाई
The
तीसरा
instant shot to the cheek there from Sylvan. As Jemkin will go down. And this is going to be a gut punch to RRQ. Sylvan with a 4K gets T1 a thrifty win to get up to
जोरदार
match point.
डबलेगा कितना पे ये सब बेटा
Well, I talked about it earlier.
दो
About how good T1 is on ecos,
501
and that's why so much talent on this team.
500
Unreal.
जोरदार
my God.
टपकेगा।
And
Dead.
Stacks
Dead.
wins from up on top of the pipe. Sylvan was reading that the whole time. He was standing behind that Cosmic Divide. He put his own smoke as well to try to play that
जोरदार
angle.
डेढ़।
You know, expecting the
Dead
player
है।
to walk
Yes,
through
I
the
saw.
Cosmic Divide,
हाँ,
holding
तो
the
एक
wall.
discount
He read it
था।
from the get-go.
Oh,
Here
they're
we
Discount.
go.
going to get scrappy again. This time Monyet able to come away with the first kill. Izu quickly fights back. Stun connecting. Tucks in behind the box. Straight guys down. Quickly tries to exhibit Sylvan's right there on top of him. T1
अब लग
looking to
गए
bring this map to another quick and chaotic conclusion here in round
भाई
number 23.
रीटेक कर सकते
Beautiful
हैं
recon dart
एस्ट्रा
from
अल्ट
Stacks
और
in the midst
यूरो
of all
अल्ट
that.
है
Identification on both of those
ब्रह्मांड की
players.
इन्फो आ सकती है
Bailed out T1.
एक दो
Dimensional drift, checking things out. Players going to be noted. Sylvan going fall to the wayside here. Izu coming away with one though, and now is all on Jemkin, and he will be felled. The 3K
भाई
from
ये
Izu.
जीत तो सकता था
Some
यार
absolute insanity from T1 and RRQ as they close out the map. 13 to 11. Good God, what a map.
Madness. I mean, just so many hero plays, so many multi-kills on both sides. Amanyet was playing so well on that Neon. X-Pharaoh on the Astra,
पैटिस
looking
मंगा रहा है,
comfortable
वो वाला
with his
पैटिस
both played
मेरे
agents,
ब्रेड
so
पैटिस
kind of makes sense that he feels pretty good there. But man, oh man, I mean, T1 just Meteor
Binks,
came
you're
out
the
the
good.
beginning of that map and was just destroying.
All I want, and yeah, it was a little bit of a soft start, you know, but we start getting that 5-round streak from T1. I'm like, here we go.
Yep, I know, I thought it too.
मोने भाई को उठना नहीं
They're
चाहिए था ना
they're slowing down. They're not able to get these plants across.
हल्का सा जब
Run
जब
it
तो
back,
कब हुआ
6 and 6 at the half.
और
Two
रेगा
down
की
to this map,
सस्ती
they're pretty
यूपीआई
much
हाउस
losing in
यूज
overtime. And I'm just fingers crossed, given that this is T1's map pick and we have Icebox coming up, and this is going to continue. Because my God, this was a very fun map for Pearl.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I really hope that RRQ was able to take Icebox.
रेगा का यूपीआई है
I think they
रेगा
should feel confident. There's just small macro mistakes in the beginning of this that cost them a couple big rounds. You can't afford to make those mistakes against T1, so hopefully they can learn from that. Go into Icebox, come in with that kind of aggressiveness that I think was working for them. We saw it on the defender side too. They started to get aggressive. That caught T1 off guard.
Let me order and get a kebab.
And there's a real hope we're going to see this.
Well, that would be absolutely incredible here, given
मैं
how
बताऊँ
these situations played
please यार please
I love that Pacific. We can always
Please
rely on
बताने दे ना
मेरा plan
नहीं
अपन hype करेंगे
You know you're always going to be in for a good time here,
सुन
Pacific.
hype
We'll go
करेंगे
ahead and go back to the analyst desk to break out all of the action from that opening map.
I dig that energy. I
इसके
agree
पहले
with
लाइव
that.
स्ट्रीम हुआ तो लाइव स्ट्रीम
Van
करें
Helsing.
Nice.
हाँ
Wow.
Yeah, I think we got what we came for, which was a damn good start to the series between RRQ and T1. It was neck and neck, gentlemen. We were talking about how close every single round was, and we really didn't know which way it was
इस बार 501 में कर दो अगली बार 2500 ले लेना
Yeah, I thought RRQ played really well that game. If anything, it was their map to lose a lot of times. You know, we can see it here in the first bloods.
हजार और एक भाई देखो
देखो
बाजू में गुज्जू है तो बार्गेनिंग तो बनती है
मेरे
हजार
चैनल पे आना मेरे को नहीं मिल रहा इधर आके
I mean, this was their game to lose.
तेरे हजार पे टपली कैसे मारेगी जब मैं बाजू में बैठता नहीं हूँ लॉल
right down to those 1v1s and
इधर
big
वाह
performances across both teams, especially from Monya and Meteor.
अभी कैमरा बंद करके ऐसा
He
कि तू
put
इधर
Buzz
से
in the
उधर जाएगा
backpack.
अच्छा
That's
लगेगा
how good this guy is. Buzz didn't even do anything. He was dangling on his little feet. He was chilling on the neon, like honestly. And I don't think I've even seen that from Buzz in a very long
मुझे
time.
किसने मेंबरशिप दिया देने वाले जब भी देते मेंबरशिप चप्पड़ फाड़ के दुखता ना दुखता ना दुखता ना
You could say the same thing about RRQ here. I mean, Monya and Xfero were kind of the standouts for me. Kushi was pretty decent on the Vice as well, but he wasn't having as much impact as the other two for sure. Xfero and Monya really impressed me. We're in a team where I really consider Jemkin and Kushi kind of being the standouts.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he had a good start on the first half, at least anyway, Kushi, until until it swapped sides. But we saw something really interesting on the defense side, especially with Meteor beyond his clutching.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we look at some of these highlights here, I mean, this is quintessential Pearl defense from T1. They've got a very good defensive side. If you go back through their last couple of games, their defense has been the stronger of the two, and over in Masters Bangkok, their defense was what got them into OG against G2 and was a little better against EDG as well, whereas their attack was a little more rough, which on an attacking side of map, is pretty solid skill set to be able to have, and that's thanks to Meteor. Your Killjoy is so valuable at having certain neutrals to hold down the middle of the map, as well as how aggressive he can be in the mid round. But also Izu is the other side of that dynamic to the stable anchoring force, where your Yoru is this disruptive force that gets in the face of the attackers and slows down whatever they're doing and finds opening picks.
एक mod को unmod करने का कितना पैसा लगेगा?
Did well to even fight their way back. I was definitely getting worried for them when Meteor starts going crazy like that. It's hard to come back from. But over on the other side of the coin, we really want to highlight Monya. For me, Monya's somebody who's been a little bit quieter over the past couple of weeks. I mean, this game he was going absolutely mental on the Neon. I was so happy to see him on this role. I feel like it was sort of made for him. Monya is the kind of guy who has so much fun when he plays. He wants to be able to go do crazy stuff, and we saw it this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even saw some set plays coming in there for RRQ. I really like the crunch that they did up towards tile side with the Neon ult. MVP goes to Meteor. This guy won so many clutches. He had so many unbelievable multi-frag rounds. I mean, this is why people consider him the best Sentinel in the world, even though he doesn't even play that much Sentinel anymore. The dude's on Duelist half the time.
Yeah.
It's
Meteor. Now, Monya, you were just talking about him and how you're delighted to see him play to, you know, the
ऋषि तू किसको गाली दिया बे? mod को गाली देता है ऋषि?
You could see how much
Flash
fun
उसको
he had
timeout
with
दे दे एक
Neon.
मिनट.
You could see it on the player cam when he was saluting.
Yeah.
It was a little salute to the other team there.
1001 पहुंच जाएगा पिकदी.
I mean,
ये
Monya
क्या कर
is
रही
a
हूँ आने दे
chaotic
उसको.
man. That's how I would describe him. You can hear him laughing in the
उसको
replay.
पूछ रहा है Flash.
Neon's the perfect agent for him. You know, this double duelist for RRQ has a lot of potential. We saw Monya really step up, and as I say,
देख
Monya
वापस
has
दिया
not been
तेरे.
the highlight of
मैं
this
अगर
RRQ
mod
roster
होती तो किसी
over the
को
past
मुझे
few
गाली
weeks,
देने
over
नहीं
this
दी.
year, but looked better.
एक मिनट के लिए
Very,
सीधा.
very respectable stats. Those are great
10
stats going up
seconds,
against T1. Couple of first kills. That pistol round win was phenomenal.
that was
That
great.
was
Binks
a
and
highlight
Issue
round
tag
from
tag.
Monya that you used to see a lot more of. I feel like we haven't seen as many of that. So with his role as the secondary duelist in this team with Jemkin, it's interesting because a lot of teams are shifting into double duelists, and that forces other players onto other roles. That
New
might be
chair
uncomfortable
concept
for them.
कोई तो
But in this
है.
case, I actually feel like it kind of worked for RRQ, despite the fact that you did see
कोई तो है. Very
Kushi play his
complete.
first game of Vice ever
No, not
and shift
very
into the
complete,
Senti
very stiff.
role. You actually did have a
Very
lot of
stiff.
players
But
that
it's
had
big,
some
no,
more
for the
comfortable
size.
agents, as I think Clinton
Like
mentioned
मेरे लिए
over on the
देखो
cast.
इधर
Xfero,
है.
his most played agent,
क्या
is
सारा
Astra. That was
जगह है.
very comfortable territory for him, and they're able to flex into the double duelist, and it didn't look very uncomfortable for RRQ. I thought it was great, especially on this map where it's something like Yoru and Neon. When they're playing like ISO on Jemkin, I don't think it's as good of a fit, but in this particular combo, I think works really well for them.
Yeah, so I think the ideas were right. I think they
यार
were
ये बहुत
definitely moving in the
मोटा
right
है.
directions and counter T1 pretty well.
ऐसा हो नहीं
until-
पा रहा है.
until
थोड़ा
they did.
पतला सा
They just lost every 1v1, and then they got sheriffed.
This is
You
the
know?
story of these two teams where I feel like RRQ often play really well but somehow don't win, and
Yeah.
T1 don't look like the best team then end up winning.
Yeah.
It's the story for both of these teams, and we just saw it play out on this map one. I thought that was RRQ's game to take, and they just couldn't get over the line, where T1 always seemed to manage to find a way.
What is it? It's the
Nah,
clutch
King.
factor?
Clutch it.
Yeah,
I mean,
This
it's
is not
just
Fabi
doing
Fit.
those
This is just
5 rounds
आया
in a
हुआ
row
चेहरा
after
उनको.
pistol and anti-eco
It's
were
not
like a
Fabi Fit
1v1
or
every
anything.
single time, and T1 won every clutch.
And इस पे
in a
cover
row.
लगाया हुआ है.
Time
ये
and time
ऐसा
again,
चेहरा नहीं है.
reset RRQ's money, and then when RRQ finally had a good answer, which I was talking about, that shop crunch that they did up through B long and straight through double doors, and they crunched mid completely,
he
caught
is
T1 off
chubby
guard.
though,
They
he's
won that round.
chubby.
That should be the
Look at
swing
this.
round that wins you the game, and then you get
Guys,
sheriffed
chubby.
because T1 has just got such phenomenal individual
पतला
skill,
वाला.
and Sylvan even was having clutches and
comfy.
sheriff multifrags in that game, and that's the player that you're probably least scared of on T1.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, none of us picked Meteor as our flex player or Sentinel player. I don't know if it was a mistake, though, because Meteor does play duelist,
क्या
as you
lunch क्या
mentioned,
नहीं किया
Pilsky,
अभी तक.
on maps
मैंने
like
parle
Icebox
जी और
and
दूध
Lotus,
खाया.
so...
और Binks ने
yeah,
ऐसा
I
मुंह
think
बनाया.
this is going to be interesting going to Icebox now. We haven't seen RRQ play it for
बोलेगा
Stage
उसको
1,
कुछ.
Yeah.
but you had an interesting tidbit from history.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the last time these two teams played actually was RRQ's last time playing Icebox, which was in the off-season. T1 was still playing a chamber comp back then, but a little bit different. RRQ was playing a pretty standard comp that you'd expect, so there is some familiarity from the last time that these two teams did play. But T1, this is a map they've shown weakness on.
मेरे घर पे
Secret
7-8
worked
items
them them out just the other day, and they looked like they were very, very convincing in terms of game planning how T1 likes to play. So I want to see if T1 goes for the same approach here, because they are one of the teams that doesn't like to change too much.
Yeah, I absolutely think they will, and I think that's exactly what the RRQ coaching staff are hoping for. I think they'll have some good reads. They've not picked this map for no reason. I think they can definitely watch back T1's previous games and see those holes, see that weaknesses. It is a more individual-oriented comp when you have Reina and Chamber as kind of your stars there. So
hey, don't order
I want to see
शाम को will order no हो जाएगा वो 6-7 बजे
but what new
5
ideas
बजे
have you been
खुलता है वो
able to
मेरे को
bring?
पता है
And from RRQ's side, what
5
counters
बजे
have you
खुलता
been
है
able
5
to
बजे
find?
होगा
Show me why you're picking this map.
Oh, absolutely. And I think at this point, I mean, you boys picked RRQ to win for today.
Yeah.
And while I picked T1, I do think we are going to get a full series today. I'm expecting RRQ to figure things out.
Yeah, I think so. And looking at this, very interesting for RRQ. I mean, it isn't that different from what they were playing in the off-season. It kind of reminds me of what we've seen from Boom, actually, where you're mixing the Teo in instead of the Gecko, and you're playing a very standardized comp. They will get to start out on defense, so their map.
कौन सा मैप है अभी है
T1 sticking with what they know. We see the Reina and we see the Chamber, this very unique style that they love to bring. On their attack, it's all about getting that space for free. That's what they love to do. But this comp should shine a lot more in the defense.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, it didn't work against Secret. I feel like Secret played anti-contact very well.
Sandas
I want to
map.
see T1 play a lot more lurk,
उल्टा map
to be
अच्छा है.
honest, although there is a hard
इसमें
set
mid नहीं है,
there
सिर्फ
on the
A
side of
अभी.
RRQ, so mid's going to be a little harder.
All right, well, now we have the DJ music, and that's what I was talking about. We are going to go back to Achilles and Paperthin.
That's the secret, Victoria. I knew exactly what you were talking about, but the music wasn't there, and it makes you look foolish. So I, therefore, get to have some fun with it. Anyway, let's have some fun with his second map. Back and forth brawl to start things off there on Pearl. Now we once again jump into Icebox, which has been a bit of a thorn in the side here for T1. 13-9 the scoreline when Secret was able to take them down last week. Let's see how RRQ does fare.
Yeah, I mean, this T1 comp is so execute heavy. Like, everything just has to be in the right
Bro,
place.
तीन बंदे up down बैठे.
High, low.
ड्रोन ने देख लिया तो?
Well, instantaneous is Jemkin with that. Meteor
नहीं देखा तो ड्रोन ने?
dealt with. 2 players going to be noted there by the 0 point.
Well,
obviously
हो
space
गया रे
is
मेरा.
up here too, but nothing there to really note this. So they do
दोबारा
get
कंप्लीट
Buzz on a
करने
deep alert,
बिना
but
भाग
this
गया
is
ये होता है
understood
भाई.
by RQ. They know what they've given up for the most part.
Yep.
Though Crazy Guy still at risk. He doesn't get forward onto the Raptor, and he is able to do so. Buzz.
अरे
Sylvan somehow wins out that fight. Xpero going to be
मारना था वो.
oh, Crazy Guy's in trouble.
Yeah, Buzz able to find another one. Jemkin does go ahead. Delivers a shot to the back of the head.
क्या retake possible है? Considering दोनों goat of the goaters जिंदा है.
Jemkin Moniet, 2 powerhouses from the first map, looking to deliver here to try to get a third pistol win in the set.
1 enemy remaining.
Izu finding 1. Jemkin with everything to do. Finds himself a third, but cannot get the 4th and 5th. Would have been a
भाई
very
काश
nice
RRQ
clip.
जीते
T1 will
भाई.
go ahead and find their first pistol win here.
Well,
But
seems
से
like
qualify.
T1
क्या
had
RRQ
Pilsky
का
on the
next
desk
match
saying
किसके
he
सामने?
wanted T1 to try to do some lurks, to try to explore the map. And it's really well thought out there as well. You know, Buzz holding, pushing past some of those angles until there's contact over at A. As soon as the 0 point lands, get some identification, that's when Buzz peeks out of kitchen a little bit. He checks towards the defender side spawn. I don't know if he saw Crazy Guy or not, but then he's able to recheck the other angle,
RRQ
catch the
qualify हो
player
गया.
coming up from the B
RRQ
side,
qualify हो गया.
get that first kill, and then Crazy Guy's in an awkward spot where he's trapped between
क्यों खेल रहे थे
main
दोनों
force of
qualify हो
T1 and
गया.
Buzz. Buzz is able to best him with the headhunter. Really nicely dialed up there by T1.
Hello Godspeed, bye.
Buzz is something that we're going to have our eyes on, you know, under the microscope here on this map, because it's not just about the performance on Pearl, but also the last time out versus Secret wasn't finding that much value with the chamber at all.
Headshot.
All of T1 looked
भाई
very
spam में
scattered
headshot का है
in its
वो.
composition. But looking for that
बहुत
stronger
बुरा लगा.
individual impact here from Buzz. Meteor, though, up over the top, able to find Cushy, finding Moniet, potentially finding Jemkin as well. He will come strafing forward. It's going to be Buzz to take that one away with the Ghost in hand. Back over in towards mid. Final shots will come in. And that is going to be a flawless anti-eco from the side of T1, starting off Icebox, attack 2-0.
Yeah, so now we get to see
भाई मैं मेरे को गोटा कबर क्यों बोलते हैं हर बार?
that first
मैंने
round
बोला कभी.
was kind of interesting because sometimes with this T1 comp, a lot of what it comes down to is
Shot.
nice stuff. Izu there, able to get the spot off the utility, get his own
ना
kill.
clean ना
But one of the
उधर
important
भी
things
ऐसा
for
नहीं
this
कि उसकी
T1
गाफ
comp is
दिख रही तो गाफ में
finding the
मारे
right
काम
moments
में
to get
हेडशॉट
the
मारा
lead to
बंदे
hit,
ने
get the flashes to hit from stacks. And if you can get ahead of that or get behind it, like we saw Team Secret often getting behind it, just
रेबल
letting
के
you
बाल
take cover,
कैसे
then
लगे बाल
playing
जैसे
for retake, and then there isn't much left in the tank other than firepower for T1.
Oh, 0 points exchanged. Crazy guy. Does find Meteor over at Belt. Sylvan only able to trade one back as this round is very swiftly getting out of hand here at 4T1. Sylvan Izu, last one standing.
When will
Only the enemy
Acid will
Tejo
play?
dead.
Next month.
And pretty much everybody stacked up now on this A site. Looking to make this a nigh impossible go.
Hut से
Out of the corner, Sylvan does do well to actually come away with one. Jemkin going to be put
sorry
down.
Jemkin bye
Izu now watching. Sparrow suddenly does die. Cushy now at risk. Pop flash, looking for the timing, but Izu doesn't peek until the flash is gone, and now suddenly this round has been swung absolutely on its head. The tap of the plant mon yet. Weapon drawn out, knows that it's not a real plant. Full kit available to Izu. But how does he try to utilize it?
He might have read that there was going to be a rotate.
He has no clue. I don't think he has any idea. He's just going to face in.
W Monet W
The anti-bonus somewhat rescued here. T1
Butter Science I love you better.
Once again, I mean, similar scenes to what we witnessed over on Pearl. It's a devastating round.
It's, again, early ideas are good for RRQ. Getting
Even
ahead
last
of
champions
the
and
T1
yes,
utility
sir.
puts them in a bad spot. But then you fall back and start giving up some of these, trades, and that starts sliding into T1's favor, and you can't give those up to them because they'll punish the heck out of you with their firepower, with their rifling. That's the one thing you can't let this comp do, is just take dry contact against them.
कैसे बंक्स भाई सब बढ़िया
Unless you're way ahead of them. But that round, they kind of took their foot off the gas pedal a little bit too much.
but to just saying
0 point placement there.
VLT में होके पास दोस्त का membership नहीं ले पा रहा है
No ambiguity about
that's
this
like kind of
whatsoever.
sus
Knows that T1
that's like kind of
probes
sus
are here on this A side. It's a matter of
मतलब ऐसा अन्ना का नाम नहीं corrupt करना चाहिए but in my
from Monyet across the
defense.
map. Jemkin able to open things up, and Sylvan's going to be taken down. Meteor up over the top, considering going for the peak, but does not. Stacks goes in for the fight, and he manages to catch 3.
क्या
Looking for that fourth. Crazy guy is down to a sliver.
क्या
And now Stacks
भाई
is basically
ace
on
है
ace. Salvo's going to be sent. They'll offset him. Hey, go off, kid. Go off.
क्या
Call your steed.
He's looking for it, and he knows.
बच्चा अगले मैंने लेता love you यार एक पैसा
It's not very often that we get to see Stacks in for the ace.
भाई
But he will go ahead and lock it down as the crowd goes absolutely
क्या
wild.
मारा बे
T1 3-1 of the pack of Stacks going
भाई देखो
nuclear.
टेक्निकली अगर
and he
कोच
waved
ने
over
मेंबरशिप
RRQ
लिया है
after
तो
that one.
सीसी को तो लेना ही चाहिए ना
My word,
वो
Stacks.
भी
I mean,
the
he's
best
swinging this
CC
box, and I'm like, why?
the best
Oh.
टिबन के बाद
Like,
They're
he's got,
headshots too.
yeah, he's got 3 players
लेना
looking
चाहिए
at him.
ना
By all
वरना
rights,
नाम खराब होता है इंडस्ट्री में
should at best be getting a one and done.
इन गेम वॉल्यूम बढ़ा प्लीज माफ करो
Somehow. But somehow, some way, it's
मोने भाई
Stacks.
ये उठने का स्टाइल मैंने देखा हुआ है मोने भाई बदला चाहिए बा
Wait a minute.
Couple players there off that 0 point.
Oh,
I wasn't going to say anything. You didn't have to make noise.
Nope.
Paperton had a misunderstanding about something on the
nope,
UI.
I read my sheet backwards. That's all I'm going to say.
A tuck away. Does that classic in hand, but T1 not
that's too much
liking what
info
they're not seeing. Slowly drift away. Turret set up.
भाई
Contact
टेक्निकली
very
देखा
kitchen.
जाए तो जीत सकते हैं
There's a tiny little tuck over onto the side there from
ए पे
Sparrow.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए जीत सकते हैं नाइफ है जेम
That's
के
a
पास
heartbreaking round for RRQ, that previous one. Have a great read on what T1 wants to do, and you can't stop it. That's a gut punch. Jemkin, though, blades in hand, can be a difference maker for sure, but with Stacks head his ultimate, can shut that right down.
Yep, Knives just going to be
Knife
taken
है
away.
नहीं
Just that shorty for now. Stacks once again pushing forward here towards backside. Looks for the transfer. Takes a little bit longer this time, but still is able to go ahead and find the eliminations. 2 players knocked down.
Enemy remaining.
Buzz taking his time.
बेचारा इतना देर
Who is
रुका था रे
lining
नाइफ
up?
के लिए
Checking the wind direction.
हाँ
And finds it, and Stacks in position to go ahead and get the final shutdown kill. Another 3K. Stacks moves up, I believe, 8-1, and it's flawless as T1 get up 4-1.
Yeah.
A lot of ones in that sense.
And it's also, yeah, T1 doing great things in this round. Stacks continuing.
एडवांटेजेस ऑफ अपग्रेड सच बताना लिली कसम भाई देखो मेंबर्स ग्रुप मिलेगा जहाँ पे बातें कर सकते हो मेंबर्स ऑन द स्ट्रीम देखने मिलेगे और क्या चाहिए और ग्रीन में ना 3 advantages 3
deal with Buzz. I think that's what this RRQ timeout is going to be about is hey Buzz is dealt with. Let's be a little bit more patient if we're going to have to play.
अच्छा अपग्रेड का बोल रहा है अपग्रेड का ये है कि प्रीमियम कास्ट दोस्त व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है जहाँ पे अपन जस्ट चिलिंग वाली बातें करते हैं प्रीमियम टॉप लेवल कपिश भाई को पूछो कपिश भाई नेवर सीन बिफोर नेवर सीन ही हो रहा है जस्ट से
to try to get to that plant spot, and that's when they would start letting loose
with some of the reason की वजह से बोला था never seen before
to delay the deep views. That's what was really setting T1 off balance.
जगबो और मीटर बेटर एम दोनों का एम वैसे है डिपेंड करता है कि कितना टीम सपोर्ट मिलता मारते तो दोनों
That's what I'm really looking for is to
क्या लिखा है
set T1 off balance. Don't let them get ahead of the curve.
तो लिखा है जिसके वजह से बाजू वाले शर्मा की
round where you're able to win, you got ahead of the curve. You were the ones that were taking the fight to T1. Now you've got an operator for both sides.
Yeah, Patrick was bench होगा fit investigator.
It seems like RRQ was going to send Jemkin over.
पूरा जिंदगी टांग की सूंघते रहोगे या मतलब कुछ
up towards
अच्छा काम करोगे
first.
हाँ?
A little bit of
वैसे आज पैट्रिक में बॉटम फ्रैग करने वाले हैं स्ट्रांग फीलिंग है
and it bounces up.
आज जी जीतने चाहिए ना आज एनजी
That was a cool one to watch.
Yeah, nice little setup. As
आज एनजी को
Empress now popped here from Meteor. Jemkin with that operator, bringing it to bear over towards this A site, and they know that everyone's contained here. Maybe a slight little lurk into mid as Moniette though was out over into the attacking spawn. Meteor immediately going to be shut down. A nice headshot there from Cushy. Puts Serena on the floor, fragment into the corner, not going to be finding some damage, but Izu trying to go for the plant, has to draw off this one, pop flash onto the corner, but Izu
dodge किया बे
Steady finds the enemy KO.
Flank देखो
Moniette arrives in from behind, and clearly the message is not relayed fast enough.
Flank
2 kills there as Buzz caught off guard, and RRQ will find some stability, get themselves a second round win.
And not a significant change up from T1 versus what we saw from the previous rounds, except that they bring Buzz into the A push with the operator, so there's nobody watching in the whole time. RRQ's going, no contact, keep pushing. All right, we're going to hold on site, wait for them to try to plant, and that's when we make our move to strike.
Fine and dine में watch party
from RRQ.
Fine and dine में
immediately. Still enough in the bank though for T1 to buy another op. And this time, well, they're doing it again.
And Dark gets the ping. And say maybe they won't expect that we run it twice in a row.
Surely. Well, at least Buzz is like immediately looking behind him.
A little bit off on that one. Meteor unable to find the punish, just spotting out the killjoy there. Backside Stacks. Jiggling on the corner, looking to once again try to be the opener here as suppression continues to pulse across.
भाई इसके बाद तो बैक साइड पे यूटिल्स आएगी.
No longer available, but Crazy Guy finds one. And that fully disrupts here as Sylvan going to be taken down and T1 start to scatter.
क्या यूटिल्स आएगी?
You can tell that first kill coming through. T1 was not ready
for that. भाई होल्ड तो कर रहे बे.
They tucked back, wary about that potential flank. They saw the previous round as he's going to be flushed out a little bit more into the open here. Moniette down from below will find the headshot to get rid of the operator. Close out a flawless RQ. Now one away from tying this up.
Yep, and now you're starting to see RRQ doing what Team Secret was doing to T1. Just waiting a little bit, avoiding a lot of that utility. Valir doesn't really get much value in that situation. Stacks, you know, yeah, you're able to wait out the KO wall. Can't find a moment to really get his flash to connect. So if you can keep those kind of win conditions away from T1, don't give the operator any opportunities. From Buzz, does have the tour de force. Pop that right off the rip. You can basically take rounds into your own hands, and now Jemkin gonna get identified at least by the drone. Buzz back towards mid, tucked into the corner. is Xfero on the other side, trying to play off contact of his turret.
एक ब्लाइंड गया, ड्रोन गया,
Jemkin
और
off
उनका अभी
balance.
भी पूरा इन्फो है.
Yeah, they're really trying to show that this is going to be B.
किलजे का रीड आएगा क्या? Impossible,
by. I mean, you can hear the turret around the back.
I mean, I don't think Xfero is moving until Spike is planted.
No, absolutely not. And Buzz is just going to have to make his way out of here.
Might have made noise. I thought for a second Xfero took a look.
Rendezvous might have been hurt. Not sure if it was quite within the distance there. Two players at A for the moment. Two more shifting over. Jemkin just going to be left on a late linger there with that operator. A deep line over by Snowman.
40 seconds, बहुत delay है.
Scouts out, I believe, it's just on the 2. Armageddon immediately here as the red carpet gets rolled out for him. Cushy collecting 1 as Xfero finds another, finds 2 for himself. So the Sheriff will be able to get a little punch out there on him on
भाई एक अच्छा एक और राउंड में खत्म हो गया.
Sylvan though left as the lockdown will be invested. RRQ wanting to tie things up here at all costs. Pit, however, going to be sent in, but they're just going to both be detained surely within this. Okay, no, quick exit. Trying to escape. Buzz, quick draw down to the headhunter. Is able to find the kill, but Pit now going to be on the floor as Buzz is detained, and the round is over. Das Vidania. Tie up, 4-4. As the
Members in
RRQ
close chat,
are starting to get a little bit out of hand.
Please,
Oh, yeah.
so heartily love you, yaar,
Really
Mowgli bhai.
And some mistakes starting to be shown by
Love
T1.
you.
That Viper's pit there, a bit of a,
Guys, those were all
in my opinion, a mistake by Sylvan. You need to understand that situation, that there is a lockdown available. So you're just going to be using that ult for essentially nothing.
jab tab
Easy to
hoega
clear,
kya?
and there's no hope of you being able to get to the lockdown to clear it yourselves.
Pyrex का qualify का chances कितना है?
T1 going
जितना
to be
G
taking
का
a timeout. I mean, I think, you know, the mid lurks, good ideas from Buzz, but the rest of the team, a little bit of off balance after that early hot start. Hasn't really been able to clear the back of sight. Make sure Rafters is open. Seems to be a big kind of win condition for T1 on this attacker side, on the A side, is if they can get there and they can clear all of Rafters, then they feel pretty comfortable to get the round to go. And then for RRQ, it's about battling for that space at the right time. When T1 is trying to get their plant and their post plant set up, that's when you strike and disrupt them. And you can avoid a lot of that utility.
La 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 la.
See what they can do after this timeout, but it's so hard with this composition because pushing B is really, really tricky, especially if Jemkin's over there with an operator. He's able to clear a lot of your util early, and all you really have other than that is the deep flashes from Stacks to keep him off balance. So as the Jet, he can just kind of play guard duty.
जाएगा क्या वॉच पार्टी होगी वो तब का तब मालूम पड़ेगा पल्लव भाई.
Over on the A side, I mean,
वो तभी का तभी पता चलेगा.
For T1, you don't really have a ton of other options.
चालू तो होने दो.
Egos, which maybe not happening again in this half for RRQ the way they're playing.
Not spotting anything to Pit in response just off that alarm bot contact. He's looking to fully try to dissuade this, but it looks like T1 want to try to maybe canvas their way into the site, but they're able to find an opening kill. Xfero picked off, plant coming through, fragment offsetting the movements here up on Yet.
Spike planted.
As Buzz is able to find Crazy Guy. I mean, T1, Pit will drop here.
Uh-oh.
RRQ now on the back foot. Jemkin swaps over here for the Vandal operator on the ground for the time being. Monyet checks the close corner. Screen dropping, has to pull back away. Buzz going to be picked off, but now it is all Monyet and Jemkin, and can only find one last little kill there on the Meteor. 3 players left alive.
I think वो ulti ने थोड़ा सा
just say we can coexist with it. We'll just live next to each other. It's fine.
We can be neighbors.
करो बाप भी बनाओ.
And then Izu just sat there the whole round, just hiding his presence behind the box. I really like that from him, that decision.
अभी नहीं, अभी पहले VCT खत्म होने दो.
And waits for his moment to strike, catches Monyet completely off guard. I mean, for T1 this time, it just comes down to winning this fight right around the left-hand side of the A site. So every single round, Meteor's going there to the left of 410. Just goes that way every time. And if he could win that battle, it seems like that's pretty good. So this time they send Buzz to help him, and they're able to win when xFaro tries to go for the timing push across the toxic screen. And that opens up the site just enough that they're able to get that plant down. And then
Still cleared out, the shock dart connects. And that's a lot of xFaro's kid gone.
क्या बात है.
In towards the Raptor, Monyet taken down. Deep flank here is Jemkin. Swinging around the back, but eyes are there from T1. Gotten hit from this angle before. They don't want to have it happen again.
भाई गलत timing.
This is a...
Oh, finds the first.
Going to be in trouble.
Once again, comms delay is there. As Izu, do they suspect that he's also played Ring Around the Rosie? Oh, they certainly know it now, and he's just not going to be able to get the shots through.
Timing हो गया.
Felt like this round was going to be secured here, but Jemkin slips the net, hits three players down, and Izu just cannot line up the shots. If he gets one of those kills, there's that opportunity for him to just drop back. Hunter's Fury, play, delay, then go for a retake. Crazy guy, not giving him that window of opportunity whatsoever.
डर का माहौल चल रहा रहेगा BT1 में.
That's got to be a tilter for T1 because you do everything right except for you don't catch Jemkin on the lurk. And Izu just missed the timing. They had somebody there to do the job. And that's a real problem when you don't have a traditional sentinel back there. Is it requires eyes, and there's quite a few tricky angles that you have to be watching. What a surprise, we're going
RRQ, I was going to say, I don't know why you panned out off of this side whatsoever, but I guess if they just want to play for retake, then that's more than fine. So they're just going to look to try to play for retake. At the end of the day, I think they could have just stayed stacked up in the spawn because T1, even versus Secret, was just hitting the A side over
Last time मैं चैम्बर देख रहा था,
तो
के पास अल्टा करके 100 बोला मैं देखता हूँ, उधर लेफ्ट राइट हो गया.
He's still forward. He's at 410. He's got a Hunter's Fury. Surely they try to relocate this Sova, but it looks like they want his crossfire set up here. So he's going to stick around. Meteor's going to be taken down. Izu does manage to find one. Jemkin dead. Stacks looking for the transfer once again, unable to find it. Sylvan up on the top. Find the first, looking for the second. Cannot make it happen. Hunter's Fury now. Oh my god, he just shotgun blasts him with it.
Oh my.
Both players stacked up. Puts them down. One pump of the bow. And
क्या देख लिया रे बाबा.
I mean,
like Robin Hood splitting the arrow in twain.
Yeah, really. That's just insane stuff from Izu. Now making up for the last round, just both with one.
It just also feels like such a weird, fast, anticlimactic conclusion of the round. You're like, yeah. Oh, it's over.
Surely this is going to go on for another 10, 15 seconds at least. Nope. Nope, it does not.
Getting ready for the MMA fight. They come out and it's just a 4-second knockout.
Exactly.
Oh, I paid $120 to watch this on pay-per-view. Awesome. Oh, takes a lot of place, and Jemkin just narrowly gets the reset. Zach's going to be gone, as Sylvan will similarly fall. Armageddon holding off, staving off these two remaining players from T1 on the site. Buzz trying to linger around B.
नाइफ ने बहुत इन्फो दे दिया.
Last round
कितना पैसिव खेल रहा है अभी देखो.
And now T1 just being very diligent. There was a drone, but it didn't get any vision of anything. And already, now the util starts getting clear, and immediately RRQ players.
Shock darts still late,
nade bhi hai.
Comes back in. Further time going to be bought now. There's salvos. Looking for that boom-esque delay on the plant. Will be able to come through. Buzz noted, nearly take it down. Rendezvous back behind yellow. Keeps himself alive at the moment. Monyet able to find one. Meteor just tucked back. The flash connecting on it. Izu still finds a single elimination, but now it is all on Meteor's shoulders. 3 players suppressed out. No opportunity to try to go for this one. The lineup nearly finds himself a second kill. But similar to Pearl, it's once again going to be 6 and 6 at the half.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो आरआरक्यू का मैप है और अटैकिंग मैप है. टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो.
Watch this T1 Icebox composition because a lot of it just comes down to were they able to get a flash to connect that was valuable, and were they able to win their trades or win their shots, win their duels? kind of find the right moments to make contact. There isn't much macro play. It's very straightforward what they're doing, which I don't 100% fault T1 for thinking this way, because you have so many cracked shooters on this team that if you just play a composition that's cracked at shooting, but you also have brilliant minds on this team. I mean, you have one of the best lurkers on the planet. You have Stacks, who's a very, very good IGL. I think you could do things on this map besides this.
Oh, you absolutely can. And I mean, cracked aim is only
technically
so
पहले map में भी था
language, because RRQ have shown throughout this map.
Shadow Ban कब होगा? जब टाइटल पे डालूंगा मेरी जान के टुटे.
You can put up those numbers, they can hit those transfers.
Oh yeah.
So definitely is not much of a foolproof plan by any means. 6-6.
I mean, I don't think it feels like there's much difference in the firepower today between the two teams. It's everybody coming up with some big moments, some hero plays here and there across the board from both sides. So curious what this defender side looks like for T1. This is a real rough part of the map for them. You generally, I wouldn't feel like 6-6 is good enough for T1. I mean, I think this should be
+1.
Yeah, pretty
7-5-8-4.
RRQ to move on. Yeah, let's get the leftover win today. That will give T1 the #1
10 qualified, yes sir.
RRQ just looking to confirm their playoff presence at this point.
Yeah.
And I think we are gonna at least hopefully get a Lotus. We'll see. Maybe
This
T1's
friend
got
daily
some new
watch
stuff
a
figured out on this
stream, part
defender
of my
side.
life, not able to buy
Trying to
मुझे
set up
कोई सीन नहीं
a
मेरी
really
जान के
big
टुटे. Tiger,
crunch.
love you.
That seems to be the direction that
Which
RRQ
map
is
are
leaning,
defendant
so
sided bind जो अभी
Stacks
है
and,
नहीं. Split.
Meteor together, up in kitchen, pushing down 2.
Flashes over
थोड़ा बहुत
four
Lotus,
here.
लेकिन
Four
बहुत
Meteor
थोड़ा.
on that peak. Buzz with the final one. Jemkin on
और
the
कौन
floor
सा?
there, but it's quickly traded out. And that 1-for-1. Sylvan not getting caught at all. 0 Point will confirm some presence, and Monyet, wow, is crispy with the ghost. What a shot from him.
ओए क्या मारा? Ascent, yep,
Now-
Ascent, yep.
Just pinging out.
Breeze है ही
Worry
नहीं.
about any really forward lurk here inside of A main. As Monyet watching this flanker on the back. Stacks though with the classic is gonna get a shot in,
भाई
but
मार रहा है
Monyet
बे
still so
मोनी
damn
मूड
fast.
में.
Get it. God. What awareness from Monyet. That first one helps that Cushy lands at 0 Point. Get some information that somebody's close. Because it
भी
catches
जाना चाहिए
Sylvan.
ना मोनी को.
They got Izu, Meteor,
Info के लिए.
trying to do something at A site. Playing right on the left of 410 is Izu. It's a ghost in hand. Has to back the heck out.
0 Point
seconds
connecting. Suppress here for the moment. Turn to the flash there. As Izu comes away with 2 eliminations,
Oh,
now a
shit.
third. And it's just suddenly all undone as Izu. Oh, that was some nice shooting you did earlier, Monyet. How about this? What do you think about this one?
Yeah.
3K, unbelievable. Need to see
Come
that back.
on.
That is just disgusting.
भाई इसलिए मालूम है 4v2 सिचुएशन में ना एक बंदा हमेशा
I was
दूसरी
just
जगह
thinking the
जाता
exact same
है
thing,
ताकि
man.
दोनों बंदे एक जगह साइड पे
This
ना
has
हो.
got to be infuriating
बहुत बार ऐसा
as
देखा है.
RRQ. Monyet's
चार
playing
बंदे
great
एक साइड में अच्छे हैं
anti-lurk,
लेकिन
and then
इसमें ये वाला प्रॉब्लम होता
that
है.
happens. It's just T1 in a nutshell, man. Like,
क्या
you know,
भाई.
been praising RRQ's firepower, but okay. They bought up for the outlaw. You see this from time to time
Yeah, Jemkin does take quite a bit of damage.
because a lot of teams on these anti-ecos will only buy half armors.
सब
Izu does have full armor, but
हाफ आर्मरी है.
everybody
सुबह
else only
सुबह
half. T1 now, you're going to get a little bit concerned because that could
भाई
very
ये
well
राउंड
be this
निकाल
round
सकते हैं
being turned
RRQ
around.
टेक्निकली.
Believe. I'm actually not sure if the weapon was scooped up. That meteor had dropped. I'm going to assume no. This quick reposition here, Buzz. Still going to be playing a bit more of a forward angle. As 0 Point does not connect. Wisely is able to avoid that. So that he can hold on to the headhunter here. Sync might just go ahead and further delay. Pop flash at the ready from Cushy. Still has 2 in the back pocket.
You have to be so careful about
भाई
picking that
क्या
angle,
होगा?
know they have the high-low. Oh boy.
Shots out, swings in.
Oh
looks for the
my
second, finds it. Crazy guy gonna be taken
God.
down. Buzz build away at down to 4 HP. Jemkin low in his own right. As the TP comes around, 2 bullets remaining in the headhunter.
Oh my God.
But yet, just about to be spotted is.
Oh my
Buzz
God.
looks for the finisher here. 4K, the round effectively already over.
10 seconds.
Spamming out with the right clicks, trying to get this through. 1 bullet left, jumps back, goes for the reload, and Stacks is there to go ahead and say, you're not killing my teammate. We're carrying 3 weapons over into this next round. And that's going to be the outlaw now. Getting ready
Tiger
to
Man,
use the
Chad,
Gengar.
hello Tiger Man,
Yeah,
love you,
Buzz
ask
just
this
threading the
bye,
needle
thank you
here.
for the party.
Couple of crucial moments. Jemkin took a lot of damage in that initial exchange. Sylvan with a good peak timing. That gives Buzz the recognition that he needs. That's why he had the comfort to keep watching his right. Sylvan was there to watch the left, and even though Sylvan gets taken down, Buzz right there to step up and come up huge for T1. Yeah, outlaw in hand. But full armors other than 1 player for RRQ. So not necessarily the scariest thing ever, but was just
So band this spot, okay?
holding it be long. Jemkin
Hey, be
smokes
Jemkin.
Meteor.
And he does.
Izu bhi hai
still
na,
though, a
lekin.
force to be reckoned with, this crazy guy. Taken out. Stacks, just quick little swap of the weaponry. Izu catching a glimpse on the Jemkin and hits the shots to boot.
यार
Coming alive here on this map.
He's just crazy.
इससे मारता बीजू.
Now 4v3. Weaker weaponry still behind here as Stacks widely eating this snake bite, and it's just long enough to linger to be able to find the catch. Kushiro fighting back. He's going to be put down. Buzz trying to make his way over, and Sylvan hits the headshot on the Monyet. And now it is all on Cushy.
टिल्ट होता रहेगा बे.
He was a member of the team.
पिक करके वन टैप. भाई मैं कल ही फील किया ये चीज.
Looking to deliver, and he shall.
Hey,
A Red Bull clutch of 3K
खुशी है.
to go ahead
खुशी है.
and bail them out in this
भाई
round.
लेकिन
Stop the bonus
पैसे के
conversion
लग
from
गए.
coming through, but again,
हाँ पैसे
it's
के
4
लग गए.
players dead. Playing out the anti-bonus.
Yep. It's brutal to say the least. Ah, God, Sylvan, that is so good. This Cushy though, he is tremendous. A few nice taps of his own.
Last one tap, damn clean.
पर किस बात की?
Cushy
Excuse
trying
me.
to.
That's
trying to
my
remind him, but
type
yes,
of a joke.
I am indeed one of those players that needs to be considered for Rookie of the Year.
He's got his ult, so he could really break open some space while he's trying to hold the angle.
Yeah, tailwind across.
घुस गए.
0 point connecting. Buzz is quickly repositioning, looking to play this safe. Allow for all of T1 to get clustered up. Just Fury going to come through off the tap.
ओए पड़ी.
And Crazy Guy does get hit, does get taken
Oh,
down. Spike on the
shit.
floor there. He's Buzz on the peek out. Identifying Jemkin up over the top of Yellow, and Meteor out from Snowman. Finds one,
अरे
Jemkin.
थोड़ा wide हो गया.
Once again, the weight growing here on his shoulders as the flash connects.
Alpha भाई, thank you for the membership मेरी
Back
जान
away
के
for now,
ठोठे.
RRQ are held at bay.
Seems to be
आज भी
good
उधर Raiden lobby
identification
FT
here by
tech
Sylvan
ना?
that somebody could be lurking,
मैं सोया नहीं हुआ.
watching Stacks as well.
Snapping right
Shot.
for Buzz. Okay, Mike Sparrow on that backstab is able to find Sylvan. Stacks now getting a little bit frazzled, but Izu
Back drop.
Dude,
all the way into the back.
Enemy remaining.
Plays to the gap in the window there. Finding one, but Jemkin on for a third. The fourth, and will find it.
Jemkin on top baby. भाई ये तो जीत गए यार RRQ.
Not getting
भाई कितना प्यारा खेलता है बे Jemkin भी.
given how devastating that previous round was.
How to join
This
WhatsApp
looked
group?
like
Can
it was going
anybody
to be a
help
pretty
please?
good
मेरा
round
community post देखो.
for the side of
Community post.
T1 off the rip. They play a little bit of contact. Meteor gets killed. Izu finds a good Hunter's Fury. It's just, you know, Buzz sees somebody. Whoa, what was that? Show me that again.
गलत मारता है ना
Did you see
Jemkin.
that? Oh my, that was,
Disgusting.
oh my God.
ये देखो बे Q2.
We need to see that clip like 3 times in a row. In slow-mo. Oh my goodness. Well, Jemkin just murdering T1 players.
Here.
Very, very impressive. Because again, that looked like it's T1's round. It's going to take a hero play. And who, this time, I don't know who's next up to bat. This time it was Jemkin.
Binks by I invited to my home.
Absolute
Please come.
madness. Buzz
Excuse
does
me.
have his ult on this eco. Meteor has the hero rifle. Sheriff's otherwise. 4 T1 players drone for Izu. Not going to see anything, and RRQ just waiting that out and going to use that timing. Try to retake this space. Izu might even try to push up against that. Oh, just holding the angle.
Teleport's ready.
0 point set.
Yep.
Yep, closes the gap. Means that Tour de Force gets lost. Not much more for Buzz to do. Izu dealt with Xferal, finding the kill. As the rest of T1 basically just gonna have to wait, get clustered up. As the jump peek forward, Buzz spotting out Cushy. Able to find a much quick clear on the Lear. As the 0 point similarly gonna be dealt with. Fragment into the back with Cushy, not really pressured by it. Swaps over to the weapon there, and Silver gonna be taken down. Buzz managed to get a shot across, but Monyet one tap with the Guardian into stacks as well. 3 players standing, RRQ. Now Cash and Plenty gain the lead.
Again, just great under situational awareness. Good macro play from RRQ. Knowing that they can wait out that drone, then use that opportunity to pop their ult. If Buzz is over here, then he can't use his to shut down your execute, get the plant into place. Mon, absolutely filthy. That is incredible with that Guardian. Buzz, though, finally has enough money to grab an op.
RRQ on top, map 3.
He's just going to try that play again. Oh, Izu. Up on pipes, gets the first kill.
And goes down to 11 HP.
That's fine.
Quite a bit taken from the salvos. Still breathing is still in play for T1. Cushy sliding forward here towards screens. Maybe a timing, and yep, it is going to be found. Meteor finds it quick, dismiss out. It's Monyet. Somebody crossover up on top of the box. Just tucked in close. The fire squad set up here. Crossfire. Monyet turns back to 180. Able to find one, but cannot clear out Meteor here from the front. Somehow, it's just the one casualty on the side of T1. The answer around back and keep us neck and neck. 9-9 between these two.
Yeah, we could see Buzz trying to set up for the A-Nest push. And Izu goes with him. Flash out early. Jemkin caught by Izu trying to push through belt. And then they're able to just work some really nice crossfires and just around the bottom of the site. Nicely done. T1. Okay. Keeping it even. See what RRQ's response is going to be. Izu again there. Up on the pipes. TP out. Trying to look for that early pick.
Oh my god.
Able to dodge the drone. Yeah.
You should run.
Sorry, love you too many jam
Going to be invested. Obviously,
no
Hunter's Fury available. Stack's not in any kind of position, so no fragment, no shock dart combos to try to go ahead and clear this out.
भाई इसके बाद एक टाइम आउट ले सकते हो
stay safe, they try to pre-fire the angle. Gets flush against the wall.
थोड़ा तो डे डालूंगा
अरे लेना
Do they realize
एक्चुअल में नीचे
there was enough of a gap in that lockdown?
Go ahead.
They have to.
Stand your ground.
They must know. As he looks for a timing swing, Monyet able to go ahead and shut that down. And Jemkin stopping Buzz from finding value. Stack's just swinging out onto the Raptors. And it's just
एक टाइम आउट ले लो क्या कर रहे हो बॉस बड़ा पाव एंड समोसे भाई यहाँ का वड़ा पाव बहुत बाप लगता है मेरे
RRQ just take the round. T1 unable to go ahead hold their ground.
ये लोग इतना चटनी देते हैं ना इतना
It just felt awkward with the timing.
ये एक चटनी है
when they went to
ये
stop
दूसरी
this.
चटनी है
Position was red.
ये तीसरी चटनी है
Sylvan finds one.
ये चौथी चटनी है
The timing, you got one player going up to the
ये
nest,
मेन है कांदा और मिर्ची
and they all get cut down at different moments.
That's some W right there, baby. That's some W right there.
It's really nicely done by them. Just doing a great job again of finding a lot of value out of their ult cycles as well. Tons of credit to RRQ.
कितना जंक फूड खाएगा भाई मैं नहीं खाऊंगा तो कोई और खाएगा ना यार
Other than a couple of those rounds on pro, it just took too long. Everything else has looked pretty solid. Monyet has a pit. Looking to try to get somewhere. They could potentially get that down. And look at this. They're looking for a big push out. It's on an eco for T1, so they're expecting some kind of
inspired by your fitness and healthcare. एक ही life है भाई.
Previous VOD.
जब तेरे अंदर से आवाज आता है ना वो कर देगा.
I think I remember it from the secret game, but very ready for that.
You're just looking for a straight timing. Still
One tap.
about the very rude awakening. One little collapse shot in as Stacks is able to go ahead and stay quiet enough. Gets tucked
One
away.
tap.
Meteor, target-rich environment. Able to find one. Backs away with the dismiss.
Now this is
A bit of
winnable.
hour though. As now, Pit coming out. Onto the walkway, the plant coming down. Fragment going to be lobbed in. Is the angle good? The answer is, yeah, pretty much.
Shit.
Jemkin taking the 9, but does not get killed.
Oh
Flash
shit.
try to check over towards green. Nothing going to be spotted there. Jemkin is holding with a shorty in hand. Izu trying to scale forward, finds him. Zach's a little bit faster. Now the bite there on the floor. Drop down coming through. Crazy guy able to find one. Stacks rushes up. Barrel stuffs onto one. Xparrow now finding another. The fuse being held, but the salvos go in, and Stacks can take it down and give it the position from Izu.
Oh,
Has to ride the rope.
off हो गया.
The Nano to buy the time. Xparrow to go for the gap close. Finds the final shot.
बाप रे, close
On a
में
knives
गए
edge,
भाई
here's
ultimate.
T1. Try to get
Jello
that
re,
trophy
jello re
across, but
kya?
they cannot. Xparrow, the lone survivor, gets RRQ up to an 11th round win.
What a
Merci
creative
de
round here
do.
from RRQ. A plant on the bridge, and they have so much util for this post plant. I mean,
Main
everything in the kitchen sink there to delay. Wow, the fact that Izu wins that is crazy, but nanos, salvos, so difficult.
क्या टाइम पे टाइम
For
आउट चाहिए
T1
मेरी
to
जान
really
के
do much
टूटे.
about that, especially given the economic situation. Snake bite as well in there if you wanted, so tons of post-plant util. T1 kind of has to get ahead of the curve. You know, is it their time to try to dial up something aggressive? We see them put some pressure at the front of A with mixed results, but RRQ's done a really nice job of not really giving up too much in the early parts of the round. They're pretty patient to watch for that.
Hitting all the shots.
So it's making it tricky for T1 to find those timings to strike. Because if that plant gets down and RRQ gets even a little bit comfortable, they could just
बस
utility
मैं न्यू
lot around.
अनाउंसमेंट कभी पता नहीं मेरे को.
Very curious what T1 wants to do. Yes,
Who's the best
indeed.
team in Korea now? Obviously, bhai.
We know.
G5.
We got the answer.
And then look at the, try to further confirm it. Playoffs is already a lock. Like you said,
पुणे हम मिसल का
that
भाई
number
पुणे का
one
मिसल
position
पाव
in the
बाप है.
group is what they're after.
हमारे इधर समोसा पाव या वड़ा
though.
पाव अच्छा नहीं मिलता.
Fighting to the nail now in an advantageous position.
यहाँ पे तो बाप है.
Just close this one out. As 0 point connecting. Identifies 3. It's going to be Stacks getting caught by it. Nothing too much going to be gained here from the side of RQ as far as the info is concerned.
I was going to say, I want to see at least one player clear the
टॉन्ट
bottom
अच्छा
two.
था टॉन्ट गए भाई.
In fact, they
Good
said
time वहाँ पे ही
two
है.
for T1 to make sure that there isn't any lurk. It's a little bit further on the info, Jemkin.
So go pacey here, but Buzz able to find the off shot. Stacks with the follow-up. Extend Cushy. Sylvan so far, the one casualty on the side of T1. RQ.
भाई टाइम के बाद
likely to
ऐसे
be
क्या हो
rerouted
जाता
here
है कुछ नहीं होता.
unless
Man, Monyet.
Monyet finding a huge opening shot.
जेलो रे क्या है?
Still this open play, Meteor playing up close. Spot on the one, and that timing is just enough. Crazy guy. The gorgeous swing. Picks up the kill, gives them the player advantage.
बहुत
Now
delay
they're
कर
going to
रहा
look to go ahead and rewrap, exit over towards this A site, and leave Monyet planted over here at B. But it's all a little bit of a fake out. They pivot. They haven't seen anything on the cross, and now they're just slowly crouch walking their way back over to B.
Gotten the op off the angle.
Yeah, and T1 know that they've given up this space, and now they have to be cautious about this forward push over towards Snowman. Buzz, it's going to take them a while to try to regain this space. Plant now in play. RRQ has the upper hand.
मिसल पाव बहुत बाप चीज है. मजा आता है खाने.
Just brilliant stuff from them so far. Tap from Mizu. Salvos in response.
The swap of the Vandal, RRQ, well poised to get this now up to map point. Trying to extend this, Buzz finding one, Izu finding the other, crazy guy now, last one standing. The tap coming through, Izu plays it gorgeously.
यार इतना crucial
Knows that
round.
curiosity will get the better of him, knows.
2v3 retake कर दिया.
That crazy guy will have to confirm whether or not that defuse is being held.
थोड़ा जंपा पिक हो गया लेकिन उसको मालूम नहीं था कि इतना वाइड आके खड़ा है वो दूर
Wobbly
था
to
ना.
say the least for T1.
It has been a an outstanding map for Izu. Last two maps have been very, very good. Things get a little bit awkward here. T1 has a good read off the rip, and then they start pressing to get information, and then Meteor just stranded out there trying to set up some kind of bait, I suspect, for Buzz behind him. But the double swing for RRQ is perfectly timed, and it catches Meteor. Not much he can do except die. And then you're left in an awkward situation. T1 just able to scrape out of it again.
0 point out. No longer can dismiss his way out to safety. Updraft up and over the top of Kushi. Just kicks the door in. Will be put down on the floor. Flashes out those stacks. Able to collect another as Jemkin will die. Fast res is available. They're going to look to go for this one. Pick it back up. Target rich there. Stacks ends up getting taken down. We'll find one, but now it's all on Buzz. Finds the shot. Spike not yet planted. Opts the back off. Plays it a little bit more patiently. Xpharaoh just with the taps, just trying to bait him forward here. Play with the info, but also play with the time. Ooh, 47 seconds. And he's going to slowly get his way out. Back across through mid.
Rotation is key.
Onto the B site.
Buzz is going to figure it out shortly. The real question is the timing on the turret. I think Xpharaoh's going to be too far.
तो एक चीज नोटिस किया क्या ये गेम में? दो बंदे जब इतना लड़ते हैं तो मैं तेरे को इग्नोर कैसे करता हूँ?
Reset on it quite just yet, depending on how quickly Buzz goes sprinting back forward. Will be the alarm bot there behind green. All being well read, Xpharaoh. Just wait for these timers. One more second and can set out that turret wide to maybe just go for contact, but he knows that Buzz could be close. He knows that he's going to be damn close, and he doesn't want to give away his own position. So setting up the turret now.
best part रहता है कि नहीं है
but the alarm bot does not get the trigger, but the time is starting to tick away.
Yeah, he doesn't have time.
इसमें इतनी चटनी नहीं आएगी.
Just on a timing here. Buzz eating some damage. He's going to die.
Goat bolte.
He tried to guess.
He was like, you know, I have to go for it now, or else it's gonna the round's over. And if it kills me, then
भाई हमेशा याद रखना. आइसक्रीम की गेंद
just good.
जो कोन में रहता है और समोसे की गेंद.
And this is what I call this.
I mean, just getting caught in awkward positions. First two T1 players. I mean, again, you just don't have a lot of delay or stall utility built into this composition. It's all contact for T1. And if you can't win that, the other team's going to take you down.
Maybe Sliggy told him the volume. Somebody's like, well, I don't have any, but there's one right here on the floor, so I guess I'll just jump into that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I do appreciate we are in the toxic Sliggy arc, but
so damn toxic.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of fun, but
crispy,
Speaking of toxin, Sylvan using his pit.
Just the stinger in it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the best in terms of economy, but you have Buzz's ult, Satur to force in play. Stacks and, of course, Sylvan.
Technically देखा जाए,
Stacks still waiting.
तो ये लोग अल्ट वर्ल्ड मार के उसको मार सकते हैं.
Buzz just trying to push forward, but Stealth Drone gonna push him.
Oh, it does not see him.
Oh,
Buzz, he chases it. But this kind of disguises Meteor's position, but he overstays. He doesn't go for the dismiss. And Monyet, great to capitalize. Finds that kill. And Buzz backpedaling. I think he was uncertain if he was going to get caught by that 0 point.
Yep.
And then as soon as he affirms that he's in a good spot, it's just far too late. He's off the angle. As it looks like it is maybe far too late for this map.
Please.
To go the way of T1, RRQ are looking to take us over to Lotus. Armageddon available, crazy guy. Trying to stay alive and Stack swinging, finding one. Chasing around the backside of Yellow now, all alone. A lockdown set, crazy guy there on the angle. 13 to 10, RRQ.
W baby!
Knowing that this was going to be a weak spot here. For T1, they poke and prod at it. They peel the plates back. They're setting us to a third and final match.
Huh?
Yeah, another team displaying really good understanding.
Soul का lineup में कोई change है क्या? पता नहीं भाई.
Some of the counter blows that T1's going to throw your way. And RQ has looked sharp all day, especially Monyet, man.
It's time to make vada pav.
Just nasty shots. Cushy was coming online there on the KO.
मैं तुम लोगों को procedure बता रहा हूँ. तुम लोगों को दिखा नहीं सकता.
Lotus should be interesting.
सबसे पहले
what I'm really curious about coming into this
गांधी
Lotus,
की 2 गाफ
what's the
मारो
composition going to look like for RRQ? Are they going to try the ISO stuff
और उसको
again?
पाव में
Jemka did not look comfortable on it. And going up against
फिर और
what
2
we
गाफ
assume
मारो
is going to be
फिर
meter on
एक
the
और लाइन
ISO.
पाव में रखो
That's a tough ask. So maybe
फिर डालो
if
सूखी
I'm
चटनी
RRQ, I'm thinking
सबसे
about
पहले
changing it
सूखी
up a
चटनी
little bit,
जानी
but we'll have to see.
If I'm T1, or either of these teams, frankly, for that
समझ रहे
matter, I think the game plan is don't
और
win
पाव
the
के
pistol.
दोनों
So
तरफ
far, the team that has won the pistol, they've gotten both on the maps. And
फिर
then
बाद
they've
में
lost
बोलना
them,
नहीं
they've
कुकिंग
lost
क्लासेस
them.
नहीं
That
होता
is
So
outrageous.
it has been a bit of a weird day,
पाव के
but
दोनों
still
तरफ
an
सूखी चटनी
entertaining
जानी
series. Back to back,
बराबर
tight maps between these two squads. And hopefully,
आवाज नहीं आ रहा
Lotus
तुम
is
लोग का
not gonna
वैरायटी
be any
चैनल या
different. RRQ,
रुकना भाई
that's where they set the
अरे क्या हो रहा है
record. Was on
अरे स्ट्रीम के टाइम पे बकचोदी ना करे मेरा माउस गद्दारी कर बे
RRQ and T1 continue to give
Yeah.
up in the series, and it's another crazy map
Yeah.
with things swinging in
फिर
surprising ways from both of these
फिर
teams.
डाले
RRQ closing this out,
लहसुन की
thankfully,
चटनी
because
लहसुन
frankly, I want one more of this.
I mean, did anybody expect this not to go to 3 maps? That would be the
लहसुन की
stupidest
चटनी
opinion in the world, in my mind, between these two teams. We knew we were locking in for a
क्यों
series.
क्योंकि
and a
जितना
series we
देर
do have.
लहसुन की
Yeah,
चटनी
I
अंदर
think
रहेगी
RRQ, they've
उतना
really done a
ज्यादा
good job
वो
with the veto
लहसुन
here,
करेगा
being able to pick up Icebox against T1. It's been a bit of a glaring hole in the map pool.
समझ रहे हो?
Secret has abused
ये
already
चटनी
T1,
गाढ़ा
who
रहता है
did look like
तो
they
ज्यादा
were
ना
doing
डाले
pretty much the exact same thing. Maybe have not had the time to kind of rework things. I do know that, you know, partially
ठीक है
that game may have come down to some players not feeling
फिर
completely
डाले
100%.
तीखी
So
गाफ
maybe that was
पाट
kind of the
चटनी
mentality
तीखी गाफ
there,
पाट
but
चटनी
for me, this game might not have even been as close as it was if it wasn't for so many big rounds and clutches from Izu. Stacks had a big ace as well. You had, I mean, that's what you get
खुल
from
नहीं रहा है
T1, to
बराबर
be fair. It is big individual
आराम से
plays,
खोले
but this just really doesn't look like
थोड़ा
that
ही
great
डाले
enough from them, to be
थोड़ा
honest.
ही
And
डाले
RRQ, they didn't do anything outrageous. It's
वरना
like I said,
चटनी
similar to
का
Boom,
टेस्ट ज्यादा
like
आएगा
going
वड़ा
back
पाव
to
का कप
before Icebox went out of the map pool. I talked about the off-season game that these two
ठीक है
teams did play against each other. But
तो
even for Boom going
दो
back to
चटनी
Ascension
मीठा
Jakarta,
चटनी डालने से
they
पहले
haven't
कुछ
reinvented
ऐसा
the wheel.
दिखेगा
Almost the exact
तुम्हारा
same
वड़ा
kind
पाव
of KO Sova comp
समझ
that
रहे
you
हो
would see, or KO Gecko comp that you would
ऐसा
see
दिखना
in
चाहिए
the
जरूरी
past,
है
just putting the
जरूरी
tempo,
है
adding a little bit of the flair of the current meta. They
उसके
haven't
बाद
really reinvented the
गीला
wheel at all.
That's right.
गीला
Yeah, we did see some really
मीठा
interesting things
चटनी
from RRQ's side with Xfaro.
स्वाद
He did
अनुसार
something in
डाले
the kitchen.
Yeah, this is something I really wanted to highlight.
स्वाद
How
अनुसार
he's playing around this mid setup, and this is something you can
क्योंकि
totally
ये
see
बहुत
for your
ही
games. It's very simple to use.
गीला
He's
होता
playing
है
on the opposite side of the turret, so if Buzz moves forward here to break the turret on that noise, he gets a free kill, and Buzz can't lurk to either side because it's covered by that util. Buzz didn't manage to get anything done in this first half. He couldn't find his way through
And
mid
with
because
this,
Xfaro had it routinely locked down.
our
So
vada pav
feel that setup,
is
it's
done.
very, very good.
Yeah, for sure. Especially for ranked, it really just kind of like simplifies where the enemies can and can't go.
फिर
The rest of
दबाना
the team can kind of focus on holding A, which is
फिर
where everyone
दबाना
is ranked anyway, and then the B
वो
side
भी
is
मेन है
also like a
दबाना भी
one-way
मेन है
orb on the Viper. If your team
बड़ा
is
को
not picking 4 duelists and you've just
Yeah, true.
chosen to play
समझ रहे हो?
Sentinel,
4
at the
duelist
end of the
clone.
day.
समझ रहे हो
Well, it was a good
फिर
setup.
सबसे
and
पहले
the
एक
team
बाइट
was
मिर्ची
having
का खाना
trouble
यूं
hitting mid. Now, there seems to be a strategy. Do you guys want to explain this in
Yeah,
simple terms?
In simple terms, for sure. So
And
we're
then
going to explain
crazy
how T1
bite
plays
or
attack
vada
on this
pav.
map with a simple game of scissors, paper, rock. Morgan, you'll play the part of RRQ.
Okay.
I will play T1. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, I win. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, I win. Look, okay, Morgan, I've thrown rock twice in a row. Okay?
Okay, I'm
Think
ready
about
now.
this one, okay?
I'm ready.
What am I going to throw? Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's right.
They
Good
love
job.
going A.
They go A every time. We got some replays. I think we've made a little time lapse for you. How does T1 play?
Ashish
at
bhai,
the
language,
side
language.
box? We go A every round.
पर बंक
except-
भाई
Whoa,
लेसुन
we'll
ने
throw
कहा
a
था
little conditioning round in there. Anti-eco, let's
समझ
go
सका
to B. Let's throw something a little bit different there. And this is something that Secret recognized in the game last week. they look at how T1 plays their attacking side, and it's just contact A
every
round, time and time again. They mixed in the chamber ISO and really played disruptively around Maze. They played anti-contact. They got in the face of T1 and gave them a lot of problems. And RRQ, I felt like they didn't have that same approach, to be honest, and it felt like they were still having a lot of problems with the contact A, and they got most of this game done on the defense, because although T1 just went A every round, they still got a 6-round half, which is ludicrous.
Yeah, it was 6-6, but, you know, I think RRQ probably didn't quite use the answers that they had prepared. I think they knew this was going into this game. But, yeah, T1 did well to get 6, and that shows the kind of individual strength, but RRQ did manage to close out the map in the end, so I don't think they'll be too upset about not being able to follow through on their plan.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we could see why Team Secret would also understand that strategy. They deploy similar tactics on bigger maps. And Jemkin's going to be our MVP back on the Jet. Again, Jemkin just doing Jemkin things.
Yeah.
Morgan, why don't you go ahead and glaze your boy?
Jemkin is fantastic on this Asian, man.
Yeah.
We love Jemkin. I mean, he goes crazy consistently. How could I not choose him in my team? You guys both went for Buzz.
Why don't you do the other heart for me? Just
Oh,
there you go.
Oh,
Look
we
at
love
on his
Jemkin.
face. There we go. Look at that. We gotta love Jemkin here. Jemkin is wonderful.
I like his
Great
player photo from kickoff better. That one was hella cute. But I'm glad to see him on the Jet. They banned Haven, which was the map he was going absolutely ballistic on the Jet in kickoff. But they're not even playing that comp anymore. They put my boy on the ISO. Please stop.
Yeah. In fact, let's talk about ISO. We'll probably see an ISO agent happening on map 3, which is going to be Lotus. Definitely for the side of T1, at least from what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling about Lotus?
Oh, I'm not sure. Here's the thing, okay, so RRQ, they did not have a lot of success on this map during kickoff. They lost to Secret, GENG, and then that mammoth overtime against Nongshim, but that's when they were playing kind of the old meta comp. They have since switched to this comp, which looked a lot better against Talon with the Breach Teo. They're Sentineless, and they're playing with Jemkin on the Yoru, which he's been fantastic on. But T1 have also swapped up their comp. They haven't gone away from the double duelist, but they went away from Sova Cypher and subbed it for Fade Viper instead in their last game against Secret. And the first half was very close.
Yeah.
Buds had to drop 30 to win them this last game of Lotus, and it did not look convincing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that. I mean, I think they have good ideas on this Lotus. I wasn't convinced by the ISO. Then I watched T1 play it, and I thought, wow, okay, they actually have nice ideas, and this is well fleshed out. But part of me feels like it might have run its course. I think that is sort of the idea behind ISO. Is it's built to be simplistic. It's built to be able to take those duels. But as you say, they needed Buzz to drop 30. They need Meteor to step up massively on the ISO. But Buzz is having a slow day today. Can he replicate that performance? I'm really not sure. So I think RRQ will be feeling good heading into this map 3. I want to see them stick with what was working. I think Breach Teo is a very nice fit for them. But are you expecting to see the ISO still?
I think so. I think T1 will go ahead and play that same comp that they just played against Secret, and I think the reason for that is because it does actually give them slightly more options. The Viper gives you more info denial. The Cypher is a little bit more one-dimensional on the attacking side, where it's literally cage cam and try to lurk out A, or you cam in front B and try to lurk through the middle of the map or something like that, whereas the Viper is much better info denial. You can wall cycle and actually kind of confuse the other team a little bit more, and it gives you different timings, whereas the Cypher, it's just like I said, just a cage or a cam or something like that, and then you just try to dry walk out and hope for the best. And the Fade
Okay,
as well
let's
is
resume our work.
Because the Sofa drone, it's just a
Most
drone,
important
and then you've
work.
got the rechargeable, signature util that a lot of people use of the Sofa dart. Now it's more so Salvo's fault line in this current meta. But the Fade Prowlers as the solo init has been the strongest choice on Lotus for such a long time for a reason, guys. It's so good at re-clearing space and, challenging those lanes on the attacking side.
Yeah, I think personally, if T1 want to stay with this, they should run the Viper, because I think Viper is better against that Teo Breach style, because with your Cypher, your stuff can get destroyed a lot more easily. So I think that's partly why they're kind of shifting to try and counter what is meta. So I would expect
Who is qualified in Pacific game?
Now let's break down
Pacific
RRQ
mein
a
Boom
little
is
bit. We've seen
qualified.
them play on Lotus quite a few
Genji is
times
qualified.
now, with some ups and downs. Again, like the
DRX is
record-breaking
qualified.
overtime map was here on Lotus, and then we saw some changes happening and coming through since.
Yeah.
What do you make of RRQ on this map?
I think it's good. I think this is a very winnable map 3 for them, and I think that they'll be happy that it's gone here. As I said, I think T1, T1 have looked
T1 is
solid
not
on
qualified.
this map, but I don't think it's without their weaknesses.
He
I
is
don't think it's
fighting?
without their holes. So I think RRQ is going to be trying to counter, and RRQ are sticking with what they know. We see Brooch Teo, Jemkin back onto that Yoru. A very classic look for RRQ.
Bottom frag करेगा ऋषि sir.
I want to point out as well, this is somewhat of a similar approach to what G2 used.
पत्रिक को bottom frag करेगा. पत्रिक को उससे नहीं हो रहा. अभी ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा रहेगा आपको कि मैं जिंक्स कर रहा हूँ कि सच बोल रहा हूँ.
Like we said, the Viper as well
50 gifted पे यही होता.
to kind of play things a little bit differently this time.
मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ कि जिंक्स कर रहा हूँ मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा. समझ रहे हो? 50 में यही मिलेगा.
Yeah, it's hard to be as good as G2 are, but they're going
तो
to do their best to copy it today.
I do miss seeing Monyet on the neon on this map, to be
NHK.
completely honest, but
Double target gameplay.
be a bit of a menace as well.
Fought are still fighting, very fighting, very fighting.
The series, which we are absolutely not surprised to be here at this destination, and we're going to send it back to Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go on map 3 between these two teams. RRQ.
चालू. सब मोबाइल में देख रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट मैच कभी चालू होगा. कोटी कह दे.
Some minor adjustments across the last 2 weeks from the side of T1 going on a pivot.
अपना hype merchant नहीं है क्या वहाँ पे?
It's another one of these maps that RRQ will have plenty of tape to kind of look back and watch to see how T1 overall likes to approach this. But in the end, there's one question, and that is, can you deal with the ISO?
Yeah, well, and it's tough. Even with Team Secret making some really good reads, finding some good openings. Jesse Vash in particular finding great timings to get behind the defenses of T1.
Game pole
backing off, but I mean it's going to be
time to use some powers.
Tricky. No sentinels on either side.
Oh, pressure coming through. That's going to be a paranoia connecting on the two. Looking for the exit. Monyet down to 1 HP.
No.
Just able to escape.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Further confirming this presence still here.
Thank you for the 50 gifted मेरी जान के टोटे.
Looking for a big lurk timing here.
कोई नहीं बचता.
He can find the breakthrough on that site. Really draw the attention away. That could be huge. Eyes for now. Not paid in his direction. Cushy going to be taking down Jemkin, staying quiet, trying to stay tucked, but Buzz.
Clear किया बे?
It's out a little bit wider. He's able to find him. Looks for a little bit more, and will be able to go ahead.
चार मारे.
The guy falls, and that's going to be a flawless pistol going the way of
बस से चार मारे ना? क्या जिसको भी
continues. Congratulations, RRQ. You win the series.
बोलो full support करे जंजी को.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's very true.
So now as T1, you just throw the.
You just sandbox.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second half start.
Yeah, totally. So I'm already kind of. I'm really watching the map intently to see exactly how RRQ is going to try to
गाफ में ना हाथी का लुल्ली. हाँ?
And in this round,
5 गेम का वॉच पार्टी करके भी काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया जा रहा. तेरा स्क्रीन देख के मैं सो रहा हूँ.
Easy head on a swivel with a lot of contact on site. It's just kind of looking back.
EMI गोल के बाद पार्टी गोल भी कंप्लीट हो रहा है, लेकिन नहीं मेंबरशिप नहीं
back and forth a little bit, so he's at least being aware. That's something again that really hurt T1 on this map without having that cipher to rely on. And a big opener for Izu right on top of the box. Yeah.
Well, get some damage suffered there, Sylvan. Whittled down to 47, but still breathing.
Goal.
Izu pushing forward, playing on that corner, finding Cushy tucked away. Regen shield just to go ahead and basically push him back up to full HP.
Not much for RRQ to do except change directions. Too much resistance. You know there's at least 3 guns there. Based on the crossfires coming through that smoke, so gonna try a different attempt. Try to find that weak side at the very least. Hopefully get a plant down. Think about B. No. Prowler from Stacks not going to see anything.
Hello Bugs bhai, hello.
Holding their ground.
इधर देने बोल रहे हैं.
Find the timing.
सिड भाई की भी 50 बचा.
Yep, Buzz just around the corner.
बहुत उधारी चल रही है.
ADS in with the Phantom.
किससे लोन लिए हो? Hello.
No real ambiguity here. Just sprinting forward, trying to scale forward, take some space. Stacks holds the line for 1. Tucks back. Buzz now out wide.
W.
Able to go ahead.
W.
Flawless pistol, flawless anti-eco. T1 retaining everything, and Buzz now 1 away from a showstopper.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? वो फोर्स का 1 टायर बेच के मेरे हिसाब से 10,000 गिफ्टेड हो जाए. Never seen before.
RRQ.
पूरा YouTube इंडस्ट्री हिल जाएगा.
What they can do. Great job by Izu. He has been stellar today for T1. Stacks as well.
लेकिन टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो ट्रैफिक में 3 टायर के साथ भी घूम सकता है.
That's okay.
मुंबई का.
You can get him that showstopper, get him rolling, and I can see that they're set up to at least
टेक्निकली अगर
try
देखा
to
जाए
control. You have Stacks and Meteor here. right behind Buzz. Falling out though, right into that line. Good recognition from RRQ on how T1 likes to line up.
Oh, big
this control. Yeah, that is a problem.
And there's a nade, but they're just going to be far enough from it, so...
Crowd ने ऐसा चिल्लाया जैसे
quite
3 जन
deep
पटने
enough
वाले
on the
हैं।
angle.
Over there. Nice delayed
मेरे को
response.
पूछो भाई,
from
रेस
Stacks.
नेट मुझे पता है कब मरने वाले भाई।
Nice back
मैं
and forth
चिल्लाया
from
हो
both
तो
teams.
That's a good
फटेंगे।
catch, but just the hair off, otherwise that could have been absolutely
नॉलेज
catastrophic.
नहीं है ऑडियंस को।
Buzz was poised to just go ahead and pick up a triple.
The door's being opened. This is all just a ruse. See if Stacks can get the read on that. He'll know pretty shortly here. Yeah, throws the haunt out. Great stuff from Stacks. Knows they can't be there anymore. So now they're going to be
भाई ये राउंड जितना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है RRQ के लिए।
here on his horse, trying to get over towards C. Jemkin watching for a cross. Seeing if he can catch a timing.
क्यों पता है अगर ये राउंड हार गए ना वो लोग,
and it's a double
तो
back.
3-0 हो सकता है टीम।
Pushing right back over into this angle.
Locating target.
With the spot out, stealth drone.
ये सारे जोक्स को लाउड को गाली दो भाई।
Swinging forward, gets
जब हारना ही
himself
था
in
तो
behind the
2-0 हार
box.
जाते।
A couple shots going.
नींद ज़्यादा
Cut
मिलती।
through the smoke. The repeat Monyet
Good.
wise to it, ready. Gets a shutdown. Buzz. Showstopper gained in death, but not going to be seen here in the bonus. Want to be cleared out.
भाई ये लोग का रिवील का लाइनअप देख के मजा आता है भाई।
Starting to dwindle with Monyet continuing to come up with value. Finds a kill. Meteor going to be taken down.
इशू से बच के।
Izu. Needing to go absolutely huge. Gets back around the opposite side, picks up another weapon. Concuss is there, and Cushy has the final kill. RRQ, once again, not allowing for any bonus conversions. I don't believe we had a single bonus conversion in this series, and we have none. Nope. Teams have not been able to get away with those.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में
time, though, it's a bit cleaner. 3 players surviving,
क्या फायदा
not just
उससे
the
अच्छा
one that
इधर ही
we've been
ले
seeing
लेते।
time and time
100
again.
200 250
Well,
कर
it
पाते।
just goes to show the class of both of these teams that are in this lobby. And again, great macro from the side of RRQ. I mean, they're making it so hard to read what they're doing. And, you know, with Jemkin sitting outside of A bubble, he's able to see that haunt from Stacks. He's able to know that that haunt got nothing.
Shame.
See if a rubble fight happens.
They're looking for this delayed hit again, it would seem. I kind of like this. It's just the undercut that comes out from Meteor, but they're not just going to be, it's not a full send. They're not putting the paint shell and that season behind it. It's just trying to see what they can get out of RRQ here.
Yeah.
And then have those bits of util still for a later period in the round.
Well, they're trying to find new answers with this comp.
Portal closed.
A rubble fight kind of became a bit of a problem, as we saw at Champions.
बस रहा है और थोड़ा बोलो
Masters Bangkok, with the way that G2 in particular was able to just shut down that early execute. I mean, that was the Sova for Stacks, not the Fade. So a little bit of a different look. But again, RRQ spreading the map, making it difficult to read. So this
full
time,
effect करके सीधा रे बे।
keeping both
वो
of their
दरवाजा भी तोड़ दो ना।
controllers towards C. Another door tap.
दरवाजा भी तोड़ दे तो मजे ही आ जाए।
It's worked again. And then you send out the clone.
भाई फेक तो हो गया।
A little bit of a double back.
कपल गई ये टीम T1 की।
Just Meteor playing towards that side, but time is starting to dwindle. 30 seconds remaining as the hit gets ready to come through. Salvo's going to be sent down. Paranoia try to slow them up, and the bite as well.
Spit on tops.
Down on the entryway. Sylvan able to find one. Just gonna one for one exchange. Showstopper
Oh,
now drawn out. Delivered. Monyet will hit the floor. Crazy guy. Nothing more to be done other than to try to escape and hold on to this weapon. 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
And similarly, RRQ once again just work this clock all the way down, and then when they try to strike the util that saves from the side of T1, it ends up biting RRQ in the rear.
Yeah, it's just enough of a reaction
सबर
there
रखे
from Izu.
तो भी कर
He slides
वैसे
over just in time to get that util to help out.
मतलब
Buzz is hoofing it over there and trying to get that showstopper in play, and does. Sylvan playing really nicely, got the first, waited right behind that pillar that's on the back of the site. Didn't get hit by any of the util, stepped out on the timing, and at least got one to slow things up as well. So T1 there, staggering their utility, staggering their players really nicely to shut out RRQ. And it's hard when RRQ, you're reading the map pretty decently. Nobody's going to make a push just yet from RRQ side, but when you're reading the map decently, but you're taking too long, the T1 can react really quickly, and they do.
And T1 trying to go for a little bit of a change up there, having condition like, okay, yeah, we're not. It's just the undercut. We're not sending the paint shells with it. They do it, but no one's there to receive the trap. Izu just slides down in front of that aftershock, avoids taking damage. As some quick little TP out from Sylvan, stops himself from potentially getting caught there top rubble.
Still
giving
Jemkin any opportunities to find those 1v1s. He's been doing his damnedest. I mean, he's at least getting info. Again, you don't see Buzz over here at door just yet.
About the same fight up against each other here. Couple shots exchanged. Flash going to be sent. One wall crashing, one still raised up. Door gets tapped, they go pushing forward. Sylvan just flush here against the smoke. The push board. Jemkin able to get on the board. Goes for the barrel stuff. Buzz coming away with one, but Monyet Jemkin.
RRQ.
Open things up. T1.
वो लोग को पता था लेकिन क्रॉस फायर टूट गया वो लोग का.
Money is not in a comfortable position at all.
Little by membership ले लो गाली तो Binks को.
Okay, Jemkin now.
Mod without member is like.
Hey, it's another
Jemkin
milestone.
के भी हो गए 1000 kill. क्या बात है क्या बात.
The side of Jemkin. And just Izu back across the map, waiting for this spike to go off. So solid answer back. RRQ not allowing for T1 to start running away with this one.
Yeah, it looked really nice potentially for T1. They were getting their pieces into place. They had a crossfire set up right outside a tree and outside of A stairs, but because this time, you know, Sylvan's been trying to work on the edges of those smokes like that. We've seen it a bunch, especially on Pearl. And this time, he just gets walked right into, and the body block gives it away pretty quickly. So, you know, you gamble a little bit in those positions, and Sylvan doesn't get it. Yeah. You're expecting them to walk right around that corner to, again, Buzz had moved into place to try to set up a crossfire. And if you can get a couple there, you're going to buy plenty of time for Meteor to get over with the ISO to help out. Dissected very quickly. A very nice round for Jemkin. He's had a very solid series today. See if RRQ can keep the ball rolling against this Eco. 3 sheriffs. Izu with just a classic. He handed the rifle over to Buzz that he kept from the previous round. They set up a TP in the back, so they're looking for a contact and maybe a dip.
Gotta give. Thought there is Jemkin. I mean, he continues at 1001. 3002. Already lost track.
अगर कोई
1000
ये राउंड टर्न कर सकता है वो मीटियर ही
We're not
है.
starting that. We're not on a drive across the country.
Oh, all right. No road trip?
No.
No.
Stealth drone. Let's go ahead and poke and prod around. Just a single rifle here in the hands of Meteor. Trying to find an opening, and Jemkin says absolutely not. Shuts it down. It went from 0-3-0 to now 5-3-0. Big swing across these last 2 rounds.
GENG जीतेगा.
As RRQ will tie things up at 3-3 here. Barring an ace clutch with a sheriff in the hands of Sylvan.
Well, stranger things have happened. But, I mean, should be impossible.
Premier का क्या हाल है?
This
चल
is
रहा
the
है.
timing there to catch a glimpse. And swings in. It's going to be a flawless.
W.
3-3. Fantastically done here from the side of RQ, finding some stability.
चलो 3-3 हो गया. Draw करो अभी.
I think extra credit to Jemkin when you consider how long he's been playing in Pacific to hit 1,000 kills.
Yeah.
Clear winner मिला नहीं है. देखो दोनों एक मैच जीत गए, दोनों 3 राउंड जीत गए. There is no such clear winner.
Who was able to do it in Ace.
Yeah, he was built different last year.
A bit anomalous.
Sure. Yeah.
But Jemkin,
Patrick
to get
कितना
there in
kill
about a
करेगा?
season and a half
अच्छे kill ही
is
करेगा.
very impressive.
Well, he's a tremendous player. You know, when you look at all the stats and statistics, he's top in the charts, and you can tell in game as well what he's capable of. He's going to put the mask on, go for a journey.
बोलता रहेगा ना क्या
figure out
हिटर
he's
ये
trying to find that
करके.
drone, but wasn't able to with Sylvan. TP's behind him. He didn't see that.
कोई नया स्क्रीन देख रहा रहेगा. बोलता रहेगा ना क्या ये भींच.
Too much there, everybody from T1 off the site. Xpero once again trying to go on this lurk, trying to go on this backstab, and right now T1 is not paying attention to it. They have to. The Buzz has been ushered right back into his
भाई
grab.
अटैक तो हो बे भाई राउंड में ऐसा मारा भाई वो लोग ने.
Absolutely phenomenal.
बाई राउंड में.
Flawless at that. The lead now
Support
theirs.
G for
This
200.
is brilliant. RRQ has been doing a lot of just
gifted.
kind of 5-man executes. We haven't seen anything
वहाँ
worse.
से 100
And
आया
this
है।
time X-Barrel
तो अगर
finds the
200 gifted
perfect
करता तो
timing
मैं
and the ult being set up for him as well by Cushy. Pushes the players right
लेकिन
into
अभी
him.
देना पड़ेगा क्यों वहाँ से 100
It's
एडवांस आ
lights
गया
out for T1.
सिंपल बात
Brilliant stuff there. Hard to draw it up, but that's like that's one of those rounds that as a coach you're just like, that's exactly how we drew it up.
Very nicely
give
done.
some
So,
tips
for the
on
first
how
time,
to get 2 kg biceps
have
like him
the opening timeout call B from the T1 camp.
200 kg भाई
Tides
Also
certainly
KG.
changing here, shifting on Lotus. As granted, yes, they are
because streamer ही
starting on this
कहते
defense. But RRQ have had some very good reads in these last couple rounds, being flawless as
रोनिन
well.
भाई मैं क्या
Is more than
मैं
enough
क्या
to give T1
बोल रहा
pause.
हूँ एक काम करो आप बाइसेप्स जिम विम जाने से अच्छा है ना एक 15 रुपए का बल्ब लेके घर में लगा दो क्योंकि आपका फोटो ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में आ रहा है ठीक है एक बल्ब लगा दो
Play when you're going for the retakes. And
Black
map
and
awareness,
white
again, a bit of a problem for
2025.
T1 on this defender side, just like we saw against Team Secret. It's going to be
800
something teams
filters
are
आ
going to
गए
be looking to
इधर
punish.
गिबली भी आ
Hard to get info with this comp.
Cutting through.
You have to rely on stacks so much, otherwise it's again contact heavy.
येलो कलर की बल्ब
That
तो मेरे
ISO in
दास
there
में भी
sometimes can just be a difference maker in and of itself, but so far Meteor hasn't really gotten
छोड़ दो
involved
जिम
too
विम छोड़
much.
दो
Now you're back on Sheriffs. Drone out in front,
Blind waste हो
and
गया
Sylvan has to respond with the paranoia.
राइट
in case it is a
टेक्निकली ये लोग
quick
सी हिट
hit.
कर सकते हैं लोग का सी एग्जीक्यूट स्ट्रांग
That
था
just gives RRQ a little bit more time
दिस इज
to consider the
एस्थेटिक
map. Buzz pushed
क्या
really
आपकी कोई
far forward
गर्लफ्रेंड
in
है
A, so
सच
that's
बताओ
why everybody's leaning BC for T1. Quick clear though of that Prowler, and Stax is immediately starting to take space. That's really wise by Stax.
Buzz can find the first one.
Shot.
Showstopper is online, but he's not going to get the
यार
chance to use it.
थोड़ा
Quick little
पीछे
swing
के
in front.
अल्ट
Jem
मार
puts
के
him down
कूदता
before
था
that
ना
ult can
यूं
come out. Stax
तो
though,
फिर बतक राउंड
scaling. Eyes are tied in this direction, and Stax is going to be dead to rights.
I think he should
Hey,
have just been
Kushi
a little
अच्छा
more
खेल
patient
रहा था
behind
यार
that box. Might have been able to at least find one.
खुश है वो
Maybe
करके
expected they keep pushing after they got Buzz.
30 seconds.
ओ
left.
शिट ए
Smoke
लड़के
just
बी
cycles
लड़के
them over
सी
here
जा
towards
रहे
C,
हैं
where
dudes
now pressure is on Sylvan to see what he can do. Finds the first one, Izu.
भाई पीछे से भी पड़ी
Piece of the
स्पैम
pie, looks for a little bit more, but Chemkin is just indomitable.
ने राउंड
Again,
निकाला
from 0-3-0 to now 10-3-0.
चमके ने राउंड निकाला रे
Chemkin
बाबा
is absolutely on one. Cool. Snappy shot from Izu. But now 11-3-0. Chemkin
भाई जेमकिन का
is
सेकंड किल
he's
क्रूशल
just
था
insane. He's incredible.
No, he's tremendous right now. He's reacting so well to what's
ओमेन
going on
क्या
around
किया
him. And he's
ताकि
doing a great
डायरेक्ट
job in the
हेडशॉट ना
early
लगे
part of the
लोग
game.
कूद
He
कूद
was
के जाते हैं ताकि
part
फट
of the
से
reason he's
ट्रेड हो
0-3 is because he's essentially on information gathering duty, not really on frontline fragging duty. Put him on
ये crazy
frontline
था ना?
fragging duty. The man's good for a bunch of multi-kills.
ए बे
Just disgusting.
ड्यूटी बहुत मार रहा है
So a bit of a game change. Game
Yes,
plan
I have
change
really
for
beautiful
RRQ. It's
girlfriend.
worked out
It's
quite
been
nicely.
3 years.
Now they're going to use the cascade
क्या
to try
बात
to
है,
set
क्या
up this
बात है,
A
क्या
rubble
बात है।
control hit. Okay.
फिर मैं कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा
Cascade's a harbor ability.
Oh, sorry.
पता चला कल परसों कुछ हो गया
Forgot.
मेरे लग
No one
जाएंगे
plays
समझ रहे?
harbor.
No, you're right. You're right.
Dub.
I mean, I'm sad. Maybe that's why I just want
Dub.
people to start playing Harbor again. You miss him a bit.
पता चला कल सुपर चैट बिंक्स में मेरा ब्रेकअप हो गया 3 साल का था वही हाँ
Meanwhile, CGRS
मैं कुछ नहीं
in the
बोला
wing.
you are safe
You might
you are
gonna play
safe
Yeah.
Harbor again?
Right there.
Maybe.
Hit up at C. Locking off that position. Spike
Please,
is still
Rabbal
set up
Kali
outside
karo.
of it. Just a peek out here from Buzz. Show some faces.
My ult's
well well
Much
well
else done.
हार गया
Dimensional
T1 ये
drift now coming out.
राउंड
Izu gonna be spotted. Sitting right in front of him. Gonna ping that out. And that's Izu dead. Chemkin. He takes it into his own hands. Meteor does manage to come away with 2 before getting taken down, but now it's gonna be a counter pick
Buzz
here
के
from the
पास
side of
ult है,
Sparrow,
technically
setting
देखा
up where
जाए
the previous one had dropped.
बस के पास अल्ट है टेक्निकली देखा जाए
Find you.
Oh, the timing!
He is just an
क्या हो
absolute
गया है
menace.
भाई
This is unreal.
Another multi-kill round.
बस के बाद ult है.
Noted, yeah. Noise is made. Well, again, I mean, you can just blind fire into this one. Does manage to go ahead and soften the ball, but Chemkin runs out of bullets. It's the only thing stopping him from finding the ace. As Buzz, not sure where Xfero is going to be, gets taken down. And RRQ continue on their merry way. 5 in a row now as they get up to 6 on the attack.
15 and 4. Just absolutely destroying T1. A great paranoia to set him up there as well. Some good breach util. Meteor finally getting involved. The timing there. The haunt goes out, and that's when he steps out of the pit. Takes Stacks out. Stacks is trying to clear the pit there, and Jemkin's ahead of the curve. Things starting to get pretty desperate. T1's already used a timeout, and they haven't been able to recover.
15-4 and 0. Ready a flash sent just to clear on that stealth drone.
Yeah.
Another one going out. Goes ahead, gets the TP from Sylvan. Down a couple of their flashes, but Crazy Guy still has 2. And Jemkin, after the the 4K, picks up an orb. He's 1 away from another dimensional drift.
Yeah, why not? I mean, when you're getting 4 kills around, it's pretty easy to keep those cycling.
भाई लेकिन ये टफ नहीं लगता है रे बिना सेंटिनल के खेलते हुए.
Hard to express how good he's
At
been.
least ये map.
I mean, it feels like they need a miracle at this point.
Buzz के पास.
Second, just go ahead and stay bumps up. Buzz can quickly exit. Escapes back, but dangerously low down to 21 HP overall. So even going for a showstopper at this point is very high risk. Likelihood of getting punished and not getting the rocket out is very, very high.
न्यू जॉब कैट पर पाऊंगा. पागल हो गया क्या? Obviously अच्छा जॉब मिलेगा भाई. ना handsome दिखते हो.
A clone that's sent over towards C. Meanwhile, everybody's over
बस
at
जॉब
A.
मिलेगा तेरे को तो टेंशन मत ले.
Just Buzz
वो
on
तेरे को निकालेगा भी नहीं
his
जॉब.
own. Trying to find some kind of value.
And here's the raid boss.
भाई गुल्लो तुम्हारा भाई.
He's now
Binks का 2000 रेट है भाई. Binks का 2000 रेट है.
It's a monstrous
Red card ping करके रखो.
Jemkin. Stacks on the peak, able to find 1. She's going to be put down, but Jemkin comes away with a 2nd kill in the round. Now, looking for a little bit more. Swaps over to the shorty, the push up into the smoke, getting ready to come through here.
Bro, अभी RRQ qualified, T1 qualified, DRX qualified.
But not a round winner.
Oh, T1 नहीं qualified.
Easy will put up a solid little fight here for the team, but
T1 qualify.
They are starting to run away with this.
1 second.
Yep. I mean, it's got to be the change of tempo right now for T1.
Boom qualify.
They're going to
DRX
keep themselves really in this map. I mean, sure, it's Lotus.
अच्छा दूसरा ग्रुप का मेरी गांड फट गई.
Side,
मैं वही सोचा
tricky,
क्या ले जी तो.
RRQ is playing it very,
मेरी
very
गांड
well.
फट गई भाई.
Sure, Jemkin is fragging, but the macro's really good. They're finding the weak side of
थोड़ा
T1
brain lag
more
हो
often
गया.
than not. And even when they don't, Jemkin's just bullying his way through. Early dump a util, and yeah.
Here we go again.
Yeah, this is what makes it worse, is when the Yoru's fragging out of control like this, they clear the door for him.
Yep, Salvo just breaks it open. And he says, yep, A site looking pretty good.
All right, this showstopper has to be great. Nightfall, you've got Meteor's ult. It has to be the round for T1.
उसके बाद मैच है सन का.
Shield is popped.
Meteor's so far forward.
He's just going to go for the drop here, and he is able to find 1. Now sends it on the ult. Is potentially going to be vulnerable. The swing can come through off the back of this.
Meteor नहीं आता भाई.
There you go, Monyet finding 1, but then going to be caught on the timing. Izu pushing forward. Doesn't manage to find him.
Poison's off.
Oh, Sylvan was looking for the lurk.
Yeah, looking forward, but Xfero able to find the
Question
shot.
is,
He's trying to find
क्या
this
Meteor
punishment
का
out himself.
ये
It's going to
clone
be
मिला
a bit of a
ultimate.
bad situation. Tucks in the backside. The snake bite going to be lobbed in. Tries to study the spray. Cannot. Cushy.
तो
It will strike him
technically
down.
देखा जाए तो हारा
No
नहीं है.
idea that Crazy Guy is going on a late linger over at this A orb.
Spike planted.
Now it is once again all on easy. There's a shorty around the corner. Looks to try to divide.
भाई क्या हो गया भाई? RRQ गुस्से में खेल रहा भाई.
This one is RRQ. Now up 8-3.
हाँ?
7 rounds in a row to get to this point.
8-3.
Looking for a 9-3 half.
I mean, they're just out of control right now. Showstopper not able to find any value. You committed so much here as T1, and RRQ just dodging it, playing this so beautifully around the door. using the ult early to find the open space and then realizing
क्या बात
they were going to be facing some big ultimates. Take a bit of a pause and switch sides. And again, the lurk timings. T1 just not on point with them. That's some damage to X-Barrel. Okay, stacks.
Couple solid taps here with that Guardian. Looks for the third, cannot make it happen. She brings that to conclusion. Armageddon is online as a Meteor. Similarly, Guardian in hand. To try to fill some spaces. Monyet not going to be sticking that teleport. And oh, Buzz, yep. Xfero, I mean, look at that smile. More than happy with what he's just accomplished, and now he's going to continue to go on this lurk. Sylvan now needs to be wary about that pressure coming through. I mean, Izu's just dead. RRQ have their pick of the litter. Everywhere they want to go, there is a path paved in gold in front of them.
Spike planted.
What an unbelievable half as they look to go ahead and seal the deal in this 9-3.
Well, they guessed strong on the ult.
But it also helps to try to narrow it down a bit. Sylvan finding the first, but cannot get the second. Sparrow down to 3 HP, survives, and Manya with the crossfire locks in the monstrous advantage for RRQ. 6 rounds at the half.
No, this is just stellar stuff. I mean, you know, even though there's a couple big moments here for some T1 players, the timings are all on RRQ's side. They've got the reads.
It's just another huge turnaround. I mean, Stacks gets those 2 kills.
Yep.
He starts things off with them so well, and then the 3v5 happens. Brutality.
Yeah.
T1 absolutely lost.
No, they do.
66% of their round wins is that pistol and that anti-eco.
I mean, I since they've switched over to this comp, it looks really uncomfortable to me on the defender side. I don't think they'll be too.
भाई स्प्रे कंट्रोल का इजी तुम लोग का एग्जांपल देता हूँ. एग्जांपल फॉर एग्जांपल तुम लोग ने कहा है 4 वड़ा पाव और 1 कप चाय पिए, तो आपके स्टमक्स में कुछ चीजें होगी जिसको निकालने के लिए तुम जाओगे कहाँ पे, या संडास. और जब पूरा निकल गया तब तुम लोग क्या करते हो, गाफ देते हो, बराबर. अभी जेट स्प्रे से कितना पानी चाहिए समझ रहे हो, वो तुम कैसे डिसाइड करते हो. टैप करते हो या फिर सर करके थोड़ा रुक जाते हो, थोड़ा समझ रहे हो, फिर सर. तो इमेजिन दैट जेट स्प्रे एज योर गन. समझ रहे हो, तो टैप और स्प्रे वैसे ही कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा.
It goes across as well. That undercut with the smoke, ultimate ban. Monyet gets himself a second elimination. Meteor fighting back for 1, but
भाई ना मान रहे, भाई ना मान रहे.
Gets 1, gets out, and once
मत कर क्या तुम लोग धोते नहीं हो क्या, मत कर.
Absolutely knocked on their rear. Stealth drone that should have spotted them both. And Cushy, no way he didn't notice the gun barrel. Back rubble, the pings are there. Izu was able to pull off a bit of a miracle pistol on Icebox. Now he's going to be asked to do very much the same, and he's not going to do it at all. Damn near flawless, Monyet the only casualty, leading the charge outside of Mount. And that is for the first time in this series. It's going 1-for-1 in pistols on a map itself. But RRQ with that win get up to 10.
This is so huge for RRQ. You know, so much of the story of this team in Pacific has been they're close, but no cigar. They fight to the nail, overtimes all over the place. Every map is just an absolute grind. And then they get here to Lotus against a T1 team that has been fearsome with ISO in their comps, with Meteor there. Right now, they are knocking on the door of a blowout 2-1 victory on Lotus. This is a huge statement game if RRQ can close this out. T1, only classics, no buy-up, just a share for Meteor. They're looking to do the impossible to turn this map around. 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre.
अच्छा लग रहा है लेकिन बुरा भी लग रहा है, लेकिन अच्छा ज़्यादा लग रहा है ना.
In terms of util, just mostly the standard stuff
ये वर्जिन ऑफ T1 मैंने देखा नहीं था।
Well, sees everything.
That is so much information. And I mean, they know that there's no ambiguity here. They know that they have no money, they have no guns. Everybody from RRQ is gathered up over towards this A side. Quick little pivot here from T1 to get themselves a plant on the B site.
Spike planted.
But how entrenched can they be? Still gonna try to watch here from behind. Crazy guy down to 50, but
nice.
Catches the kill on a Meteor. Paranoia next on the one. Snake bite gonna be thrown down. Damage widely gonna be shrugged off. Sylvan dead. Buzz gone. Stacks only gonna be good for one.
11-3.
Another damn near flawless round here. RRQ 2 away from taking this series away from T1 in dominant fashion.
और farm नहीं, player farm भी करेंगे भाई. Player farm भी करेंगे.
They look so well coordinated, so in
4-5
control
round
right
ही
now.
जीत पाएगा. जी.
Everybody doing all the right things at the right time. Jemkin happy to push past that snake bite. Help out his teammates. Monyet running and gunning. Everything looking good.
Sad इस बार PRX
2 more rounds is all it's going to take for RRQ to close out this series. T1, sure, Masters Bangkok winners, but today
Aura farming
they
कब
have a
करोगे?
claw back from probably the biggest deficit that they have all year.
Hasn't been looking that way.
No.
Strategy aside, even just the rifling here has not been nearly on point for the players from the side of T1. I mean, Meteor, what a start that he had on Pearl.
Yep.
It's been severely lacking here. On his agent pick that so regularly does deliver, strikes fear into the hearts of his opponents right now.
पूरा वो है यार control.
Yep.
वो लोग मस्त AV खेल सकते हैं.
Sparrow's just like, oh, I'll just adjust my sleep.
I know.
T1 doesn't know what they need to do.
Yeah,
they're going to run the clock down. Let me just make sure I'm nice and healthy.
Oh, fuck.
Sight. Up and over the top, getting bogged down just a little bit here as they try to go for the entry. The stun does connect.
Oh,
Shock to try to hold the back. Meteor frantically looking for something to try to go for the reset. Buzz going to be taken down. Jemkin playing off the fake out. Survives with 19. Once again, the pivot getting ready to come through onto the B site. As that fault line gets sent, but the spike does get into position, so the plant comes in. Stacks to try to hold the door.
Question is, क्या retake possible है? Utils में stun है, split है,
T1.
aftershock
है.
है.
Paranoia.
Yeah, aftershock तो मारा था ना, तो
Find a
क्यों
couple
दिखा
quick
रहा है?
ones.
Crazy guy is peeking in. Jemkin survives. Even with 19 HP, just dodges those bullets. Now it's just 3 players left here from T1. Smoke it up or dissipating. Jemkin fallen. Stacks able to find 2. Finds himself a third. It seems like there still is yet a little bit more fight left in him, but it's at cost. Xpero looking for the stick. As Izu will be able to go ahead.
W.
Deny the bonus conversion, deny the match point. T1 gets the forward. Similar to what we would see back on Pearl. 4 players dead.
Which is a problem.
Yeah, it just looks really uncomfortable. Huh? And the timings are really good for RRQ. They're playing off of each other nice. I mean, Stacks comes up with another hero play.
न्यूज़ आ रही है जी ने मैच खेलने से मना कर दिया अर्ली सेंटर. अच्छी बात है भाई.
See if they can
Patrick who करते अभी Patrick wear कर रहे हैं अपन. है किधर? अब खेलेगा.
Even though a couple full armors are still able to be bought.
नहीं मार पाएगा वो आज भी, याद रखना. छाती पे लिख रहा हूँ.
Line share still looking very good and very vulnerable here.
भाई मेरे को सच्ची वो बंदे के POV देखने हैं जो नया स्ट्रीम पे है.
Knockdown 70 and yeah. Let's go ahead and get the confirmation on the outlaw being in
कोई
play.
ऐसा बंदा है जिसको context नहीं मालूम और स्ट्रीम देख रहा है.
Ready for that. And Sylvan and Stacks playing around over here towards this A side of the map. They're going to be the ones at risk.
Left the spike behind. They wanted to try to figure out what's going on.
Just contacting into the site here.
Me?
Sparrow hitting that headshot.
Yep.
Member or commuters?
He's cushy. Similarly, barely survives. Paint shell going to be sent looking for that kill, and yep, it will be able to confirm it. Player advantage.
जो भी लोग झूठ बोले ना,
RRQ and Jemkin on the second
प्यारी girlfriend मिलेगी life में, याद रखो.
Put Sylvan on the floor. Smoke's now lost on Xpero, playing forward. Wall, however, does fall, and he's not quite ready for them to be this far forward. So kill is going to be found, but the TP in. maybe not even necessary.
12-4 baby.
This continues to be so damn good.
ये me से not में कैसे हो रहा है?
Oh, unfair.
Dimensional drift draws out of it, is scoped in, the shot's whiffing, Izu finding one. There's about 50-50 here for him, desperately tries to separate them, to divide and conquer, but they fight together as RRQ now up to match point. T1 needing 8 consecutive round wins just to get it into overtime.
Match point.
It just feels so nice.
अगर
to see
गलती से
RRQ
सही में
playing like
जी
this.
हार के सही में हारेंगे हम लोग का
After
मजाक
so
कर
many
रहे थे
hard-fought
सही
matches
में
and
हारेंगे
maps,
भाई
to walk in against the defending Masters champions and destroy them on Lotus like this. It's been a long time coming. Monyet has been fired up all day with good reason.
T1 को ये
RRQ
डरना
has looked
चाहिए
phenomenal.
कि
They are
हारना is not
just so
the point.
dialed in, not just individually.
अब RRQ
Been
जो
talking about it a
बजेंगे
lot, but in the big picture scheme
उसका
of things,
क्या
in the way they're working the maps, in the way they're keeping T1
Huh?
off balance, it has looked rather good. Uh-oh. Now you might not be
भाई
getting that
ड्राइंग
bonus
तो
stamp
है
today.
बे ड्राइंग तो है
Do you have an RRQ stamp?
सेम मेरे जैसा ड्राइंग ना जो
So,
मैं स्क्रिबल में करता
now's
हूँ
the time.
crazy
Just take Chobras, he doesn't need it anymore.
True.
Just a reminder to everybody, this is what happens when Chobras, signs with another team and he signs with somebody else.
Sure.
His RRQ ascend to new heights.
Let's not put that on him.
फेकर को
Poor
सब्र
guy.
करो बहुत देख लिया मैंने
I think he's still
क्या हो रहा है
quite
ना
happy
फेकर का
Well,
at
लेकिन
the moment.
I mean,
Huh?
I'm happy.
Mix that Shin Ramen together with the Indomie and
look,
make
I
a new
mean,
little
वो
creation.
एक बंदा है
Look,
जो
I'm happy
बहुत
because
सी
the
का
SCA
पूरा सोलो
teams are playing
लेवलिंग कर
great
रहा है
this
जीसी
Oh yeah.
Boom yesterday, today RRQ.
पे
Yeah,
बना
I
है
got
मेरे
some
हिसाब
Indomie
से
at home.
वो
I'm gonna
आमीन
eat some.
Oh boy, this is going to be a hell of a fight, but Buzz gets that reveal off the
That's
haunt, finds
some
Jemkin, Monyet
crazy
going to be taken
reveal
down,
that
so
right there,
bit of a
baby.
rush play here. As RRQ want to bring
That's
this
some
to a
crazy reveal
swift
right there.
closeout. Not quite going to be able to do so, it would seem. Cushy Xparrow,
ये एक्सपेरो
Still
कुछ
could
कुछ
make
भी
this
इधर आ रहा है
potentially expensive, but Buzz with the
Give
third kill. Now bring Cushy to his lonesome as picks up
ये
one.
करना
Weapon
चाहिए था
upgrade off
एक्सपेरो
the
को तो
Bulldog,
कुछ ही
looks to
कर रहा है
escape and Stacks doesn't quite find it. She actually re-peeks back in. It's feeling it.
Considering the previous round. Yep.
Okay. You can
W.
no longer hunt for this man, except I suppose for Meteor. There's a little bit more surprise factor in his
अब
position.
नेक्स्ट राउंड बस
But
का
also
अल्टे और स्टैक्स का
Not
अल्टे
necessarily ready for Cushy to just
तो
walk his way into B.
12-6 उसके बाद वो लोग इको जाएंगे 12-7
Okay. 7 more chances
समझ
for the
रहे हो?
side of RRQ.
एंड फिर
Close this out.
5
T1
राउंड मतलब ज्यादा दूर
fighting
नहीं है
back for a little bit
टेक्निकली
more.
अगर देखा जाए तो
Well, okay, but seemingly feeling like too little, too late.
भाई गेम लेकिन कितना
You
सिंपल
know,
है ना
it's nice
जो
to
ए
see
रबल फाइट
Buzz
जीता
just
वो
kind of
जीता
find this moment.
ज्यादा
find the back.
मगजमारी वाला है ही नहीं
Of the util gets the spot.
पूरा
Somebody
फोकस
just
करना
walks
है
in
कि
front of
ए
him. I
रबल
mean, that's
जीते
just a freebie, I
बस
guess.
उसके बाद दरवाजा खोलो बी जाओ सी
well done.
जाओ
Using the
ए
contingency.
एग्जीक्यूट करो जो
There you
मर्जी करना करो रे बाप
They both
रबल दे
started
दो
with
बस
C.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Showstopper, Nightfall available. But Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, one charge away. Here's RRQ.
सारे टीम्स
I
ग्रो
mean,
कर
this
रही है
could-
एक्सेप्ट जी
Likely be another round for T1, but beyond that, it's going to be so challenging to get that many in a row. Showstopper
Second
in.
row.
Oh, good
Answer
paranoia
it
and
is.
Trying
response.
to chase off that Prowler. Cushy with the
ये round
classic.
हो गए थे।
Find Izu.
ठीक है अभी
That's going to be a weapon scooped up now.
जते बाय
Armageddon for the retake.
नीचे
Do
दिख
they
रही है क्या
invest
दो
it
टीम?
here?
Yeah.
Looks like the answer might just be yes.
अच्छी दी नहीं
Stacks out and away, tucked in behind rubble.
Well,
We can rep
Another.
weaponry, but well, 3 players out facing. Cushy puts that recovered Phantom to good use. Stacks eliminates Buzz, trying to stay alive. Cushy pushes up into the site. Meteor now taken
हैं
down.
2v2 तक आया
It's a 2v2. The door open, Xparrow rushing forward, Sylvan snapping with a headshot. As Jemkin brings it to an end! Starts the map on top, closes it out the same way! 13-5, a thrifty as RRQ takes down T1. Their first
चलते
loss
चलते
in this
खुशी से हिल
stage.
रहा है वो.
As RRQ look absolutely electric today.
This is the team that has been promised for so long.
Guys, we're like shit. RRQ
So
से आ
much
रहे.
hype behind this RRQ squad. And today, one of their biggest wins yet. And who knows
भाई
how
ये
many
लोग का
more to come.
कोच बाप है भाई.
These guys looked
RRQ
so
का.
good,
Evoke
top
by
to
on top.
bottom.
Very
I am
genuine
just
and good
floored
guy.
with this RRQ team. And to push T1 like this and then just destroy them on Lotus. Few teams have been able to do that. One of the few others was G2.
अरे कितना पीछे आने का है ये देख.
Really exciting play.
आज बेच के ही रहेंगे. बहुत टाइम हो गया.
They are going.
ये लो.
And now that number 1 seed in this group is up for grabs.
It absolutely is. This has shaken things up
क्या
in a
बात.
major way, and we wouldn't have it any other way, frankly. What a performance from RRQ. 13-5, dominant closeout. And this is a team that cannot be taken lightly. We'll send another bell though for the winners interview.
Good job, RRQ.
क्या बात है, क्या बात. T1 eliminate, yes.
Here.
T1 अभी सीधा eliminate होके next month playoffs खेलेगी.
Oh, 축하드립니다. Hi, Monye. Lovely. That's a beautiful smile we see.
네,
T1과의
beautiful
적정
smile
승리를
또
가져가게 된
해.
소감부터 몬예 선수에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah.
You stopped
감사합니다.
the unstoppable T1. You stopped them on their win streak. How was it taking that win today, Monye?
It feels nice though. It was like our goal to win against T1 so we can get the first seed on group Omega, right? Yeah.
당연히 승리해서 너무 좋고요. 오늘 경기
seed
승리를
ball
가져가서
때.
그룹 내 1등 시드를 가져가는 게 목표였기 때문에 목표를 이루게 돼서 너무 좋다고 전했습니다.
तो basically अगर RRQ first seed है
오늘 몬예트 선수의 네온이 정말
तो पानी कौन डालेगा
필수적인
seed में?
역할을
That is the
했어요.
question.
다시 타격대로 돌아온 소감을 직접 한번 들어보고 싶습니다. Yeah, I was going to mention congrats to making it to the playoffs.
W,
and
W,
I think that was
W.
mainly possible because of your neon. You were popping left and right, north,
विशाल
south,
भाई ये
everywhere.
क्या
How does
language
it
है विशाल
feel
भाई?
to be back on that duel?
आराम से थोड़ा ठंडा लो.
It feels nice. I think that's what what I really wanted because I've been playing Astra before and Astra is nice on pro, but and then Ewok said like let's give it a try to play the double duelist and I think it kind of worked. It's just like the small mistakes that we can fix later on.
안 그래도 이웍 뭐 본인이 원래
भाई
하던
मोने को देख के अच्छा लगता है.
좋은 픽이라고 생각을 했었지만 이웍
कुछ भी
감독님께서
बोलो.
우리 그냥 이번에 한번 투 타격대로 진행을 해보는 건 어떨까 해서 아주 만족스러웠다고
मोने को
이야기를
देख के अच्छा
했습니다.
लगता है.
그리고 아까 전에 경기 중에 세레모니 겸 의자에 일어나서 뭐라고 소리를 질렀는데 그게 뭔지 좀 저희가 안 들려가지고 한번 모여서
गंदी से मोने की बात कर रहे हैं फिर भी मोने के बारे में ऐसा लिखोगे.
But we couldn't get the audio. What were you saying?
I think I've said a lot. First I say hello Stacks and then the pistol on pro I said yo Sylvan what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Alright, 스택스 선수한테 안녕 스택스 그리고 두 번째 일어났을 때는 실반 뭐
뭐하니,
선수 뭐 하고
큐티?
있어? 라고 이렇게 도발적인 세레모니를 해줬다고 이야기를 했습니다.
प्यारा vibe है.
문예 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 오늘 1층에서 T1 선수의 팬미팅 준비가 되어 있으니 많이
भाई
찾아주시길
लेकिन तुम लोगों को
바랍니다.
पता है
Thank you,
मोने से ज्यादा बहुत प्यारा वाइब किसका है? हाँ हाँ मोने से ज्यादा बहुत प्यारा वाइब किसका है पता है? बाजू में मत देखो भोसे के लोग. पत्रिक हु या पत्रिक हु या बेबी. कह रहे मैं कितने प्रतिशत जनता मानते हैं कि वो आज ब्रह्मांड में रहेगा? हाँ, गिनके 2 एंट्री निकालेगा, याद रखना. 2 ला चैट क्या प्लेऑफ में जा पाएगी जेंजी? देखने के लिए बने रहे इसी एपिसोड में।
Where I remember their game against Nongshim on attack, they couldn't get
69%
rolling on
कर रखा है
attack and
मैंने।
they ended up going 0-9, and you saw
Volume
some of those slower
69%.
attacker rounds on Pearl where they
It's time to
couldn't find
get
the
a
players in the
cup
mid to
of
late round,
tea
but then
for
they
the
kind of
best
made some
stage game
adjustments and solved
ever
things, and
in
I
the
think that
world
it is
of
that,
Valorant, of
specific
IGC,
example, in
of
combination
gaming,
with the fact that
of
RRQ have
Binks
been
of
able to
VCT.
close out this series so cleanly is very impressive to see. I feel like RRQ are starting to work through a lot of the things that have been holding them back as a team, and they've just got such phenomenal individuals right now. Like Jemkin is unreal, but even that, as we mentioned on some of the other maps, like everyone contributed. Xero was fantastic, Monyet was fantastic on the secondary duelist. Cushy is always amazing as well, and then Crazy Guy just doing a good job on the attacking side. That was another fantastic attacking side.
I mean, and it's also hard not to credit Jemkin. We see how big this game was. He was electric this game.
He might be the best Euro in VCT right now. Like, I haven't seen him internationally, but it's unreal.
Absolutely.
ready,
They didn't even have to play a cent to get these kind
Are
of
you
numbers
ready?
from Jemkin today. This is a really good look for RRQ. Like you guys said, the
Are you
entire
ready,
team
chat?
stepped up, and when they do,
Genji
they're
fighting.
so playoffs ready at the moment. And of course, you have Jemkin on
सारे
the board
लोग
here.
पॉलिश
and,
करके आना, ठीक है?
was
पॉलिश।
for Pilsky and myself, not great for predictions, but great for RRQ. And Jemkin has been very consistent.
जेरी भाई एक दिन $2 है ना देना बंद करो और नॉर्मल
Let's just
लिखो।
admire all the Jemkin kills that we saw today. It was
बिना $2 लेके ना
For sure,
नॉर्मल
I think
लिखो।
he wins a lot of openers. I
फिर
mean, the great
देखना,
thing about Jemkin
next
is just
कब लिख
the
पाओगे?
entry power and the pseudo init that he plays
एक
on the
दिन,
attacking
try
side. But
करो
you can
ऐसे।
see, when he gets comfortable, when he's able to play in some
Try
of these
करो।
post plants and things like that, he's able to be very impactful.
एक
He
trial
can play these positional aim duels very
बनता
well
है।
and win them. He's able to kind of anticipate the way that the other team will come in on some of these retakes and move across the map, which I think overall was a big strength here for RRQ. I kind of pointed out like, they are playing the same comp that G2 beat T1 really hard in that Masters Banquet Grand Final on this map with. And I saw a lot of the same themes. It was a slower attacking side from RRQ, and they were able to kind of play very skirmish heavy and wait for T1 to make moves on the map and then punish them in the mid-round and just be very fluid with the way that they were playing the rotations. I felt like I was watching a very similar game in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they had a really, really strong game plan. So credit to Crazy Guy and the coaching staff for kind of building that up, and we saw it well executed. But Jemkin is, of course, going to be the MVP for that map. I mean, he was just unstoppable, especially in that first half. He was just going insane. I mean, it's hard not to love this guy. As you say, I think he could easily be one of the best Euros in VCT, if not the very best.
Oof. I mean, chat, tell us what you think if he's the best Euro in VCT Pacific. Wait, Pacific or all of VCT?
I said VCT full stop.
Yeah.
Damn. Well,
I mean, Pacific is the best region, so if you're the best Yoru in VCT Pacific, then you're the best Yoru in the world, right? That's how that works.
Yep.
1 + 1 = 2.
yeah, biggest take. I like it, and that's why he's our match MVP here. Like you guys mentioned, the entire team played really well. Xpero really happy with how he was performing there. The team surely is like delighted with this. Monyet as well, but Jemkin by far has to be the match MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this team is finally hitting their potential. This is what we've wanted to see from RRQ for so long, where they've just never managed to get the ball rolling and make it work consistently. This team is finally coming together, spearheaded by Jemkin. They are now soaring into the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is just that disruptive force entry on the attacker, very disruptive on the defense, playing the off angles and using the TP very well. And when you have your Yoru fragging very hard as well, it's very easy to keep snowballing because you're just getting the dimensional drifts and chaining them back to back. And that is one of the strongest ults in the game right now for just having an attacking side round that can play itself, or just being able to streamline a retake and realize exactly what the other team's doing on their post plan and adapt accordingly, especially if you're playing Breach Teo, because you just scout the entire setup and then util dump them and complete the retake.
Are you guys Euro fans in general, like of the agent and how much he's being played?
Yeah. I think
Like
it's been a long time coming for Yoru. I think Yoru's been in a very strong state, but Yoru is trickier to use than a lot of the other duelists. It needs more time, and you need a duelist player who can give it that time and, you know, figure it out. Compared to Jet and Raze, they're a lot more simple to play. So I think now Yoru is finally getting to the point where you can't not play him. So we're seeing more and more Yoru, and I think it's great for the game. I think Yoru is so fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Always fun, always chaotic, and And you know who's really good at that? Pacific teams. So I'm not surprised SEA is doing really well, and Jemkin especially. With that, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to see the Gs. We're going to see Gen G versus Global Esports. So guys, don't go too far away.
एक तो प्लेट रखने को इधर कॉकरोच के लिए रखता है प्लेट रोज. ये गया डूड. सारा इधर देखो, मैच देखो तुम लोग इधर आ. पर से मेरे को बोलता है चोंग. बैठे वो बिंग्स का मार दिया उसको मैंने उसी दिन. बर्गर किंग खाया वो सुबह को. मेरे को कैसे पता? सब इधर है सब. फिर मैं सोचती हूँ कॉकरोचेस कहाँ आते थे. आने दे उसको, सब भिजवाती हूँ पहले, फिर इधर बैठने दूंगी मैं उसको.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
आज हो जाए, हो जाए, हो जाए. I am so ready.
Red Bull gives you wings.
नाचो तुम लोग, नाचो तब तक. ये 5 दिन पुराना फोक इधर ही है अभी तक. यही फोक मारो. ओ है है. कौन सा गाना है ये? बीच में ड्रॉप आया मस्त. आओ गाना. What?
It's VCT Pacific Stage 1, Week 4. I'm Victoria together with Bilski and Big Time. We just saw a SEA victory with RRQ defeating T1. And the question is, can Global Esports follow suit? Because they're facing Gen G. And Foxy9 is back in after a little bit of a coach timeout.
Oh, Foxy9 is back.
Looking
in that initial game, given that was against DFM though, so I think, look, another not as difficult game for him if GE shows up in the same form that they have the last couple of weeks, but I'm interested to see how Gen G do go. Both them as well as
I
GE,
think in India,
I
your
feel
chat
like
is the
making some
cleanest.
changes
Yeah,
after
my
kickoff
mods
and
are
then
the
going
best.
back to what was working for them. In this case,
But
you do
no,
have
more than
Foxy9
that.
back in the lineup, and he did look great against
Look at
DFM.
the shit either.
You can see, though, they've
Oh,
already
the shit.
taken a loss to Boom. Win over PRX, 2 games left to play. DRX is going to be a difficult game to play, so this is the simpler matchup that they just need to try and get over the line here.
If they get this win today, they are in the playoffs, so big game for them. They're going to be giving it everything they have to try and clinch that spot.
Absolutely. It's similar to position to RRQ, right? If they win, they're in. If they don't, it gets a little bit complicated, and they're kind of leaving their fate in the hands of the rest of their group there. They are facing against Global Esports, though, and I know a lot of us have picked GENG for obvious reasons, and partially because Global Esports has a bit of an upheaval. They had Darion.
Let's go, G Party!
So, yes, he is officially back in today. Now, we didn't see a great performance in Patrick Hu, and there could be many
Darion
reasons
is
for
back,
that.
bro.
But how do you guys feel about Darion stepping back in?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's what I wanted to see. At the end of the day, Patrick Hu, similar to Suggest in GENG, in a very different way, has been put in a difficult position. He did not have a lot of experience. I like the addition of people like Kelly S or people like Puppy, where these guys have proven experience in some of Philippines' top teams, whereas Kelly S did not have that same pedigree playing in the challengers scene, playing on some of the top Filipino teams. So I think it was always going to be difficult for him to transition into a stage environment. You see someone like Primi with limited experience perform so well on Talon. That's the exception to the rule. Usually as a rookie without much proven tier 2 experience, you're going to have a tough time here in Pacific, and unfortunately that's what we saw from Patrick Hu. So maybe there's a bit more of a future there, but I think in this do or die game at this stage, when you're 0-2 in 2 of the series here, you've got to get serious as GE, and I think putting someone with a lot of experience, even if he's not going to light the world on fire like Darion, he just needs to be decent, and I think that that's going to be a lot more of a competitive GE. I don't need to see something outrageous from Darion.
Yeah, I mean, I got a feel for Patrick Hu. I mean, 2 of the 3 games that he played were against Boom and DRX, which are incredibly tough opponents.
That's true.
But I am happy to see Darion join this roster again. I thought he looked good during kickoff, and I think he'll be looking to pick up where he left off and try and really get the ball rolling for GE.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There was a bit of a shine that we saw from Global Esports in kickoff, and we have yet to see that come back. Now, GENG is another one of those teams where we obviously saw fire from this team last year, and now with the roster changes, it's been a little bit difficult for them to find their footing again. But one thing we know for sure, whenever they do those walkouts, whenever we see them sit down, they just start yelling with like all this energy. They're probably going to win. So is that all it takes? It's just a gesture to go, ah!
No, I mean, at the end of the day, the championship core is still fantastic. These players are still some of the best players in Pacific. I think Ash is still developing as a player, and he's playing that init role after playing a lot more duelist, although Teo is something that he has played in the past. So he's kind of finding his footing. But I think definitely the addition, or the re-addition, some might say, of Foxy9 was the right decision. And I think in the game where he came back up and played against DFM, he was fantastic. So I want to see if he's going to continue in that fine form, because although it was a weaker opponent, given how DFM's been playing after kickoff, he still did look confident, and particularly this Lotus was like, this was where you saw that him and Munchkin were like handshaking their way to a victory. You just could not get past that combo.
Yeah, I felt like he came back with something to prove. He was basically saying to the coaching staff, hey, I can't believe you took me out. This is what you were missing that whole time. And he lit up the server, so he's going to want to bring that energy again today. And, you know, Foxy9 is always a fun guy to watch. Let's say that one fast. That's a tongue twister.
He's a foxy guy.
He's a foxy guy.
These stats are so misleading. It's ridiculous. Like, the dude's played 30 rounds or something. So, like, I love this. But this is farming DFM in a singular series. Let's not get carried away. Let's see some more sample size. Let's see some playoffs. Although I will say in kickoff, he was decent. And the agent to the left of him is interesting to highlight, Cypher, because that was by far his worst agent in kickoff. But a lot of that was predicated off Abyss games, which is not in the map pool anymore. So I think overall, if he's playing Killjoy, he looked phenomenal on the Vice as well on Lotus. He shouldn't have as many issues, to be honest. I think Cypher's been more so his weak agent.
Yeah, well, hopefully he picks up on the Cypher here, and as you can see, well, you don't see it here, I did put Foxy9 on mine, and it does seem to be a little bit of a hot take, I know, when we have options like Munchkin that could be taken instead, but I do trust in his Sentinel ability, especially against this
Binks
matchup
कहाँ
today.
गया?
Foxy9 did say in his interview last week or the week before, last week, anyway, that he's matured a lot. He's learned a lot during his little bit of a time out session there, kind of reframing things and kind of understanding the importance of team play. So I think this counts for a lot when it comes to all of these teams. And we're seeing growth across the board. We saw it with RRQ as well. You've seen Monyet grow from like his little Monyet days, and now he's, becoming a playoff Monyet. Yeah. So we do have our map draft. I'm a little bit curious how this is gonna go. And I'm of course hoping to see Global step up a little bit. We don't want a 2-0 kind of day, right?
Yeah. So GENG. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. GENG have been changing up their ban time and time again. This time again, they're going to ban a strong map for their opponent and take out Split, which has been one of Global's more successful maps. Lotus are going to go out on the side of GE. They're also banning a strength of their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because we've seen GE be perma-banning Ascent before today. Yeah. So that is an interesting change tactic that they're bringing into their veto. Clearly, they've got something prepared for that. GENG picking Haven.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too surprising. Global have changed up what they've been doing on Haven. They did have Udatar over on the ISO and they were playing double duelists. So we'll see if that continues, especially with Darion coming back into the lineup. That is something they could definitely consider. Pearl going to be the pick there for GE, which is something that they've dabbled with a little bit. And I believe you've seen GENG play it once, if I remember correctly. And yeah, they lost versus T1 in kickoff.
Yeah, I think this is another idea of kind of spotting that weakness in your opponents when it comes to the map draft. I think that's what Global are trying to do, but Ascent is that map 3, so it's going to be interesting if it goes that far to see what GE you've got prepared in a short time.
And worth mentioning, you were saying they were perma-banning it before, they were mostly banning it. GE had the choice between the last two, it was Icebox or Ascent, and they opted to start Ascent, and they will have to face GENG.
प्रॉब्लम क्या मालूम है?
But I don't think I mind that.
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अपन ने जो 100 गिफ्टेड में जो पूरा जिंक्स का पावर यूज किया है वो बंदा ही नहीं है अभी.
They're going to be sweet, and they did not win that map. They did not look great on Ascent, so maybe that's not as safe of a third map as
रुशिजन ने गिफ्ट किया $100. मैंने फुल कर्ज अपने ड्यूलिस्ट पे डाला, लेकिन वो है ही नहीं.
तो अभी दूसरे ड्यूलिस्ट पे डालना
तो और $100 लगेगा ना.
Now Haven, we've seen both of these teams show their Haven, as you were mentioning. Global Esports does play that ISO as the second duelist.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to Boom.
सेल्समैन ही कह दे. वह पत्रिक हु से पत्रिक वेर एक स्ट्रीम में हो गया. फिर बाय, थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टुडे.
If they are going to play that same comp, that means Darion as well as Udatar on the two duelists. Darion will have to
भाई दो duelist है अपन में,
and he'll have to call on the Cypher again, which I wasn't as much of a fan of. I would rather them just play the better comp, Darion maybe on Cypher or Udatar on Cypher, someone on Jet, and then Kelly on
not to disturb exams बोल के कॉलेज सब उसकी मर्जी. डर आ गया. Of 4 months without contact, she might leave me. I will lose everything. She might नहीं. Left you.
If they've only put him in this week.
भाई मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से प्यार के बीच में जब भी एग्जाम आता है ना, वो एक रीजन रहता है. समझ रहे हो? मेरे एक दोस्त के एक्सपीरियंस के हिसाब से, दोस्त का, मेरे बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स का बहुत ब्रेकअप हो गया. सो आई थिंक दैट इज जस्ट वन ऑफ द रीजंस. जेम्स, समझ रहे हो? अभी से तैयारी कर लो. हाँ, टिंडर विंडर सब इंस्टॉल कर दो. मैं बोल रहा हूँ प्रीमियम अकाउंट ले लो. मैंने मेरे बहुत दोस्त का देखा है.
और ये क्या? आई विल लूज एवरीथिंग. पेरेंट्स है ना, फैमिली है ना.
वही
व्हाट इज दिस?
दूसरा गर्लफ्रेंड, तीसरा गर्लफ्रेंड सब आएगा कि नहीं?
गाना नहीं सुना और नेक्स्ट दिन हमने मोहल्ले में ऐश्वर्या आई.
भाई मेरा दोस्त का 15-16 गर्लफ्रेंड था. उसने तो नहीं बोला ऐसा. हाँ, बेचारे ने 15-16 बार लूज एवरीथिंग किया. अभी कितना खुश है मेरा दोस्त. शॉर्ट एकदम लाइफ में सब अच्छा चल रहा है. ऐसा नहीं होता.
कौन सा दोस्त है?
हाँ,
कौन सा दोस्त?
हाइपोथेटिकल दोस्त. समझ रहे हो?
हाइपोथेटिकल से वो याद आया
क्या?
जो हम बात करते थे शादी से पहले सब.
they've had to rush. So I think if this goes the distance, Gen G
पिंकी
will
दी
take
हूँ
that
तो
a set. I'm
काव
still pretty
एक
confident in Gen G.
UPSC है
Alright,
क्या है ये?
I'm inclined to agree
तूने
with you guys
ऋषि
here.
सर का
You
नमक
know, the math
membership
checks
का है
out
बोल
for
मत.
Gen G.
मैं
But
Gen
we'll
G
just have to
supporter.
wait and see. We're going to send it down to the stage and welcome our two
UPSC
Gs,
क्या है?
Gen G and Global Esports. Oh, no, we're not. They're not ready.
Oh, no.
They're like getting ready because it's a
They got
big
stuck
day.
in the elevator.
They're stuck in the elevator,
lock
but I'm
them
not
in?
there. But I'm not there to talk
Everyone's
to them.
not looking
Guys.
confident anymore.
हेलो
Because
बंस
you wanna
भाई घर
check
ले
if
लो
the
10% मैं दूंगा बट
I mean,
कंडीशन
I
है
think for GE,
नेम
like
प्लेट
the
पर
thing that
मेरा
I really
नाम
wanna
भी
see
होना
is, like,
चाहिए
what
डी
we saw from kickoff. The individual
हिसाब
needs
से
to
तूने
win.
दोस्त का
Like,
membership
Patrick
लिया
Hu
है.
सादा
did not have
membership
the best
लिया है ना मेरे को
performance.
डाउट
We've
है
subbed him
10%.
out. We put somebody else who has got a little bit
दोस्त
more
का भाई
experience in.
खास दोस्त
That's a
होता
thumbs
तो
up from me, but
सोचते
that
थे हम.
alone is not enough.
सोचते थे.
You need to see Papi winning clutches and getting in some better
हाँ?
form because he's
ये
been a little bit
10%
shocking
में
since the later stages of
घर
kickoff.
जाएगा
into
वाला
stage one,
सीन
and
है.
I say that lovingly because I love Papi with all of my heart. He's
He
बट
plays the
आपका
Poppy song
दोस्त
until he started
है
getting
ही
tough
नो
ones.
I know,
बंदिश
I
भाई क्या
stopped
लैंग्वेज
playing it,
है
so I'm hoping
तुझे
that
भी
I'm
तो
gonna
छोड़
put
के
it
गया
on again.
टी-बोन
But also I think
बोला मैं
Crystal, since he's been off the Sova and onto Teo, his KPR's gone down a
This
lot.
is
The fragging
family
potential
business.
of him as the individual player has gone down a lot in this current
तेरे
Teo
पास भी
meta.
दो
I need to
GF
see
है
some big
क्या
plays
बात
from
कर रहे
Crystal
हो
as well.
टी-बोन
So I
GF
want to
है
ask,
Correct.
we've chosen different players
नहीं,
for Global
अंकित
here.
का
I've gone with
friend है ना.
Kelly S, you go with Udatan.
Yeah.
Why do you think
गोल
Udatan
है
is
और
the player?
फ्रेंड है भाई.
I think his last series was promising, even though they didn't have a good time.
कभी-कभी
He still
लोगों का दिमाग
fragged
पूरा
out, and I
skip
think
हो
he's,
जाता
you know, trying to play with
इसका
confidence,
चैट
play on
है
something like the
क्या
ISO.
चल रहा है
So I
कौन
think
है
Udatan is a good
क्या
pick.
हो गया?
I hope he plays
अबे
a lot of
इससे
duelists, even though
नहीं
I
रे
know that's
बाबा.
going to give me a lot more -5s. But I almost did pick Kelly S as well. I'm a
Yeah.
big Kelly
हो
S
रहा
fan.
भाई
The
का
thing
हो रहा
is,
है
I
ऐसे
knew that Haven was definitely going to be in the pool here because
हाँ?
Gen G and
ऐसा
GE,
handsome
both of
piece
these
एक
teams
ही
are
बना
fine
क्या
to play
कर
Haven. And I
और
think Kelly S is going to be on the Cypher again, and I'm
Even
just not a
Sydney
big fan
Cuties
of that.
से
I don't
मिलने
mind
के
his
बाद भूल
deadlock,
गया
but I
पूछना.
just don't want to see him on
I,
Sentinels as
मेरे को
I
much.
नहीं
think his
पूछा.
Cypher is good. I think calling from that Sentinel role is harder, but you could open yourself up as an individual because how it will tend to work is if you're calling, you're able
जीजू
to
मारेगा
find those low
जीजू जैसे
positions,
मार
call
देगा
the
ना
team
सीधा
back,
बोलूंगा
so
टूर्नामेंट
you
है
can call
जल्दी
out
जा
yourself a little bit more. So that's what I want to see from him.
I have to say
But
I
से
had
return,
a
हाँ, क्या मैं जा रहा
similar thought process Polsky. Both of them really solid picks, and going with Udatan here.
Language,
but I
Jerry
do
Bell,
wanna see the rest
language,
of
but
Global
possible है.
Esports step up. We've seen their full potential already. Let's see if they
Keriuku
can do
Gaming,
it
thank you for the
again.
21 months. Bunch by कैसे हो? Happy birthday to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Desh bhai, thank you for the 29.
देखो गेम के पहले टेक्निकली शावर लेने जा रहा हूँ.
Fernando, thank you for the 4 months.
साउंड
ए,
बड़ा
एक मूवी चाहिए. एक मूवी चाहिए भाई.
साउंड देख फुल है ना. मैंने फुल रखा था.
भाई पैट्रिक नॉट प्लेइंग खाना खाने गया वो. लंच टाइम है वहाँ पे. What is your G? Language, Dexter by language. Babaji Pranam. Love you, Case bye. Thank you for the 37 months of Fast Dose membership. कैल्सी अंदर रखो. बता. आ गए winners.
All right, we got new walkout music for these two teams. Now we got Gen G
Hey,
in a
Texas.
very interesting position. If they win today, they are in for playoffs, and if
Foxy
not,
Nine
a
भी आ
lot
गया
of
बे,
fate
अभी से
lies
पास
in the
Easy
hands of
playoff,
their
baby.
group.
Easy playoff,
And
Jyoti
it's
को.
also very fascinating. 2025 is a very different year for Gen G. Karen didn't really know loss till now.
क्या
I
बात,
mean,
क्या
Karen
बात.
has been, you know, up and down. He
क्या
did have
बात.
a good week last week, so is he
यार,
finding
मेरे
that
को
form? We have to wait and
extra
see
live
today.
stream
But
से.
for Gen G, win and you are in the playoffs. You can control your own destiny. That's what it's all about for this squad today.
Absolutely, and they're going to be facing against
Sama, thank you for the 20.
Esports. Now, Global
आ गए
Esports, what I want
भाई.
to see from this team is the sparkle
जिस
that we
स्पीड
saw
से है
at
वो
the
स्पीड से
beginning
जाएंगे.
of
याद
the
रखना.
season.
जी फाइड.
Was bragging out of his mind against Team
Yeah,
Secret. Every single one of these players has that potential. They've shown it in various matches.
Like,
But if they
cutie
can get
है,
themselves back
man.
together,
Cutie
especially
है.
today, this is so important for them to win.
It's going to be very
क्या
hard
बात,
for them. They've
क्या
got a lot
बात,
of
क्या
puzzle
बात.
pieces that they have to connect. You know,
Excellent.
they've had someone different step up into the head coach role. They took a gamble on a rookie that didn't work out, and they've subbed a different player in At the end of the day, though, the task is simple
Bhai,
for
Foxy
Global. You're
वापस आ गया
versing
भाई.
two former Pacific Titans to close out this group, and they both look shaky and susceptible. So if you can, you know, ignite that spark and actually make some upsets happen, you could still go to the playoffs.
जब हारने वाले तो
Absolutely, and things like that can happen here. Now, GENG are the favorites to win for today, but when it comes to global esports, again, the potential is there. Can they bring it back up? Can they shake off a lot of the losses that have been hitting them over the last few weeks?
Yeah, I think that's going to knock the confidence a lot. I think it's very, very unlikely, but again,
Bhai, 10 on 10
it's
हो
going
रही
to
है.
come down
Let's
to what they
go.
built this team off of, which is the individual power that they have in the roster.
एक कोच था जो लोटस पिक करता था, एक कोच है जो लोटस बैन करता है. लव यू या नहीं है, वो कोच नहीं है अभी.
Losses get to you. You are still in playoff
Victor
contention.
बाजू
They
में.
win this game. They are able to control their own destiny very, very confidently and have some of the other results fall in their
उनके कोच के
favor
साथ
even.
भी
So
pick ban हुआ.
it is still all to play for both of these
कोच
teams
के साथ भी
today.
pick ban
Global
हुआ.
need a hard reset. Hopefully them bringing in Darion will reinvigorate this team. Relight
Excuse me?
that passion that we saw from them.
ये
in kickoff.
गई बे.
Yeah, now they are fully global here, bringing a Singaporean
क्या
back.
गर्मी है बेटर.
This should be a good one. I'm hoping all the best for Global Esports. And of course, I say this, they are, in fact, the underdogs today, just to be absolutely clear. The first map is going to be Haven. Here are the Asian picks. Not too much has changed, especially for... Oh, no.
Darian Udotan, double
What
duelist.
they were doing before, Crystal's on his comfort roll of the Sova. I need to see him and Papi get involved in the mid-round and have a lot of strong plays. And then obviously Udotan and Darion being the duelist duo on the ISO and the Jet.
GENG, why would they change? They don't need to change. They love this composition. They love doing it this way. We've seen this time and time again from them. They love the Viper here. They are 3-1, only losing this map to Boom in overtime. So it's no wonder they're going to be heading into this map one feeling very confident.
Absolutely. Foxy9 looking good, looking happy, being back in the squad, being welcomed back there after, you know, sitting in the naughty
Where is
boy corner.
Patrick go गए हो? Jinx कर दिया मैंने
Mum and
उसको.
Dad put him in the naughty corner, and then they came back, and all of the chores were done, and they were very happy with him. So he's back on the squad. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're gonna send it back to our casters.
What is this foolish decision? गणेश कुंभार भाई 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं ले पा रहे हो. जो बंदा 150 करोड़ का ऑर्ग चला रहा है, हाँ, वो फूलिश डिसीजन करे या कूलिश डिसीजन करे, ने प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है. ने बताओ ना, ने बताओ. हाँ, बजना है मेंबरशिप लेके पैसा देके. क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
Today against a very tough opponent in GENG, who looked rejuvenated with Foxy9 back in the roster last week.
Trying to take
थोड़ा रूट था लेकिन सही
dish
था.
from Masters. Bangkok spikes it up a little bit here, make it a little bit more palatable perhaps. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it as we get ready to jump.
Let's go. GENG जीतने वाला है. पहला राउंड पिस्कुला on top.
Yeah,
हाँ?
Fun little pastime.
I've noticed that. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here trying to play diplomat and keep everybody happy.
I think life's just easier and better when you realize that you can't do that, and it's better to just piss people off instead.
Is it easier though?
तोड़ दिया.
You know, a little bit of util thrown out early,
Snap कर रहा है.
but they're just going to use that opportunity to real clear that space. Ash looking for the jump peaks, but didn't find the timing. Orb grabbed, trying to fast track those kill contracts for Udotan.
बैश का राउंड है.
Yep. Peek out there from Ash. Big glimpse on multiple players. We'll just go ahead and send out the concuss. Everybody from Global Esports quickly backpedaling them. As Munchkin with a peek out from window, able to find one. Kelly's going to be shut down here. That flank pressure, not going to be much more of a concern here for them. Texture.
जा रहे हो वहाँ पे
Positioned
मत
up on top of the
जाओ.
box here. Very much going to be a bit more of an unexpected angle when you're not playing against a Jet. Clear out on that recon. be seen there. Paranoia going across, and for now, Global Esports still going to be held at bay.
जिसको भी कर रहे हैं मैं ये राउंड नहीं देख सकता.
Global going to have to go on a bit of a pivot.
This has to be where they go because of timing.
कौन सी साइड में जा रहे हैं पंको वो?
At the ready here from Darion. Just waiting to see if he gets a peek out, and we'll just go ahead and abandon this one. Munchkin leading forward, a bit of damage.
W.
Plant can come through. Salvo's now going to be sent out. The slide forward. Texture somehow comes away with that kill. Poppy should have had an absolutely dead to rights, but it's only going to be Munchkin as the lone casualty here on the side of Gen G, and they will take the opening pistol here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, Texture just barely sliding underneath Poppy's classic, but
anything great planned for this upcoming year? Well, a lot.
Maybe had an opportunity, but because of the poison cloud there, and you know that Munchkin's probably not too far behind. Snakebite was coming through. Didn't feel like they could comfortably push C, go over to A.
So basically, आप लोग ये बोलना चाहते हो कि ऋषि सर ये मैच भी हारे और सो गिफ्टेड भी हारे.
Good read. Come through there, nice shots from Ash.
Are you hesitantly telling me this?
Slide through. Easy peasy for Gen G. Happy to see that Munchkin's poison cloud landing in the right spot. It's a plus. Contingency out to grab the orb.
Already just going to be 2 away from that kill contract.
Could have it for the bonus. Probably
By
will.
flawless
Even if he just dies and doesn't get a kill here, probably just feed him another orb in the next round. So good management from GE. Global Esports.
Oh.
अपन क्या अपन तू खेली है वहाँ पे अपन जीते हैं.
Munchkin's like,
India team.
if there's more than one, it could be a problem.
Yeah, opposite back away. Snakebite though at the ready here as the entry coming through on the garage.
Flawless.
This is going to be a bit of a meat grinder situation. Textures there in window. The double push down. Spike now going to be on the floor. There's smoke. Lands here right on top of Darion. Swing in. Quick little cleanup here. Gen G looking for the flawless anti-eco texture. Needing to maybe tuck away. It does have 2 HP. All it takes is one stray right-click bullet to just come flying your way to put you down. As Darion also looking to make this costly. But Munchkin will go ahead and push forward, fill that space. The flawless is going to be confirmed. Given the investments, very solid here from the side of Gen G. On a knife's edge of nearly losing out on a couple of those weapons, but we'll be holding on to all of them going into the bonus.
Yeah, good management of the situation. You know, Util comes
भाई
out.
देखो जेंजी
They have
का
a better response. Relay
बोनस
bolt,
राउंड है
Snakebite,
तो
there was a turret there.
इजी होना चाहिए कि नहीं.
Give them that preparation they need to get that set up. Saw Paranoia.
बोनस
flying
जीतेंगे
through. Everything
3-0.
in the kitchen sink for Gen G.
उसके बाद I think 4-0.
As usual,
I think 4-0 Gen G lead
his mind.
मेरे हिसाब से.
But that's a given for Gen G.
ये वाला round जीतेंगे.
Early smoke out. Munchkin trying to disrespect it, but absolutely cannot. Might have gotten spotted by Global Esports briefly. Texture going to clear a trip and retreat. At least keep that in the back of Global's minds that could be a lurk coming through.
Yeah, still do have that one trip set up outside of that mid window, so a bit more cover here for him. Here's the grab, Yotan snatching up Munchkin as that bulldog, so it can be a quick break on the shield. Then Yotan's still able to go ahead and confirm the kill. Crystal comes away with 2. Foxy 9 at lane, Spectre in hand, able to find 1.
ठीक है थोड़ा बैटरी बंद हो गया था.
Texture finding
Let's
a
go
hefty impact. That might be the one kill
चलो
Gen G is able to find here.
जीत गए ना. चलो मिलते गए इस कल. जीत गए.
I find you a star.
हरामी ही कह दे. बस हो गया भाई एक राउंड निकाल लिया.
Everybody's hiding.
Just Crystal, who's out in the open, and
Let's go.
क्या बात है क्या बात है क्या बात है
3K here from Crystal. As Global Esports will quickly get themselves on the board.
Okay, so kind of all according to plan there. Even though you lose the pistol, you get the kill contract early for Yudotan. He's able to find success in that. Oh, they line up for Crystal there.
भाई देख रहे हो अपने प्लेयर ने ऐसा मारा उसका डर है. ओह निकला.
Stuff from him. Gonna need some more of that.
2-1 हो गया. अब मेरे हिसाब से 3-1 4-1 मेरा prediction 4-1.
Play confidently.
Well, for what it's worth, I know things have been a bit of a struggle for Global in this stage.
Yeah.
I do love the way Kelly S maintains his
In this
composure,
stage, 3 years of
energy.
staging.
He's done a really good job as the leader of this team.
This stage is an
Though it's
understatement.
been rough sledding at times.
Yeah.
He has
No, see
always
now. No, see.
been
Go,
a
no,
positive
no, go, see, no,
impact
go,
on
see.
them,
Go
and you
ahead,
can
go
hear
ahead.
him all the time up here in the
Go ahead,
booth.
go ahead.
We're
Go ahead.
we're 2
मेरी आवाज आ रही
stories
है?
above the players, and I
आप
can
ही
hear
go ahead.
Kelly screaming down there
ए नहीं
sometimes.
जा सकते रे, बहुत डिले कर देगा वो.
And now Crystal also has a Hunter's
सी
Fury
जाने का है वो लोग
off the
को.
back of that previous round. Ash does have his ult. So trying to get a little bit of info. Now you're going to know Ash's position.
सी
How do
चलो,
you
सी
want to play
चलो.
that? Do you want to keep trying to
Oh,
सी
no.
चलो.
See जाओ, see
press
जाओ.
forward? All of
Good,
the info
good.
utility
अरे तो
used for
A पे
Crystal, still
presence
waiting on the
दिखा दिया
recon
ना
to come
अभी.
back
They can
up.
go.
Thinking maybe they get a catch here on one of these players, but Armageddon
भाई
not going to be
जीत
finding
गया.
anyone.
जंजी जीत गया.
Timing.
Just the double push up here.
Yeah,
And
this is-
Salvo's
yeah,
gonna
full
be
stack
stepping as
है.
well, just looking to try to hold things
Go,
off.
go, see,
The
go,
spike,
see.
however,
Let's
much
go,
faster this
Crystal,
time.
go, see.
Compared to what we were seeing in the pistol, Global ushering this across over towards that C site. Alarm bot
अच्छे से कॉफी
cleared
पे.
out, but still some damage taken by the nano swarms as Foxy 9.
ओ ये क्लियर नहीं होएगा फॉक्सी.
Inside here of that smoke. Beautifully done, able to find Yudotan.
गुड.
As now though,
Gaya.
spam down. Kelly S approaching from
भाई
garage.
मंचकिन
finds
का
that kill,
पुसी
but
वहाँ पे.
back.
Nice.
Avoids that. Blast of the Hunter's Fury, but
भाई
still
टेक्सचर
the spike plant.
टेक्सचर का स्टन
10
देखो.
seconds remaining. Actually going to be taking down Kauron here versus Crystal. The swing coming through, goes for the slight little adjustment on the wide swing. Kauron playing it beautifully. And that is going to be GENG stopping GE from getting the tie-up.
Yeah, that's.
वो
I
मार
thought
मार
that
के रुक
round
गया.
had some potential there for Global.
वो मार.
The early
Yeah.
utilization of Ash's ult, plus I think they throw
एंटी
Paranoia
पोपांग.
down the A ramp. But that's a nice play from Foxy. Something we
भाई
don't see
एक
very often
round,
is
एक round और.
him push it up ahead of
एंटी
that.
पोपांग.
Into that
एंटी
poison
पोपांग
cloud.
स्विंग.
He had his turret pretty far forward there to kind of give him the early warning.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो
Get into
जिस
that
जिसका
position.
नाम लिया
I hope
सब
we
उड़े.
get more fights between Crystal and Kauron, just
It's
because
gonna-
I feel like both of them are going to be such a good just example of raw aim as well as
That's-
movement.
Yeah.
And
थोड़ा
Kauron
शांति से
able to get
आराम से
better of
शील्ड
him there in
देखो
that
मैडम.
previous round.
तू नहीं सपोर्ट कर
But
रहा
I'm
है तो
hoping
मेरे
that
को
we can
करना
see
पड़ेगा.
नहीं जरूरी नहीं
more
है.
1v1s between those two.
Ignore that initial spray from
एक साथ
Kauron.
दो बंदे जिंक्स करो लेफ्ट राइट हो. एंजॉय
It was
करो
all
गेम
just to give
एंजॉय
Crystal
करो.
a false
गेम
sense
एंजॉय.
of security.
Yeah. It's like he's whiffed. I've got time. I swear.
क्या है तू आंधी है?
Well, Yudotan
Hello?
got really beat up at the beginning of this round. Kelly S downed by Kauron. So they're going to try to clear out the util. They
W.
do.
Value shock dart.
Yep. That was a nice one. Good memory from the previous round.
भाई
Kelly
फॉक्सी
S
का
ate a lot
पोजीशनिंग
of
बाप
that
पे दो
nano.
मार सकता है फॉक्सी.
Drone cleared. So you know there's one back sight. The real
Huh?
question is can you break through?
Ooh, Foxy considering
भाई दो मार
swinging
सकता है फॉक्सी.
in. Might be getting timing now. Nope. Faces back forward, the tail went up. Chases
Eh?
in, finds the headshot. Looks for a little bit more, but Crystal able to shut him down. Just Ian popping now.
स्मोक है,
Standing.
ब्लाइंड है.
There's Paranoia sent.
भाई
Whips.
ब्लाइंड मारा है.
Connect onto either of these players as Poppy looks to go ahead. Take the opening fight.
2v4.
Kauron able to find one. And Crystal, yeah. It's going to have that aim broken as Texture goes sliding across the way. GENG going to be off to a 4-1 start.
टीम
Yeah, some
एंडिंग
really
करके चला
solid
जाना
side
होगा.
anchoring from Foxy 9. He's doing a great job of playing delay.
हेलो.
Just having a little fun here. Our munchkin and texture.
आज ही के दिन फन करना था रे तुम लोग को.
Yeah, I heard Texture.
आज ही के दिन फन करना था.
I think he was screaming at him to give him the defuse.
I mean, those two are quite the combo.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो डिफेंसिव
Okay, I
मैप
was
है.
hoping we'd maybe get a little bit deeper into that, but there's going to be a timeout from Global
देखते हैं
Esports.
टाइम आउट में कौन सा कोच आता है.
I mean, I didn't get to see the ult charges, so I wasn't sure who maybe in terms of that was more deserving. But maybe Texture just wants to
Let's go, let's go.
get the overdrive going and slide through. But yeah, just really nice classic stuff from GENG there on that retake as
भाई
well.
लाइट्स गिन
Kauron
रहे
was
बे ये
sitting
लोग
in
ये लोग
smoke
गए.
waiting. Got his before he was traded, and then
Stars
he
गिन
just
रहे,
sent
कितना
Texture out.
stars है
Munchkin
ऊपर.
follows up off the crosshair break.
मैंने
क्यूटी को ढूंढ
25
रहा है,
गिना.
क्यूटी
That
को ढूंढ
final
रहा है
kill,
वो.
so
क्या बात है, क्या बात
elevated.
है.
Being very animated.
बाजू में
Looks like
कौन
he's
है?
got
असिस्टेंट
Patrick
कोच
into
भी है
the
बे अपने पास.
Booth with him there. Give him a little bit of moral support.
नेक्स्ट तू ही है बोला.
Aw, that's cute.
There's a dad and his son.
Aw.
The coaching
अब
booth.
बढ़िया बोल दिया.
All right, well, it is going to be a bit of a weaker purchase here, and taking a look at the ult charge, it means
Baat
they're
kar
both
lala.
at 2 remaining.
Okay, so there was a
Question is,
reasonable
क्या map 2 में
argument
पत्रिक
between
भाई
both
आएंगे?
sides. See, that's my diplomat coming through again.
I'd say given the economic situation of Gen G,
मैंने
they
देखा
probably
नहीं
could
ना
delay
last.
the overdrive and go
I
for a
agree.
defensive pit.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's
नहीं
probably
थी
got
यहाँ
more
पे.
legs to stand on for sure. There's that early turret. Last time Foxy was playing close.
2 सेकंड पहले
Sort of
इंडियन
again.
टीम है, इंडियन टीम
Wide around the angle
ये
this time. No poison. The poison cloud isn't up yet. It's
मेन
in
ड्यूलिस्ट
front of
कौन
him.
है वही नहीं पता.
Darion.
Fox able to find the first. Decent sheriff shot there from Darion.
Oh!
Let's
The draw down on the
Lekin-
rifle. Karan now going to be noted. His
जेंजी
paranoia
निकाल सकता है राउंड.
going to be exchanged here on both sides. Darion does get stunned up the side in here from Texture. Is able to collect that kill. Chico peeks out. Going to try to spot a little bit more here. As Elias just quickly going to be backing away. Crystal sprinting over a long sight for the moment. Completely opened up. Ash not too far away. They're just trying to double stack and note this, but Karen will just go ahead and win out the fight. The flanker now dead.
सारा एडवांटेज का जो यम
Get through and
सी
get that
सी
plant
जे
pretty
यम
easily.
बी जे हुआ है.
You're still over on C. I mean, there's a
G
world where
fighting,
you can
eh?
get over.
क्या बात
Be a
कर
little
रहे
bit
हो?
careful of that.
वेलकम टू द
No guns are going to
स्ट्रीम.
be able to be collected by Poppy and Crystal, so just those sheriffs. But see if they can match what Darion started the round with. A couple sharp shots.
और मैं YouTube पे चलता, मेरे को लगा सिर्फ Instagram
Close to
चलता.
Poppy.
Hello.
What?
Hello.
2v2 टेक्निकली देखा जाए
They
तो.
don't know
Land
they're
into that
coming
shot?
from the back.
Seems like it. Time is ticking here. Gen
Huh?
G need to get a move on. Global Esports. They're going to try to see
Oh,
this one away.
oh!
And Crystal finds that hit. There's the ping reveal. Ash gets the spike held up to half. They push forward into the smoke.
Let's
Getting
go!
overwhelmed.
W!
What a
Okay,
round
so-
off the back of the timeout. Global
W!
Esports
ओके इस राउंड.
pulling off an effective thrifty.
क्या बोल रहा था?
That's just
MC vote,
beautiful.
vote.
I mean, those are
Round
nasty
तो
sheriff
बोला ना
shots.
तू किया.
Picks up the Vandal.
Opening two
5
from
प्लेयर का
there.
नाम
Yeah, it's a
पूछेगा, आप भी
stunner.
गायब हो जाएगी.
नहीं मेरे को पता.
Car through the
हाँ,
wall
पूछ.
there.
बोल.
Yep. He landed in it.
हाँ.
चलिए Crystal.
हाँ.
Poppy.
हम्म.
Patrick को.
There you
Hey.
go.
Chef's kiss indeed.
Getting a little bit energized. I
Nice.
love that
क्या game
the
खेल रहे
other
अपन?
4 players on Global add up to Crystal's kills
क्या
right
गेम खेल
now.
रहे हैं?
Hey, yeah.
चिड़िया
I
उड़.
mean, he's a tremendous player.
They close the gap down to half, so 2 more.
क्या बोला तूने?
चिड़िया.
Try to tie things up here,
Ah.
needing to find some impact
Good.
on the attack.
हाँ, क्या बात है, क्या बात है?
Trick going to be cleared out. Foxy just a stinger in hand as Yutan now going to be 1 away from having that next kill contract online.
You can see they know they have full control.
क्या ही लेवल का
because of the
सपोर्ट है.
contingency
पता ही नहीं
of
प्लेयर
the
कौन
Sea
है.
Orb. There really isn't a lot that Gen
It's
G's been able to
support
deal with it,
for
other than the early
India.
salvos in the pistol round. And Ash has been on permanent
नजर
80
ना
ever
लगे.
since, so
नहीं नहीं.
they've done a great job of
नाम याद तो
finding the
पापा.
advantages where they can,
अभी वो 6 player
really
थोड़ा.
putting them to good use. Obviously, with the way Yutan performed the last
प्लेयर
time
आप भी
out
तो
on
दिखा
Haven
मेरे
for
को
GE,
कोच के बाजू में.
you
हाँ,
want to
तो
get
पर
him
player तो है ना वो.
fired up and
Player नाम
rolling.
है ना उसका.
Crystals popping
Assistant
behind
coach.
him. Things could definitely go well for Global Esports. Yep.
Player.
Sure.
रिव्यू हुआ ना?
Get away with a forward
Nice.
position, but it's noted. Good diligence. Foxy.
Left.
Jiggling to try to reset that. Nanos
Oh,
trying to buy himself
oh,
some time. He's going to go for a
Give it a second,
reposition.
man.
Does this get red? Well, he's just going to get spammed out. Yutan able to take him down. Crystal, Hunter's Fury finding Munchkin. And the site now wide open. Couple shots out here from Karan. Just poking broad as best as possible. Yutan whittled away at down to 36. If he sends the ultimate, does go ahead and get that health reset. But I think he's probably going to be feeling pretty comfy given the position here, given that they have 5 players alive. Granted, he and Darion dangerously low.
I was kind of
भाई
curious if
कैरॉन
maybe
अगर
tuck
राइट
into
टाइम पे
Cubby.
आ गया ना यहाँ पे.
That way if things went sideways.
2 players have gotten out onto the side. Poppy going to be taken down. Spike now starting to be held. There's the pull through.
Oh hello.
Doesn't get the diffuser though. They play in front of it. Yutan, he'll win that fight with the round victory. It goes the way of Gen G. Nothing going to be carried forward. They don't have much money behind, but Gen
चलिए
G
क्या कर रहा था उधर?
once again ahead by 3.
Yeah, I mean, the whole way through here, Gen G is knowing that Yudotan's going to throw his ult once they start the defuse, so they're throwing players ahead. And Ash just sticks it and spins.
Cutie तो है यार texture.
Let's see. Still potential for GE to win the war as you get the Phantom 4 sheriffs here for the side of Gen G.
अपने लिए स्कोर 4-3 है.
They're
अपने
able to get
लिए.
out in front of these. Damage not going to be suffered. Just a ping reveal on the Charon.
Being really patient. We've seen some trickery early from Gen G, where they're just tucking into smokes, trying to play aggressively off the back of those. So GE has to be very careful.
भाई तीन बंदे साइड पे
Goes out. And Charon, Ash, one apiece. Yukon turning over, looking for a second kill. Munchkin out wide, trying to steady it, but he's just dancing around him. You say, okay, we got the spike. Kelly, yes, you're by yourself. That's fine. We're going to send the pit. The corpse is out of reach. The neural theft.
Lag हो रहे हैं शायद.
Oh man, it looked like for a moment there, because Yudotan got the reset on his shield, and maybe he was going to be able to do something about it, but Munchkin, just one of the smartest players you'll find.
Technically देखा जाए तो
dodging
एक
back and
तरफ
forth
से
until
अपन ने
Ash could
निकाला,
get there, so they could
एक वो लोग भी निकालेगा.
अपन तो किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा है पहले क्लियर कर दे.
Genji.
इधर भी बोल रहा है उधर भी बोल रहा है.
नहीं मतलब टेक्निकली
नहीं चाहिए.
अपने लिए जो स्कोर है ना.
अपना कौन अपना?
Genji
वाला.
with the sheriffs as
वो
always.
5-3 है.
Genji 5-3 बोल दो.
Genji 5-3. अपन कैलकुलेट करते हैं. Genji 5-3.
Phenomenal round here. I mean, those entry kills were stunning.
Genji fighting मत करो यार.
Off here from Genji. Securing themselves now a 6-round win.
आ गया?
Still have that lockdown available. 2 charges away from an Armageddon as well. Just, I mean, it's been known.
Yep.
You know, it's last year. Thrifty's still seemingly in Gen G's blood, even with some of the players' changes coming through.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
you still got
cutie
Texture,
bunko.
Munchkin, Karan,
Yeah.
and they're all nasty with the sheriff.
Yeah.
Ash getting involved. I'm sure Fox is no slouch.
Youngest.
कौन है वो?
पता नहीं.
Clear the
Q2 था. उसको मैंने सब दे दिया विन. Giveaway का.
not really much you can do to contest that at this point.
कौन है वो?
Well, yep.
See what the timing is and
Changes
which direction he
हुए chat.
goes with the drone.
And please वो players को अभी भी प्यार देना. बहुत बात हुआ.
Expecting the execute.
लेकिन मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा है.
But again, GE so scared that there's going to be players inside of those smokes because of what they saw early. Has to respect that. Minute left on the clock. Foxy hasn't really seen much. I think just the cipher spotted by the drone. But there's 3 players.
Yep, chat प्यार दे देना. ठीक है, ठीक है.
He's just been jiggling.
अभी वो लोग क्या करेंगे वो लोग बता देंगे वो लोग अपडेट दे देंगे. कल ही उनसे मिलाओ कॉमिक कॉन में. एजल चेंजेस के बारे में बात करें. यप न्यू प्लेयर कौन है? मेरे को कुछ नहीं पता. मेरे को ये भी नहीं मालूम था कि चेंजेस होने वाले हैं. ट्रेड है. Genji जीता.
Crossfire setup is broken. He's not finding one. Texture sliding into his demise. And Foxy's just gonna be one. Guys, what happened here?
Yeah.
Ajal changes. Yep.
Crazy that Global's able to break through that.
Some changes
That is
has been done.
pretty well set up by Gen G. Just good firepower there.
अभी देखते हैं कैसे जाते हैं
sticking
split 2.
together, coming through at the same
और
time.
अगर split 2 में left right हो गया तो
Watching the
कुछ
proper angles
बहुत
and they all
ही
hit their
major
shots.
changes
The
हो
dominoes just fall.
सकते हैं split 3 के लिए.
I mean, that looked like it had
बहुत
Gen G
ही
written all
major.
over it. But sometimes you can
मगर
just fight your way out of
सबसे
those bad
पहले
spots.
LF को निकालेंगे.
Good shooting can get you those big round wins that you desperately need with the economy being the way it is for global esports. That is huge. Yudotan's going to have his ult going in the next round.
और
There's a
उसका
lot
ये
to
भी
be
बोलूंगा
scared of for
दोबारा
Gen G.
आना नहीं.
Yeah, they have a lot of ults too. But that kill contract can be a difference maker. No matter what you've got to throw
डरते क्या
at.
अपन डरते. हाँ उसके जैसे चुटकू से.
Fighting back a bit.
बॉडी की तरफ मत करो डरते. Sorry.
Run this all the way to a 6-6
इसी से
half
बात
to try to
कर रही है.
recover it.
Love you.
We'll take a look back. I mean, yeah, sure. The spray down on a Munchkin.
Ooh.
Technically अभी स्कोर क्या चल रहा है?
Crisp shot,
Chat?
Yudotan.
5-4.
3 more rounds, it will be good for us.
Yeah, 3 more, super good.
Yeah.
3 more rounds.
Hard to disagree with that, considering
Technically
the
जो
pace that
स्कोर
has
चल
been
रहा
set
है
so
वो
far has been,
5-4 चल रहा है.
2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
And considering there's only 3 more rounds in the half.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
But he's absolutely correct. They could get it to 6-6. I mean, they probably feel pretty comfortable on their defender's side here.
भाई
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
no.
कैसे सिर्फ नेट से मारा
that might just
उड़तान?
be continuing.
Oh, no.
It's continuing.
बेस में जाके बे
Well, Gen
नहीं,
G's
नहीं,
just
नहीं,
say,
कुछ तो गलत
okay,
हुआ है।
we dropped that one. Let's go for a crunch play.
भाई
Ash
उनको
can take
ब्रीच
it
है ही
down.
नहीं।
The pace, the change up here completely catches Global Esports off
ए
guard.
पे यहाँ पे उस
Caught me off guard.
नेट किया
हाँ तो
And then those were
इधर ये
deep
इसने मार
kills.
दिया
That was
नेट
outside
से
of 8
कैसे
guard.
मारा? इसके पास शील्ड
Take a
है।
look back. Just,
Ash
I
का
mean, maybe.
नेट था।
I think
नेट
the
नहीं
replay
वो
officer.
नेट
अरे
They
वो
were trying to
उड़तान
figure out
कैसे
how-
मारा?
Yeah, they were ready for the replay button.
Salvo finding
उड़तान
info,
कैसे
yeah.
मारा?
अरे तेरो
He's way out in Narnia.
अरे वही कैसे बाबा?
अरे जगह किधर जाने को
हो ही नहीं सकता।
Global Esports is
चल
one of those
नहीं
rounds
है
where
आराम
just
से
try
बात
to
कर
shrug off.
पता नहीं
Crystal saying, okay, let's get 2 more. And it's really good.
Yeah. Just keep
Huh?
saying that.
कौन आ रहा है?
Issues, economy still
आसपास।
never
लीक्स
really
देने का नहीं था।
rolling for
What?
Global Esports. Genji's sitting on a fair amount. Karan loses the battle to Yudotan. Nice step up, and he's still got the double
Gonna be the
tap.
grab on the
भाई
Munchkin.
पकड़ा भाई W गेम से।
Texture arriving and again just swinging out. Loses the fight.
टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए,
5v2.
हुक मत। तो टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो
Foxy and Ash, I mean, you
6-5 स्कोर
even try to
है।
make a go of this.
समझ रहे
Elias
हो? वो
is still on
एक
alert.
निंजुत्सु अगर नहीं होता अपने साथ,
Well,
तो
get Kelly S here. Oh, now no.
Well, you
W?
will make it a little bit more costly by finding the 2 eliminations, but that is going to be Global Esports
6-5
चुप
getting
रह
themselves up to 4, potential for that 7 and 5.
अपना बात
Still
नहीं है
not
वो
quite
भी,
as
ये भी याद
hard
है।
hitting on this attack as you would like it to be, given the double duelist composition.
That
but
जिसने
running it back in any
अनाउंसमेंट
capacity,
देखा, प्लीज
it's going to be a much better
प्लेयर्स
feeling here
को
for you.
मोटिवेट करना और थैंक्स बोल देना और हार्ट्स दे
Hello,
देना।
Darion.
Let's try that.
नेक्स्ट टाइम अच्छा करेंगे,
Surprise
कुछ
him.
कुछ ना कुछ
Scare him maybe a
पॉजिटिव
little
कमेंट्स कर देना।
Welcome
ठीक
back.
है,
Just
ठीक है
ठीक है।
phenomenal. Phenomenal
Like
stuff
the
from Yudotan.
पांच
I mean, his
पांच
ISO
हजार
is
लाइक किधर
very, very strong.
लाइक्स में हो रहे, लाइक्स में हो रहे यार,
Individual
लाइक्स
shooting
में हो
is
रहे।
through the roof. Let's see this again.
जेंजी वाली जीतने के बाद
Pops up,
टीम पे आएंगे
boom.
तो क्या बोलेंगे? क्या ये 5000
Yeah,
लाइक्स दिए
Darion
गए।
right there. The double duelists in combination, shutting Gen G out of that round. Just aggressive
कौन
positioning,
सा
hitting their
अनाउंसमेंट?
shots.
एसिटोल को फॉलो करो ना इंस्टा
Gen
पे।
G a little bit flat-footed.
बेशर्म,
Up
Texture,
and play, though.
मुझे भी
yep,
करो
texture
इंस्टा
with
पे।
the op. And a lot of ults to boot, so Gen G has an opportunity here to claim their 8th. Just can they stop GE's fearsome pushes?
ठीक
Wise there from
push.
Darion. Don't want to aggress any further forward off the back of that alarm bot. Senses that
इंस्टा
there's likely a
देखा ही
trap
नहीं
being
आज।
set up off
ठीक
the
है,
back of it.
ठीक है, ठीक है।
A lot of that has been obviously the name of the game for Foxy9 and most Killjoys, of course, but with the op holding such a tight angle.
हाइब्रिड अभी भी है।
They're going to look
Still
to run him
6
off this as well. Backs away. How much did they get to see, though?
क्या क्या लिखा
Curious if they were able to identify this. Texture still playing up close, but it's going to be more
भाई
than enough. Finds
जानवर है
Darion.
भाई,
Elias
ये
trying to go on
जानवर
this
है।
lurk, and Ash able to note that. TP now going to be canceled.
डीएम आ रहा है।
This just leaves Kelly S on a bit of an island. 40 seconds now remaining in the round. Ash contains the Cypher back. Salva's at the ready. Footsteps going to be heard. Paranoia primed. Bounce forward.
भाई
Paranoia coming
क्रेजी
across.
ब्लाइंड
It's
नहीं है, नहीं
such
है।
close angles that Ash is able to go ahead, get vision. Kelly S take it down. Munchkin finding 1, finding 2. And that is going to be the cleanup coming through. as Gen
Technically,
G
अगर
themselves up to 8 at the half.
This is a
7-5.
great round by Ash. He plays this so
7-5.
एक और
nicely.
बार टेक्निकल
Sees a little bit of contact,
कितनी बार
sends
तू
out the
technically
ult
बोला?
so that
कितनी बार
no
तू
matter
technically
what at
बोला?
that point in the round, because there's been a little bit of scuffling
बोल,
over at
बोल.
C, you know that time is going to be dwindling. If you can just buy that extra second for some of those players to get over to the site to bail you out, they can come through, combine fire, and they do.
मैं यहाँ पे पत्रिक को ऐसा
Really
देख के
nicely
कोच को
played
देख के
by
ऐसा
the
बोलता
table
रहेगा
for
ना,
Gen
इसके
G.
लिए बिठाया मेरे को ऐसा करके
8-4.
बोलता
It's going to be
रहेगा।
that defender side, a very solid
जानने
defender
के लिए
side. for
बने
any
रहिए
team on
हमारे
Aiden.
साथ इस एपिसोड
No
में।
matter what you're going against, but especially
जी
against
और
double
उनका
duelist
फिर
comp.
से लॉस episode 1.
Very impressive. See if they can kill it up. Keep it up.
समझ में नहीं आ रहा ना जिंक्स बोल
Also
कर रहा
works,
हूँ
I
कि सच
guess.
बोल रहा हूँ तो गिफ्टेड में ऐसी हो
Why not?
Well, I saw the sign. That's why it said 4 kills texture, and I just my
technically
brain went.
अपना ये ना
Dude,
वो
that's
ना
a just
क्या
drawing.
बोलते हैं
ट्राई तो कर रहा हूँ यार
So funny.
Why is his face so
I think
like
something is
compacted?
Oh,
उधर जा
that was great.
वो देख
That, honestly, like if I'm Gen G, Arnold, if you're listening, I would
क्या
acquire those drawings and sell them as stickers.
क्या उनका मैप है
They're cute.
ठीक है ना
Yeah, I like that.
उनका क्या मैप है
Dogs
अपना
well
मैप है
played.
भाई जेंजी जीतेगा
Well,
Vote
4
karo.
to 8 to try to recover from here at the half. Global Esports.
और
I think
जेंजी
they talked about it
जेंजी
themselves.
जिता रहे हो
You
तुम
know,
लोग
they have unfortunately been a
Excuse
little bit prone to
oh,
some softer
excuse
starts in their
me.
series. These first maps being a bit rougher for them. Still an opportunity though to try to turn
Fatima,
things
if you're
around.
watching the stream,
See how they fare as we get ready to go into the pistol.
लैंग्वेज
sure.
टेक्निकली मैं कुछ बोलना ही नहीं चाहता एक्सक्यूज मी
क्यों बोला टेक्निकली
उसने बोला मैं पढ़ा रे बाबा
Plenty of capable
Mega
players
part,
on this
mega
team. Just putting it all together. It's been a bit of a tricky affair. Karan and Yudotan exchanging some damage. Karan took the brunt end of that. Down to 20 HP. But it's all seemingly set up for a B hit. Poppy, and now Crystal sliding over to watch. Some fire exchange. Smoke comes down for Poppy, and
दो
Just
दिखे हो
kinda
लोग
angles,
को
but I mean Gen G right now are
Yeah.
quite scathed.
I don't like that. Yeah,
भाई ए जा रहे क्या जीत
Crossfire
गया
either.
जेंजी
this might have bought them the
Yeah.
opportunity they
Hey,
need
that
to
is
go over to
it.
A, but instead they're expecting some
Huh?
kind of pressure, a lurk potentially out through mid. See this a lot.
नहीं 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 उड़ता
Interesting, tucked
नहीं।
away, waiting for that
Nice.
turret. Swings though, actually before it. Just happens to hit the god timing on it. Munchkin Karan still 41 HP between the two of them. Could be at risk. Darren seeing his shoulder, opts to back away. He gets the Seward, nothing spotted now. And are going to be sent, relay into the corner. Texture looking to try to get the shutdown, finds Crystal, but Darion barrel stuffs with the Sheriff, finds him. It's Foxy intercepting into B. Somehow gets the bite. 10 health remaining. I mean, Gen G, they're in absolute tatters, but
एंटी
they have the player advantage.
नेक्स्ट मैप अपना
Munchkin out, flush against the wall, the plant comes in.
एक बंदा 10 HP एक बंदा
It has
20
Ash
HP
here for a
एक
bit of
बंदा
backup.
21 HP भी
The swing forward, Poppy collects
तो
the goal.
क्या हो गया भाई कैरन है
30 health between the two, and Karan is just so damn crisp.
भाई नसीब में कुछ तो है भाई
Both pistols
at
here
this
for the
point
side
I
of Gen
think
G, 9-4.
Man, a lot of
किस्मत
back and
का
forth, not
खेल है
just
सारा
in terms of the rotation
प्लेयर
for Gen
कोई
G,
भी
but
आए
how the round felt like it was
हमारा
going to go. That's a great paranoia from Karan.
जाने क्या से क्या
Connected
हो गया
right on top of Crystal. And the early recognition here from Gen G with that crossfire, able to bait that out onto the B side, allowed them to shift their weight to the other side of the map. Draw some attention over there, find a free pick, and then Foxy finds one of his own so that, you know, he's got some space over there. Doesn't necessarily find Kelly initially, but eventually gets there. That opens up that B side just enough,
अगर
but weak
फिर
health.
से
And for a
हारे
moment, maybe Poppy was going to want to have one of
गोली
his
पाए
classic
हो
clutches.
नहीं पा
Didn't
रहे
quite come through.
हमारे सपोर्ट को क्या हुआ
All
भाई
these
मैं
players in Cubby
भाई
Yeah,
क्या
yeah, yeah.
लिरिक्स है भाई क्या
on the
लिरिक्स
other side.
क्या
So
लिरिक्स
juicy.
इसका क्लिप बनाओ
Who used to
इसका
play with Darion.
वायरल कर दो PR टीम
Now he's over in China. Very happy about
क्या
that.
लिरिक्स है भाई नसीब का ही है भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ
Smoke falling. Tail went forward. Darian trying to play a little bit track there. Karan still coming away with two. As Poppy
पापी
do the same. Flank around the back though. Foxy 9 will
कैसे
go ahead.
लगा
Puts him down. Gen G. 2 players lost. I believe 1 weapon.
चलो on a
Gonna be
serious
left
note
behind
let's see कि जी क्या
as
कर
they
सकते
close out the anti-eco.
ठीक
I
है
mean, this is
उनके
just
पास साइफर है
बराबर
classic Gen
अपना
G.
ट्रिप तोड़ने वाला सामान
Wait
है
for your moment. Get to the site. Set up the crossfires. Round
नहीं
over.
उल्टा बोला मैंने
हाँ तो उल्टा मैं वही सोचू कि अभी
मैं भी
क्यों
वही
तोड़-
सोचा
या
लग गए बेसिकली लग
shooting.
गए नेक्स्ट
You know,
मैच
they love those one-tap guns.
कुछ नहीं कर सकते बेसिकली
Go for the head. Win the rounds.
बेसिकली
Easy
कुछ
money.
नहीं कर सकते they are too strong
Guardians. Surprisingly, Munchkin not one of them.
they are stronger
That's
than
the Bulldog.
Sova in this match
Foxy as the Phantom. The
Not stronger than Sova, but depends कि सामने Sentinel क्या है.
From GE, well, 3 players from GE going over towards C.
और उसका नेट राइट जगह पे लग गया तो ट्रिप खत्म, सेंटिनल वेस्ट. और गलत जगह पे लग गया.
Shock dart lobbed in. Not able to find contact off that. So HP bars steadied.
Poppy
playing around with the idea of going for a peek there, but almost certainly would have been the bodies.
Yeah.
Him and Texture were so close.
क्या हो गया दोस्त? I heard so.
Though. Here's a drone coming out that might make him think that he's got enough opportunity. Circles the smoke over first, though. They're already in ahead of this. The plant coming through.
B retake.
Just noting that door position, sending out the pings here.
I just saw it.
It looks like Charon. Just go ahead, TP out. He's gonna go into the spawn. And he's likely to get caught. Kelly S is in a solid position. Yeah, we'll go ahead.
That was a read and a half, man.
Time though.
An opportunity. Try to get back into this here. Is Yudaton able to find one? Nano Swarm for delay. Poppy on the peak. Munchkin going to be taken down. Salvo's now layered in. Gen G is looking to try to play delay as much as they possibly can. Foxy 9 now eliminated.
Yeah, हम जीत गए 5v2. Wow.
Esports get a flawless anti-bonus.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
Dekho.
with how cleanly Gen G was able to get through and get that plant down, it looked like it might be a pretty difficult round, but Kelly S reads that off the rip.
69.
That's where Karan had gone. Shuts that right down.
समझ रहे हो? एक round अगर अपन
out the players.
Score is 69. It's still.
And good understanding.
मेरे को कुछ और ही score दिख रहा है.
नहीं.
Against what
एक round ऐसा
करना
पड़ेगा.
Of course, with the Teho util, the nano swarms and all that for the delay, just pressing
by
forward
off
the whole
चाहिए. मैं आज तक G without off देखा नहीं है, पता है? अजीब लग रहा है.
Slow walking up and Darren just not able to find it. Texture will still fall though. Yudaton with a nice timing. This Kelly S similarly holds down the garage.
लेकिन
player advantage now
considering कि सामने Gen G है, I think they still win.
Push forward. And now Karen going to be picked off, and Poppy, I thought for a second was just going to go ahead and stick that one, and he might as well have. If Ash completely pinned in.
7-9. 7-9.
Expiring. Just on now a bit at risk, and we'll get a headshot and take him out. Ash no matter what now, confirming.
वो क्यों मारा मानो ना headshot. उड़ातान ने jump किया.
Drone will go ahead.
तो उड़ातान उड़ा.
Spot out. Half of the plant, the paranoia going to be sent in, goes for the peak. Getting pressured here. Double swing around. No! Certainly not! The fadeaway shot for the Red Bull clutch. Ash with the 4K. Delivers a heartbreaking round to the doorstep of global esports.
Oh my God. This was such a nice round for GE. Kelly S and Yudotan just shut it down.
का खेल है सारा.
Pushes from the side of Gen G.
चाहे advantage हो हमारा.
It's tagged up too. They have the spot.
देखो
and they just
क्या
walk
से
into
क्या
that last one through the
हो
box.
गया.
Crystal. Ridiculous. Oh no. That tripwire really weird from Kelly S too. Over at Garage that last round.
That is a little cheeky one.
Yeah.
Harder to identify. Poppy on the push up, and Munchkin
tucks
back behind the smoke, eats quite a bit of damage here. Critically, he stays alive.
You have to deal with against Gen G is this toxic screen and Munchkin's play around it. And I like that Global Esports wants to get proactive to try to make sure that he can't set up those lurks, because that opens up the C side of the map a lot more for Gen G.
Big, but will just be sat down. Ash carrying forward from the previous round. Cut at the ready. Yudaton popping the shield, setting up the wall. See, going forward now, turns his sights down to the sewer. The double tap house ready to expire. His back, face back over now, in towards main, and Ash just does not lose. Texture will die. He is up in arms about it. From the back.
उसका reaction देखा?
Now going to be infested. The reveals coming out. Crystal.
उसका reaction देखा chat?
The drone goes chasing forward. Nash will face forward just to go ahead and clear that out. Gets pinged. Karan identifying the position here of Kelly S. Ends up falling to the wayside. The kill coming through. Foxy now swooping all the way around, silently creeping up over towards Long, and I don't think they have a read on this one whatsoever now.
One enemy remaining.
The Rude Awakening comes through, and that's just going to be util in hand from Crystal, not realizing that he's already pushed forward onto the site. GENG now going to be up the map.
मेरे को उसका reaction
Madness
दिखाओ.
here.
भाई उसका
I mean,
reaction
Global
बात था.
Esports has
मैंने
been
नहीं
so
देखा,
close
मैंने
in
तो
some of
बोल
these
दिया.
rounds, and then at the very last moment, things just go awry. Ash in the previous round, this time Foxy9 with the late lurk.
नहीं
Ash
देखा
again
है.
hitting a great shot to
Simple.
open things
उसका
up.
reaction
Kelly S
बात
gets
था.
his ult, puts it to good use.
One
They
enemy
just
remaining.
weren't quite ready.
यार हट यार नहीं
The
दिखा
other
है.
Sentinel
I wanted to see a full screen of Texture's reaction.
हाँ
losing his
ना.
mind after he gets shot
Love
darted.
you यार Caster, love you.
I can't believe he knew I was
तो
going to be there.
बेसिकली अगर देखा जाए तो ये भी राउंड जीत सकते थे और डिफ्यूज वाला राउंड जीत सकते थे, 1v4 जीत सकते, 3 राउंड अगर जीतते, 1 राउंड इको जाता, 4 राउंड अगर अपन ऐड करेंगे तो अपने में होता है टोटल 9 राउंड, और 4 राउंड उनमें माइनस करेंगे तो उनके लग गए. किस्मत का खेल सारा. पत्रे को भाई वापस आ जाओ खेलने.
I want to say that we called for this last season.
Yeah.
And then somebody made it and tweeted it at us.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, like, just like every day, you just need to have one ready at the end.
भाई
because I'm
हेवी
sure he's
एडवांटेज
just
वाले राउंड्स थे
putting out
यार.
about 10 minutes worth.
भाई सादा सुदा
for every
एडवांटेज
match.
नहीं
वो
था भाई.
1v4 तो था ही.
1v4 5v2
Perpetually losing his marbles.
C-side
Crystal
का.
with the glass cannon.
लिटिल बिट
Well,
ऑफ
and he
कैसे
pays
कैसे
the price.
कैसे वाले राउंड्स थे.
Solid read. I mean, GENG, they know what the economy is going to look like, so the Outlaw comes into play and Munchkin immediately gets value off of it.
कोई ना, अपना मैप नहीं है.
For sure.
अपना मैप
Tough
नहीं है.
situation for Global Esports to be in. Looked like there might have been some legs to this
इससे
defender's
ज्यादा
side.
क्या ही जिंक्स करो भाई.
Kicked him out from underneath him. Foxy just going to be
Huh?
holding the line over on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, the main forces of the black and gold are setting up for the A hit, and it is wide open for the taking. Yudotan does have his ult, so retake definitely doable. You can get to the right position.
अपना गेम ही नहीं है ब्रदर. गेम है
You
बे.
can find his. The other players
अपन
storm through
अच्छा
with their
खेल
kills.
रहे बे.
There you go.
लेकिन
Well,
जो
not
राउंड
necessarily who you want to pull forward.
नहीं जाना
You
चाहिए.
can win the
मतलब
fight. Shield broken. Karan,
समझ रहे हो.
just an absolute monster. Relay to try to delay here. Darion dashing forward, does get stunned up, I do believe. Stuck within the cloud burst and dead immediately as soon as it expires. Texture now, overdrive pop at the ready. Wanted to try to bring this one to an end, but they will just get shut down. A bit too silly with it. But there's just nothing more to be done here. The spray through, the kill's gonna be found. Karan with the 3K. We'll go ahead and bring this to a swift end.
किस्मत का
13-5.
खेल
GENG
सारा.
looking dominant here on their map. Pick
ये मैप नहीं हमारा. नेक्स्ट मैप में देखो क्या होगा. क्या हुआ अगर ये मैप हारे. नेक्स्ट मैप है हमारा. देखो कैसे क्या होगा. भाई दिल पे लगा बे. वो 2 राउंड मेजर वाला राउंड दिल पे लगा यार. जी का जी कीड़े और एक्सक्यूज में जर भाई. वो 2 राउंड दिल पे लगा यार. भाई गलत भाई. गलत मतलब गलत बे. इतना एडवांटेज यार. थर्स्टी हुआ वो तो अलग ही. वो तो जाने दो. चलो एक थर्स्टी अपन ने मारा, एक वो लोग ने मारा. चलो ठीक है. वो होना नहीं चाहिए था, लेकिन चलो ठीक है। बट वो 2 राउंड यार, हाँ थोड़ा भारी पड़ा बे वो। बट अभी मेरे को ये देखने का है कि अपन ने क्या कुक किया है अपने मैप में। अगर अपना पॉजिटिविटी हाई है और अगर अपना कुकिंग वाला मैप में अगर हम लोग ने उनको कुक कर दिया ना, तो विद सेम एनर्जी एंड सेम इंटेंसिटी अपन जा सकते हैं मैप 3। केतन भाई शॉट आउट, क्या बोलते हो? क्या बोलते हो? क्यों चिल्लाते हो? मेरा बीएफ सो रहा था, उठ के मेरे पे चिल्ला रहा है। अच्छी बात है, अच्छी बात है। जिस हिसाब से आप एक चैट में 15 इमोजीज डाल रहे हो मैडम, चिल्लाना चाहिए उसको। इज डूइंग अ गुड जॉब। हारना चलता है, हारना चलता है, एक्चुअल में हारना चलता है यार, लेकिन ऐसा एडवांटेज वाला ना, ऐसा एडवांटेज वाला। और डेरन भाई कैसा लगा डे इन पत्रिक हुज लाइफ? क्या हुआ आखिर गाड़ी छूटी, हमारी किस्मत टूटी। अरे भाई कुछ तो एट दिस पॉइंट आई ट्रूली बिलीव कि कुछ तो नसीब का दोष है भाई। भाई इम्पॉसिबल है भाई, इम्पॉसिबल। कोई भी ड्यूलिस्ट आए, कोई भी इम्पॉसिबल। टेक्सचर आया 3 हो गया, पॉल्विफाई आए 3 हो गया, पत्रिक भाई आए सीन हो गया, डेरन भाई आए। कुछ तो अपना एक मेरे को लगता है, अगर मैं जी का कोच रहता था ना और फैक्टर करता था कि नसीब इज ऑल्सो फैक्टर, देन सीधा नो ड्यूलिस्ट मेटा, स्ट्रेट अप नो ड्यूलिस्ट मेटा और नो ओपिंग। यही मेरे हिसाब से सीक्रेट रेसिपी हो सकता है। ट्रिपल सेंटिनल नहीं रही, ट्रिपल सेंटिनल नहीं, डबल कंट्रोलर डबल इनिशिएटर। Udotan is good for me, bro. Udotan and Kelias are consistently good. Udotan and Kelias are consistently good.
I mean, we've all been saying it, how comfortable GENG is on Haven, and they continue to look so. It's so comfortable that they can do these kind of plays at this point. And going back to what Solo and HSK like to do, they like to refine on the comp.
What do you think this is about
Haven is like a case where it still applies.
Every season तो
I mean,
सारे teams change करते हैं
situations
भाई,
last week where that
बहुत ही
wasn't really the
normal है
case.
वो।
So I mean, good showing from
हर एक
GENG
team तो
there.
change
And
करता
one
है
thing's
every
for sure,
season,
vibes are through
except
the
जो
roof
जीत
for
रहे हैं।
this team.
It's so
कभी
fun
कभी
to
तो वो
listen
लोग
to
भी
them,
करते हैं।
especially when we get them like after the replays. I mean, we can hear them
तो
from down
चाय
there
गरम
on the
करके आया
stage,
मैं।
and they're always going crazy. They're
यही
shouting.
कब चाय
You
पी
know,
रहा
they
हूँ,
have
गरम
so
कर
many
रहा
funny
हूँ।
remarks. It's such a fun team to watch. So they love getting themselves hyped up.
They're kind of piquing my interest at the moment because you're seeing like some good comments from Foxy9 in the interview, some good discipline in the structure. You saw him on the active lurk through the middle of the map on a really good timing there, which I would have pegged him to not win those kind of situations in the past, and he was able to actually open up the map a little bit more. So he's understanding where he needs to play within the overall structure and playing a little bit more disciplined overall. I think you're seeing more and more flashes of this individual brilliance, and the reason why Ash was picked up into this team, because he was that duelist player on GENG Academy with a little bit of in-it play, mostly on the Teo, but you're definitely seeing flashes of those mechanics and of that individual brilliance. And that in combination with this championship winning core, like it's only some easier games in the group stage right now, but I almost want to fast forward to the playoff game already where they actually take on another really good team again and see what happens.
Is it too soon for you guys to, you know, kind of soft predict how far they're gonna go?
Ah, man, I mean, they were 3rd place last season in kickoff, which I know was disappointing for them because they would have expected Masters, but like, I don't know, I'm almost kind of feeling more convinced by this current iteration. I don't know how you feel.
I'm not. I mean, Boom weren't there in kickoff, RRQ weren't there in kickoff.
It's a harder field. It's a harder field. That's true. That's true. Fair enough.
Well, we are going to be going into Pearl now. We are expecting greater things from Global Esports this time around.
So I like this pick from Global Esports. I do think this is a very winnable map for them in this veto. GENG have not looked particularly strong here when they have played it, and they don't really like this map compared to GE, where they've had better results.
Yeah, you see 2 bans for GENG there. They have not played it since kickoff against T1, where they took a loss there, and they were playing a very kind of old style that almost feels a little outdated at this point. They were playing the Killjoy, KO Sova, almost the Ascent S comp on Pearl, which no one runs anymore. So they're going to have to, I think, reinvent what they're bringing here. I mean, it's got to be a Teo on Ash. I wouldn't be surprised to see Foxy9. I'd like to see him again on a Vice. We've only seen it on Lotus. So I want to see more Vice from Foxy9 and see how he's playing on other Senti agents other than Killjoy, because the only agents that I've been that convinced by him in kickoff was Killjoy and Gecko. And Cypher has been a question mark. I need to see more Vice. I need to see more Cypher and some other agents from Foxy9 to see how well-rounded his agent pool is in the Senti role.
Yeah, or play Killjoy and get a lot of frags and help me get a lot.
I mean, Killjoy can work on Pearl. Yeah.
It absolutely can. Yeah, I mean, Global Esports.
Meteor, he's like a decent player in Pacific. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He plays that on this map, so
yeah.
He's a nice up-and-comer at the moment.
He's fine.
Yeah,
I heard he's all right. Yeah, he's
but
maybe he's
no
just
one's
lucky.
picked him for some reason, so I don't know what the hell is wrong with all of us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, frauds. Fraud watch on this desk so far. I do think whatever GENG ends up going with on Pearl, they're probably going to stick to it for the rest of this year, and they're just going to refine and refine and refine.
Yeah,
that's their style, right? I mean, this is like, it's a nice approach to the game where you keep things simple. You don't need to catch your opponents off guard so much with some wild off-meta stuff if you can trust your players to execute. You know, they take this expertise approach to the game, to the maps that they like to play, compared to some of these other teams that like to be trickier, that like to, you know, try and steal maps, try and pull off more upsets. GENG don't need to do that. They know that they're at the top of this region, especially they were last year, so why change if it's not broken? You know, that's definitely their motto.
I do want to talk about Global Esports now. You know, there was a lot of hype for them at the beginning of this year, and we did see that potential come through, and then things haven't been working out. We kind of listed a lot of reasons why. You know, if you were coaching this team, what would you want to see in Pearl? Which players do you want to see step up? What kind of team play do you want to see happening? What kind of like comms do you want to see coming through?
I think the big thing is obviously Darion's coming into this game, so show us why you're in, Darion. I mean, they've had duelist problems this whole year. You know, it's been tough for them. Patrick, who didn't put up the numbers that they wanted to see, and Darion in that map one wasn't really there. So they need to find a way to get their duelist activated, because he's going to go against Texture in that head-to-head. So it's a big ask to get them activated.
They have a great duelist. His name is Yudatan, but he's going to be staring at a wall for most of this game, I'd imagine, because he's probably going to be thrown on the Senti. All right, GE, yep. Vice for Kelly S, and you're getting double Senti. So Killjoy and Yudatan, it's a very slow comp, and especially starting out on the attack, that puts a lot of emphasis and pressure on Darion getting these entries. It's going to have to be a very slow, lurk-heavy attack from GE, and Darion's going to have to be very influential on the op on defense.
GENG made some small changes from when we last saw this team play. So, yeah, we see the Neon coming for Texture, and the Teo of course, on that choice of initiator. Again, it just feels like a slightly more updated, modern version.
Let's go, baby. How's the Josh, chat?
Guys, this is looking good for Gen G, but let's see what's going to happen on
How's
Pearl.
the Josh?
Send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Let's see what happens indeed. Pearl coming up.
Double
Mumbai
senti
Esports
chat.
looking to bounce back here in this series. Try to get this squad into the driver's seat, take hold of the game. Oh,
Knife to hai.
prop. It's a little cutout.
She wants to see the knives.
Well,
too bad.
it would have to be out of Darion's hands here. Given the jacket that she was wearing, I don't think that's what they want to witness.
Hey, double senti.
A closer map. We want to witness global
Double
esports
senti is
running this one
Gucci.
back. It'll
Yeah, map.
start sheriff in hand, ghosts across the board for the rest of global esports.
Yeah, this attacking side
From
feels like it might be a little rough for them. We'll have to see. You only have Kelly S's flash. Nobody else has any in hand.
Yudotan for that second kill, but
Hey, delete to hai.
actually able to avoid taking damage.
Udo
Will
bhai,
get the
hey,
trade
bhai.
out here, so Killjoy for a Neon if you're global overall. Gonna be taking that one. As Darian dashing forward, shifts up, but Foxy 9 striking shifts over now, grabs that ghost.
Fuck, अगर smoke में trade होता तो मजा आता था बे. बहुत tagged है वो लोग.
He's gonna get the orb. Oh, what a... Oh, my God. The timing there.
Yeah, timing on that.
Good
Still
flash.
though, kill was found. So now just
किस्मत
and
का
Poppy
खेल
trying to get themselves back
सारा.
into this one. Swing out and the headshot is in.
ये मैं भी गया
Pistol down, all
हमारा.
alone to try to turn the tides of this pistol.
जाने
Otherwise,
क्या
Gen G
से
looking to
क्या
once
हो
again start off the map here with a
गया.
win. Go 3-0 on pistols and yeah, Charon. Gonna go ahead and
क्या
scoop up the 3
हुआ अगर
Pretty clean
पिस्तूल
stuff.
हारा.
In the early trade, sends everybody over to the other side of the map.
आज मैं यही गाना सुनूंगा लग रहा है बे
Break in.
chat.
You know, Darion dashes through. He's instantly shut down the util there to stall the players behind. See the nano. And that's
भाई
round
मजाक
over.
सेट कर.
There's maybe a
डेरियन
moment
को
where
स्टेप अप करना
that
पड़ेगा
flash
ना.
doesn't fully connect onto Poppy. He might be able to kill
I think डेरियन थोड़ा मारेगा तो
Foxy,
हो
and
जाएगा.
maybe
लग
things
रहा
get a
है
little
लग
bit
रहा है.
different, but instead it's just kind of smooth sailing there for Gen G again. Undefeated in the pistols so far, 3 for 3. Trying to go 3 for 3 on the bonuses. Oh my.
दो फटका लगा.
For a second, I thought he was going to be able to go ahead and absolutely feast. Instead, it's going to be Munchkin.
भाई
Just
गुची
like
बोनस
Ghost,
हो
who's
सकता
gonna
है.
timings now, and
गुची
something like
बोनस
2v2,
गुची
Munchkin's
बोनस.
going to be scooped up. Guardian here for Crystal at full HP. Still the players from Gen G shifting over into position. And the onus still is on Yudotan and Crystal to try to figure out how they get themselves back into this round.
This is quite curious. You're just trying to guess what the other team is going to do, how they're going to react off the back of that fight where even damage is done. Crystal with a Guardian, though. That is scary. Foxy 9 sitting with a Marshall, but he's sliding over towards Waterfall. Checking to see if maybe there was a player lurking through there. Still close enough to his util on site.
30 seconds left.
No, but they're not in a position to do anything to stop this plant. Well, maybe now, because now they're changing direction.
Looking to try to make this a fake, but if footsteps are going to be heard here.
Yep.
ओ सुना.
And then the double back comes through. Charon
भाई सोवा कवर दे दे.
looking to really
सोवा कवर दे दे.
set their day. That headshot is so damn fast.
Jeez, dude.
Plant is in. But yep.
I love how Foxy comes bunny hopping in there.
किस्मत का
Just run back
खेल है
across, go get a
सारा.
Guardian or whatever.
कोई कवर
Foxy just
नहीं
sprinting forward.
हमारा.
Charon will get the defuse to half.
देखो क्या
Pauses.
से क्या हो गया.
All the
Just
क्या हुआ
it's so
अगर
brutal
गुड
when
बोनस
Charon's on.
है.
He's looking for the damn gun.
Where are the
राउंड
guys?
फिर
Drop
भी
it. Well, I was wondering
2-0
where that
है.
Bulldog went too, because I thought it might have been dropped further up the ramp, but it was at the bottom. So,
Close.
because I heard the Bulldogs going, and I'm like, how did that happen?
Well, all started that 3K there from Munchkin. Eventually ran out of bullets.
हाँ?
And then Karan there, just ready to be the finisher. The 5-0 start.
He's just
Recon नहीं था, Recon डाला था उसने.
It's still decent damage dealt.
Yes.
As we go into the bonus here for the side of GENG, so.
और बंदा किधर भी हो सकता है यार.
Go ahead and reinvest a little bit, but cash-wise, they're still in a strong position.
Get the ult for Karan. Couple bulldogs.
भाई 4 राउंड अगर अपन जीते और पिस्तौल जीता तो डबल सेंटी बीटी कर देगा वो लोग को. बीटी मतलब एकदम आत्मा चला जाएगी टेक्सचर की, घुस ही नहीं पाएगा वो.
Best Sylvan impersonation, perhaps.
Well, they're so convinced that this is going to be on the other side of the map.
बराबर था.
Firing there through that screen. Would have at least found some damage on the texture, but just looking to try to play this out a little bit more quietly for the time being. Double stack on Art here for GENG. Triple push.
और जी जीता तो 500 गिफ्टेड. पहले 150 का मेंबरशिप लो.
Dington taken down. Foxy having the reach and shield. Oh my God, Crystal catching a stray. On the entry, Darion goes in, finds one, but he's isolated. So the rest of Global Esports just don't have it in. Texture's still lingering here on the
पूरा
speed
राउंड
side.
पापी के ऊपर है.
As Poppy tries to clear the way.
Yeah, it's so tough. Oh, texture.
जानवर है भाई.
And well,
a magnet to Poppy's head.
They made it a little over halfway there, but now they have to just stay
जानवर
Go
लोग,
for the
जानवर
save.
लोग, जानवर लोग.
It's going to be our first bonus conversion of the day, I do believe.
10 seconds left.
GENG getting themselves a 3-0 start.
Well, this is going to be so tough on these entries. I mean, the desk was talking about it. I was thinking about
अभी
it.
भी भरोसा है.
Without much util to really clear space, you have to rely on Darion's entries to get
Satish bhai, thank you for the membership. मेरी जान कर today.
From your Astra.
Hey, can we have an early timeout? It's too early, but I think we can have it.
There, you know, Darion finds one and there's a trade and you have so much stall.
Texture भाई सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ. Cute हो करके मैं जाने दिया.
Nanos, you have the Astra stuff, you have the Teho.
Cute है करके जाने दिया.
The fragment. I mean, the GENG's comp is very well suited to stop anything that G is going to be able to try to accomplish.
Right here.
So far, they've been
executing it perfectly. Side alone नहीं जाना पड़ेगा ना भाई, उसके पैर के नीचे यूटिल जा रही है ना.
Trying to turn up the tempo a little bit.
देखो का नेड आ रहा है, किलजो नेड आ रहा है, बाकी क्या नेड से जाके मरे सपोर्ट देने के चक्कर में.
Pause off the back of the smoke from Karan.
Oh, foot spotted. There's a tiny little pixel there. Is Darion similarly going to get a tiny glimpse? So knows that there's going to be one holding on that angle, but forced away here. As whoa, my God, Karan just swooping in, finding two. Foxy looking for the second, can't quite make it happen, but they're just both so devastatingly low. GENG just looking for the crunch, just looking for the confidence plays, and they're being rewarded for them. 28 health is all that's left, because even the drone gets cancelled.
ट्रायंगल के बीच में अटके. अगर वो लोग वो सिटी से भी जाएगा ना तो कुछ क्रेजी टाइमिंग वाला सीन हो सकता है. I doubt.
The timing.
Just looking to pre-fire the angles here. They just split across. Crystal can slowly maybe walk his way over to B to get the plant down. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yep, plant मिल गया.
GENG getting a sense of this.
I think Ash might have heard the footsteps.
Yeah, he might have actually just barely caught it. The ping's coming down. Salvo not quite going to be in position to disrupt it, but Texture is. Swoops the corner. Classic in hand. It's going to be a 4-0 start now.
Man, oh man. Just so difficult for Global Esports to get through.
भाई इतना इजी नहीं है GENG के सामने जीतने के लिए भाई.
It didn't matter. He just it was a timing play and he just hit the shot anyway. Obviously, Texture with an operator is always a thing to be feared.
मैं बोला ना हमारा डिसाइडर जो है वो रहेगा
for Global Esports to be expected. I mean, this is tough. These are rough situations to be in. Again, you only have one flash from the arc rows. So, you know, can you set up some kind of timing plays with Crystal's utility? Again, combo with the Astra, those are really your best options.
वो भी बोल नहीं सकते
get to the post plants. Yeah, you have a scary team.
वो थोड़ा जल्दी आ गया.
GENG is not keen on letting you get there at all. And elevated, trying to elevate the team. Really.
भाई अपने पास भी एलेक्स भाई है.
His points there. GENG just all smiles, as it is looking pretty good for them. Have to wait and see what the response is going to look like here. Already some deep stars set up for Poppy towards the A site. They're pinging it out, so they're going to make some kind of play for A main. Try to get at least some kind of control.
Boom was the worst.
Nobody's within one of their ult. You have a couple from two away
about
from
them now.
ult.
मैंने तो कभी बोला ही नहीं है Boom के बारे में.
So, okay, we're able to get there. Step one, that required your dash from Darion.
जो सबसे
so now how do you get to the site?
टीम थी वो मेरे सबसे
You can find ways
DFM
to beat GENG's utility.
Boom के बारे में
That'll
तो
help.
कभी नहीं बोला मैंने.
But trying to dial up answers is difficult here.
It certainly is. There's Munchkin getting rid of that shear wall. They're going to stick around. Looks like line share of Global looking to try to explore in towards mid. You've got Foxy at the double door. Texture going to back away. Doesn't want to give over the opposition
4-5
here.
राउंड जीत जाएगा ना, मजा आ जाएगा मैच में. डिफेंस में ना.
Well, this leads them in towards Foxy 9. Pops the nano.
क्या टाइमिंग है.
What kind of confirmation he quite had there, but regardless, looks to try to hold this door down. We'll be able to come away with a singular
गए
kill.
नहीं यार पर.
It's a falling. So yes, not taking too much damage here. Global still very wary about that potential push out from
Texture का
behind.
position
Texture's looking to get
देखो.
on that line. Cosmic Divide coming through, just looking to try to lock them out of this one, but
Texture
still
का
do have some
position देखो.
solid, viable plant options here. Push to the corner, Ash. Hold his ground, looking to re-steady here for the kill on the Darion. He's able to find it. Texture now arriving in behind. Crystal cut down. It's all on Kelly S. Relay bolt connecting, holding him back. The defuse, there's just nothing more to be done. It's not planted for him.
That's such an unorthodox Cosmic Divide. Okay, well, that's the op.
Yeah. They can afford. I mean,
They can afford it.
Money. Ash is cash
It
capped.
doesn't matter. But that's such an unorthodox Cosmic Divide there, and it's all because you know that you have Texture free on the backside, so he can op on the other end of that Cosmic Divide. Even though you leave that space for the plant, they have plans behind it. You know, that was one where I initially looked at it, I'm like, oh, was he just a little bit off with it, maybe? Nope. I think that was all according to what they wanted to do.
Looks like they're looking for a very pacey.
Aiming तो ले ही नहीं सकते थे
Darion
उन्हें.
just tailwinding forward to try to take space over towards
Aiming तो
R.
out of question है. ये जो अभी split कर रहे हैं ये अच्छा.
Stars get placed. Global, they take some solid early presence, some space here, but question is, how do you scale from here? 3-player approach from Art. Nebula dissipating.
वो देखो.
Foxy 9 just playing
Neon
back,
पे कुछ भी
playing
pressure नहीं करके
patiently.
पूरा B संभाल रहे हो. पूरा B.
Being rewarded with the timing, the flash out over the top. Poppy able to answer
W
back
Poppy.
too. Foxy 9 picking him down. Hunter's Fury on the hunt, gets the first
almost.
pump. And Foxy.
ये लोगों को मालूम पड़ना चाहिए
follow-ups
कि
of
क्यों
just
है
life
क्यों
intact.
pop flash दे रहा था.
Push now in. Kelly, yes, dead. Foxy swinging from the opposite side, finds Crystal. 6-0 start.
Well, you can see some of the ideas there for the side of Global Esports is to just overstack that angle. But GENG is responding in kind, and they're doing a great job with the push and pull. Our GENG of not giving up anything for free. Again, with that pop flash, this time it's going to get the assist for Munchkin. And part of this setup here for Global Esports was to get Crystal in a position where he could use his ult to maybe catch some GENG players inside of a link. And then let his players, you know, if he doesn't get the kills, let them get them. It's just not enough. Darian's got the blades, he's just gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, same little game plan here. Draft up and over the top.
भाई जब by the book काम नहीं हो रहा है ना.
Now they don't know it, but the site
तो
wide open.
unorthodox खेलना चाहिए. Unorthodox.
Let's go ahead and lock Taron away over in Flowers. So
इस बार free site मिला.
Site here for the side of GE. As Munchkin sends out the null command. So Knives now taken out of their hands. As, oh boy, slides back across the opposite side of the wall. Darion on the peak. Finds
W.
Taron dead. As GE
W.
up the pace. Look to pull off a thrifty. Even the Armageddon coming out. Not going to be getting much of anything.
One enemy remaining.
Wry smile there on Crystal's face. As okay, Global Esports in flawless fashion are going to get themselves on the board here with a thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, it just took a cosmic divide and an open sight, and then a good guess on how GENG was going to be setting up for the retake, and they were just a step ahead. You know, right as Texter's starting to dash in, that's when Global Esports is making their move. It makes it rather chaotic, because I suspect other GENG players not anticipating that either. That was an unusual round.
But sometimes that's what you need.
Yep.
Catch the team off guard, do something that they do not expect.
Exactly.
And ultimately just hold down those access points to the site through that cosmic divide. So some smiles resurfacing here. Still a very large deficit to try to claw back here. Need to get a handful of rounds on this attacking side is what we'll say.
Yeah. I mean, I think 3 would be where I'd be like, okay, maybe. You can get the 3rd.
5.
4. Yeah. 5? Then I'm thinking maybe.
You're feeling really good with the double Senti.
Yeah.
Looking for the stun setup. Not looking to overstay. Foxy.
Good trade.
Angle.
Nice.
Let's get shut down. Now went forward though. Ash finding Crystal the salvos. Just so perfectly timed and placed. Has the follow-up. Just like that, the advantage is found for the side of Global Esports, just ripped out of their hands.
I mean, Ash has just looked better and better week after week since joining this main GENG roster. And you could see why they wanted to bring him in. They wanted Tejo in here solo. Hello. Wanted to be a bit more meta. His compositions, and it is paying off. Poppy, though, staying tucked. Oh, didn't matter. Karan's just Karan. Too nasty for it. 7-1. GENG up. And a punch right back. GE finally able to get around to go, and it just falls apart. And you know, good trading here early, but then Ash strikes. Just waiting there with that util.
क्या मारता है वे बंदा 7-5.
Not something that you want to see, but
fuck 8 round में 2 टाइम आउट हो
something that
गया.
unfortunately is very necessary. Second timeout now. Gonna be sent out for the side of GE. They know. They have to be getting some more here.
I mean, I don't mind these 2 timeouts on this half at all, because you know how difficult this was going to be. And if you can have a solid defense on the other side, you're likely going to be getting some timeouts burnt by GENG anyway.
थोड़ा रुको ना.
So you might be able to use those.
Yeah.
So, but you got to try something here, of course. It's been a rough half, to say the least.
बोला का मिड में बहुत लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है यार.
They're starting to try to find ways to explore mid
और अभी
doors
तक
to
B
B-Link to try to put pressure on a Foxy 9, but he's always been good for at least 1. And then
he's having a,
split
I mean, his last 2 days of play have been just fantastic.
Yeah, he's
Let's go.
come back in,
Be
rejuvenated
execute. Finally,
sure.
texture buy पे थोड़ा pressure.
And now Foxy has his ult. Texture's still got Nop with an ult behind it. Unatan does have the lockdown as well, so could see the Venn diagram of Killjoy.
Oh no. Okay.
W recon,
Texture
W
just trying to
smoke.
avoid that 0 point.
W.
Little punish coming through. Up now going to be on the floor. As Munchkin is going to be lobbing in the fragment here to try to delay the push coming forward. Darian up and over the top. As Munchkin
W.
be gunned down. Lockdown invested though. Foxy 9 wanting to try to go ahead and turn this one around as they go backpedaling, and looks like widely everybody will be able to escape. Match quickly greeted by an arrow to the face.
5v3.
Amounts of damage going to be taken. Salvo's going to be sent. Nebula still up here. Kelly S trying to play around this gap. Watching for the cut
Body
across.
blocked. They body blocked.
They're looking for it, but there
बाप
you
रे.
go. Poppy.
Nice. देखा अभी दिख रहा है पोटेंशियल दिख रहा है.
Need to get these rounds.
Finally टेक्सचर को ढूंढ के मारा.
And just a kind of bad guess on Texture's part off that 0 point. Not sure if there had been some conditioning with that 0 point earlier where there wasn't any contact off of it. This time it's the full forces of Global Esports marching their way towards the B site. Texture paid the price pretty quick.
W.
And then Munchkin caught in the edge of that smoke. Not sure what he was trying to get away with there. He's on a side where he can't see much and his opponents can see his feet.
Oh,
whoa.
Movement coming through.
There.
Going very wide.
Almost
There.
never see that from Texture.
Yep.
And now attacking lockdown
Is
going to
the
be
dar.
bested. Global Esports looking to just try to
बस अभी
maintain the
spam
pace
पड़ेगा
here.
बस. Spam से बचना है लोग को.
Keep things going as quickly as they can. All's control now here in their favor. Thorns set up, Nanos as well, just looking to try to make a retake completely impossible. Make sure already has swapped the weapon over here, just passing that operator to Ash.
Missiles away.
Salvo's going forward, blind connecting, Munchkin able to
क्या
find one
blind
in.
दिया
All's now
भाई.
opened up. Hunter's Fury sent here from Crystal. As Munchkin will get caught by one. Swing out, Texture dead, top of screen.
Oh, you
W.
Smokes popped, the defuse started. Boxy 9, he's just here around the corner.
Oh.
And he's trying to get the shots through there, able to do
W.
so.
मुक भी
Munchkin
जाएगा
now
अभी.
sat here, pinged out.
उड़तान
Huge
मेरी
4K.
जान के टोटे.
Global Esports now.
Love you.
Massive economy behind them.
Now you might be able to get a timeout out of Gen G because this B site has become a liability. They haven't been able to stop these pushes. And again, if Global Esports gets to play it down and can get into their post-plant situations, it is very... Oh, that is disgusting.
Just killing them all through smokes.
Good.
But again, if they can get to those moments, Global Esports' comp is very well suited to stop the retakes. And you can see why. 2 rounds in a row, they've been able to do that.
Please.
Gen G's going to turn up the tempo.
Please.
Relay Bolt not going to catch anything. Kelly S able to make it
Please.
back around the corner here. Crystal to try to defend is just fishing for some damage there with the zaps. And in the end, nothing to be found, so ult gets expended.
Okay, good.
Just some minor
Good.
control.
Map control लेकिन चला गया हाथ से for one ulti.
Yeah, trying
But
to set
वो
up
ले
for the
सकता है.
combo play with the util to set up Texture, but could not quite get there in time. So a drone to re-clear that space here for Global Esports as now the players follow suit. And that has been widely abandoned by Gen G, who's decided they've had enough of the B shenanigans. If you're going to beat us, it's going to be over on the other side of the map this time. Well, Yudotan
that is correct.
Yeah.
Ping's coming down, no one there.
W. वो किन्हें खेल रहा है?
Awakening here for the side of Gen
UM
G.
क्या
Just
वजह
now
से?
start getting a sense of this given the time remaining. Plant to come through, and it's going to be another strong post-plant setup here for the side of Global. Darion leading the charge, swing onto the corner.
Nice.
2 quick kills, looking for the third. Foxy will be able to find one with that stinger in hand. Finds the Vandal pickup, and Foxy finds himself completely unscathed and suddenly on for an ace. He's got the player advantage. And so, okay, he will be shut down, but Sheriff shots come through from Ash Caron. Scoops up a Vandal as well. And Foxy 9.
But yep, Foxy 9.
Foxy 9.
Wow.
Thrifty.
Foxy 9.
Last round in the
I know. That's so heartbreaking for Global Esports, dude. This looked like a round again that they're going to be able to turn the tide here on this map.
Show me his POV.
Beautiful from Darion.
Yes, there we go.
Stinger first.
Oh.
Oh. Man, oh man.
What a play.
That's just, I mean, the individual skill on that.
Technically देखा जाए तो let's do 7-4.
Like that.
ठीक है.
Jaws on the floor.
Let's do a 7-4. Technically अगर देखा जाए.
Okay, Darion able to
Nice.
survive as Ash, trying to open things up here. Trying to slow things down, I should say, with that concuss. Poppy, my God. A ton of damage.
Now you've got a crossfire. to
Aim
contend
control
with.
है नहीं अपने पास.
Didn't
And
he?
this approach from Art, yeah, he is just like, okay.
Nice.
Put an end to it. The bounce back, swings
Nice.
out, maybe getting a little
भाई
too confident.
7-5. भाई मेरे को नहीं मालूम. 7-5 बात खत्म 7-5 अभी अपन डबल सेंटिनल है होल्ड कर सकते हैं पिस्तौल से 7-5 ठीक है वो एक राउंड बोल दो 7-5
shorty in hand. And will be the final round
but
closing.
है तो 8-4 ना 7-5
Global Esports. So 8-4 at the half.
वो राउंड अपना
Sentinel
था
now on the defense. Global right now need to be looking at getting their first pistol win here of the series.
Yeah, and if you can maintain your discipline on the other side of the map here for the side of Global Esports,
पूरा game
there's real hope.
depend
There's
करेगा
real hope that
pistol
we're
up.
going to push this to a third map.
there is hope there is
You're
fucking hope
So it's not like there's
double
an easy way
sentinel
to
there is
bypass
fucking
some of that
hope
utility without at least taking a little bit of damage
ओ
or
हाफ टाइम में भी बात कर सकते हैं ये नहीं
slowing
मालूम
things
था
up a
मेरे
little
को
this is doable. And
this
you
is the
saw
first for me ये नहीं मालूम
once
था
they got those retakes in place, how difficult it was for Gen G to get through. So I think, you know, we'll see. But I see glimpses of hope here for Global Esports.
Yes,
it is still going to be challenging. It is still Gen G.
Yeah. MVP Munchkin very powerful. not untrue.
बात तो है
You're not wrong, yeah.
By the Gen G Classic.
Will you win? Yeah, by the Gen G Classic.
All right, well, halftime now expiring. Global Esports. They put that right foot forward. But
when you are actually you might understand भाई आप भी ग्राउंड चालू करो
good day, I suppose I should say.
Sure.
कौन मना कर रहा
I mean, Crystal's very solid, like most of the time. He's had a few rough ones here and there, but he's a very consistent player. Individual skill. I mean, he got that big double to break open the site there for him.
It's pretty much going to be Ghost v Ghost here. Just Poppy. No, not rather. It's Kelly S with the classic in half armor.
And Munchkin's just going to try to sell this by himself. Solo KO. Sticking around over at B to try to keep players over there. Foxy, nothing that he's really seen.
The turret got broken. It was over on that shop side.
That's why Gen G is looking to see if they can punish a player.
Locating targets.
Instead, again, throwing a lot of their util over in the direction of B to try to sell that. And that's drawn Darion over. So they've created a weak side.
Yes, tagged up. Munchkin just looking at a flash behind, goes to the peak, nothing there. Nebula in his face.
They're all over the map.
Continue to go, on this linger is the whole rest of Gen G. Pushing down in towards Kelly Yes, who is fortunate to only catch a tiny little glimpse there. Slide in, Poppy turns his sights back over, is able to find one. Eats the pressure though, finds himself a second. Gives the rest of the team a fighting chance here as Munchkin though disrespecting the nano. Just strafes over it. Darion gets completely caught off guard. Shock dart, however, Crystal landing at Karan's feet is able to find the punish, and now we go into a 2v2.
Just comes down to these crossfires for Gen G.
At the ready, Foxy 9 eating some damage. Munchkin similarly down to 24. And it looks like they might just be able to make this happen unless Munchkin says otherwise. The tap on the spot.
Yeah!
And Crystal.
Yeah!
Global Esports, their first pistol
7-7 baby! किधर है भाई Gen G fans?
Huge.
12.
Good discipline.
12.
I mean, that was a really tricky round from the get-go. They read it pretty quickly that it's not going to be a B hit just off of Munchkin's contact. So they immediately backpedal. That does create that extra angle for the execute for Gen G. Munchkin sticks around and they maneuver all the way through B Link. But maybe Gen G just overthinking that round is too far. Might have been able to head towards A. I mean, no matter what, you had to deal with Crystal. You get another big round for Global Esports. So, Sheriff for Texture, Sheriff for Foxy 9, everybody else with classics.
Camping tracks पे आपके गांड में हाथी का लड़ सच्ची मजाक से हटकर 1.5 मिनट का राउंड है डिफेंस में और कैंपिंग बोल रहे हैं नजर ना लगे यार
tight angle.
हाँ
turret.
याद रखना आपके घर पे दो बंदे कैंप कर रहे थे करके तू है बहुत
It's
सही
like a
क्या
2.2 stat.
वो भी 1.5 मिनट का राउंड था
Get cleared out from Texture. Yotan now filling even more space and gets himself the double. Ash and Foxy9 both going to be taken out. As Munchkin able to tuck back around the corner. Avoids taking damage. So 3 Sheriffs still in play here for the side of GENG. Opportunities to deal some damage perhaps. As Texture does get caught by that concuss.
I'd like to apologize.
Well, he's not going to be bothered. Yudotan not quite in a position to punish. But still, info's there.
1.5 मिनट का राउंड में बेंच कैंपिंग बोल रहे हैं
Shots out, backs away. Darion, opposite side of Halls. Yeah, Marshall in hand.
30 seconds left.
Getting past that, going to prove to be maybe a little bit difficult. As quick scope in.
Well, that's some Polish all right there.
Put down, peek out. Thanks for the second shot. Able to find it. And what is that shot on the crystal? Holy hell!
Got you there.
Looking for the plant spot. Caron down underneath.
Boy, क्या बे टेक्सचर ने?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
That it was disgusting.
Hello?
I thought they nerfed that.
They did.
भाई एक बार वो दिखाओ प्लीज टेक्सचर का ये मारा
And it's like the moment that he's about to get behind the box too.
उसके पीयूसी दिखाओ प्लीज
The last possible pixel that he could slide that bullet past before it would be a wall bang.
Just absolutely nasty.
All right, well,
buy
buy round now here for the side of GENG. Texture, tiny little bit taken from the thorns.
Let's see if they can deal with this vice wall. Do have Munchkins all.
उसका पीयू अरे सोवा के पीयूसी
They're actually just scooping that up and going to the other side. I mean, you'll see this a lot where teams are going to want to harass the longer angles when you're going up against the weaker buys. So therefore, B site seems like it's more favorable to you. However, Bulldog there.
Love you,
Guardian.
I love you.
Not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
2-0 जीत सकते थे अपन वहाँ पे.
Pre-spam.
टीम ने हक दिया.
2v4 चलो ना. GENG does get a spot on the player behind screens, but that sends Darion back towards the alley. Caught him with the knife, so they've been able to track Darion, and instead, just going to try the other side of the map, though.
Quick relay, just threatening Crystal off that drone. Hugging into the corner here, at the bottom of the stairs.
30 seconds left.
If it's a crossover towards Art, time starting to tick down. 25 seconds remaining.
By Sova sandwich.
Command could be popped. Crystal, he's blinded up.
Oh.
And Ash, okay, is able to get in there to find a punish before Picture ends up getting taken down. Pushing out from Flowers. 2 headshots found, but Foxy9 comes to the rescue. Keeping his IGL protected and his team
7-8.
afloat.
ठीक है. Heavy damage. 7-8. 7-8.
Re-establish a 3-round lead, but they do suffer some
वो
losses.
अपने blend से blend हुआ शायद ना? I think
Very
Elias
messy.
के blend से blend हुआ सोवा.
Just a timing entry where
हाँ,
everything
7-8.
has to
7-8.
go well.
69 नहीं है 7-8 है.
It's pretty
7-8.
spicy there. I mean, if somebody isn't
भाई वो glitch यार मत करो यार मेरा दिल नहीं मान रहा वो round.
And Kelly, yeah, still able to find 2. Foxy9 again coming
अच्छा
up
मारा
huge for
Kelly
GENG when they need him most. Able to get a big one. Operator though for Darion, and they're pushing out along B. Meanwhile, GENG on the other side. Trying to get aggressive.
देखना.
Oh, just
ये क्या है भाई ये
disrespecting
fair
all
है क्या
this
उसके
util. Alarm pod, nano beat, damn Texture. Up for his pound of flesh and finds it, Yutan. Absolutely destroyed. Kelly has stunned up there as the concuss comes through. Texture collecting a
कोई
second.
नहीं कोई अपन.
Fast pace here from the side of GENG
भाई
and Global Esports
बेचारा
just can't quite
भाई.
keep up. This operator never getting put into a position.
पहले
to
blind
find
आया
some
आठ
value.
पे. बेहो नेड आया.
Texture,
अच्छी.
Mr. 4K will end right there.
हो गया tilt.
I was going to
Okay,
say,
Texture
Texture,
tilted.
I don't think you want that.
Texture
We all
tilt है
know
भाई
what
उसका
happens
रोज
if
क्या है
you
भाई
get the
इसमें.
ace.
अब तो करेगा वो.
Gotta give the people.
वो सीधा बोलेगा सबका पोजीशन दे
hurt
देगा.
him.
Is
यार.
his mode of despair down on stage. As Darion is desperately trying to hold on to this thing,
Abhi
but
nahi.
Foxy is in
अच्छा
the
वो off
perfect
गिर गया
position to
लेकिन मैं
give the
actual में
punish.
मैं
The
खुश
op
हूँ.
going to be left down on the floor. 10-6.
बस भाई मेरी
He
chat
is
पे
still
इतना ignore
going
कहाँ
on.
ignore करो मैं जान के.
I hope that's coming through.
This is disgusting from Texture. I mean, one way to get past the Sentinel util, just go.
Okay, full screen
क्या
reaction.
मारा ना बे?
No. No.
Come on. There we go. Perfectly cut screams.
And then look at that side.
Perfectly cut scream. That is...
For Texture, the 4-kill is the most delicious.
All right, Darion getting spicy with it, able to find the headshot on the one. Unfortunately, not the monstrous hero play that they were looking for. Cosmic Divide, just a setup for the nice and easy plan as it gets brought forward. And in the meantime, you've got Foxy9 on the late lurk. Playing out down. Oh, attempted the knife. Sun onto the corner. As the wall gets ready to fall, double push up through the halls, and Texture able to go ahead and note the fall. Slides out into the open. It's going to be Karen coming away with a 3K.
ठीक है 10-7 10-7.
It's just so great.
10-7.
You come out here and you get to see Texture, get the 4K.
भाई डेरियन पे आ चुके हैं लेकिन फॉर्म
got
में.
exactly what they wanted today.
Oh god.
It's just a thing of beauty. I mean, you just try to get aggressive with the Blade Storm here and doesn't work out. Holding the halls well. I like the way Yudotan was trying to bait out some contact from GENG, working along the edge of that Cosmic Divide. Just didn't really pan out. Operator again, glass cannon for Darion, trying to go through mid doors.
Glass cannon.
He missed.
Oh, no, he hit the leg.
Oh, he hit the leg.
So the swap to the shorty comes away with the kill, but Foxy mows down 3. Overstays, however, and Yudotan is there for the punish. Suddenly we're into a 3v3. Just getting a little bit wobbly here in the round. There's the push up continuing here onto the side. Yudotan there at Hall, peek out. Crystal able to find one count. Eliminated. Able to try to really hold things down. So now attention going to be paid forward over towards this Soba. Deep flank coming in though, however, from Kelly S. Have they noted this at all? Ash tagged up dead. There's the final blast, not finding anything, but the spike is still planted in play. Munchkin though, potentially at risk as the wider swing continues. And back his turn, has no idea where the Vice is coming from.
8-10, come on.
Go ahead and pick up round 18.
Yeah, this time they're able to deal with some of that aggression. You know, Texture's just trying to fly through.
भाई वापस पापा के पास टाइमिंग हो गया बे. जैसे वो रिटर्न ले रहा था वही टाइम पे पिक लिया.
Caught him with maybe 1 or 2 bullets out
बेचारा
of
आलम विलोम में था.
because he already hit the leg. Crystal finds a perfect time to take Khan out of the equation. Steps out the door, scoops up a kill, backs right
वो
up,
ग्लिच है जो तुमको दिख रहा है. 7-11 नहीं है, ग्लिच है वो. गुस्सा मत लाओ. 8-10.
Crystal again.
Positivity भूल.
Well, Darion having an okay map, 14 and 16. Had to do a lot of the dirty work on the attacker side, so I don't fault him too much for the death scoreline. Flash play to set up Texture. GE just holding at the bottom of the ramp. Oh, Crystal got him though.
Got him.
Whoa.
Distraction off. Distraction off. Distraction off.
Great shot there from Crystal. Esports position to try to snowball this. Flash going through. Munchkin holding his own.
Sara util barbad.
Power on. Omnipresent. Yudotan clearly wanted to try to challenge for this. And it's a fight that he just cannot win. Some damage suffered here on the entry. Munchkin down low. Shock dart. Let's see if he can deliver it once more. No, this is the bounce. Trying to bank it off the screen. Follow-up one was on the money, but there's no one there to eat it.
Revealing area.
Would have been beautiful.
Knocking them. Can't use that yet.
Because to just go ahead and hold them back. And ultimately for Global Esports, this is just gonna have to be a save call, you would suspect.
Looks like it.
You don't have the money. GENG.
Yeah, he
looked
wanted
to
his
go
ult orb.
hunting a little bit, so yeah, chase forward. Ult orb picked up. And that is just going to be the rest of GENG. Tucking back,
भाई considering जो अपन ने देखा है
the win. taking this now up 12.
अभी स्कोर है 11-8 11-8 कंसिडरिंग अभी जो फॉर्म चल रहा है पीआरएक्स भाई का, क्या लगता है क्या अपना पीआरएक्स के सामने क्लोज जाएगा? क्योंकि दैट इज द डिसाइडर मैच कि कौन दोनों में से टीम आगे जाएगी फॉर प्लेऑफ। वो मेन है। दिस इज लाइक अ प्रैक्टिस मैच। हाँ नो
So many alts as well to deal with.
जाना तो चाहिए यार वो
GENG
क्लोज।
gets the plant.
It's full rotating off, eh? Pretty much.
Don't know why.
शेर घायल है, इसका मतलब ये नहीं वो शिकार करना भूल जाए। पीआरएक्स ऑन टॉप, एक्सक्यूज मी।
Just be Darian left.
सारे डायलॉग उनके तरफ से क्यों मार रहे बहुत सही के लोग।
That's the only thing I can work out of
शेर
that.
घायल है।
Starting to slowly drift back over in towards this position, but GENG, they're going to look for the exec here.
शेर घायल है बोलते हैं।
As the Armageddon shoves Darian back over towards Secret. In the corner, 0 point. The head confirms his position as Overdrive now pop texture. They're going to up the pace off the back of the Steel Guard and says, well, I don't need a gun. Got lightning fingers, looks for a little bit more. Crystal able to go ahead and put him down, but eats so much damage. 17 health remaining here on the Sova of Global.
Blue nade by space. क्या किया है
alive here on the side. Foxy 9 gunning down 2. Spike now
blue
getting
nade
planted.
by Munskin.
This Cosmic Divide going to be called in. Crystal dead before the wall. Ends up coming through. Swing out, Caron once again goes for it out wide. And 13-7, GENG looking dominant here in this series.
Not bad, not bad, not bad.
Victory
थोड़ा
over
mistakes.
Global Esports.
Tough and
This is
we could have
really
gotten
starting
close.
to click for GENG. Little bit of a bounce back on Pearl for Global Esports, but they are still struggling here in stage 1 to really find their form.
By अब
Kind of
मेरे
like
को
some of the
देखने का है
ideas at times, but you know, having to switch out
क्या
duelists again, things just don't feel
PRX
comfortable
versus
for them just yet.
GENG का क्या
Meanwhile,
सीन होगा?
Of course, GENG wants to get back to another international event, wants to be one of those dominant teams from Pacific like they were last year again. Some changes on the roster. So far, so good here at stage 1.
Yeah.
They are definitely in playoffs now.
Very much back into the conversation for that. Felt like a slight little bridge too far.
Cooking time, chat. Cooking time. Cooking time.
With Masters Toronto on that horizon, with 3 slots available for that tournament, the race to the top is going to get narrower and narrower.
It's time for cooking. Cooking time. देखो करना पड़ेगा यार. Cooking time. मेरी बात सुनो. अभी अपन -33 पे 4 गेम्स हो चुके। पीआरएक्स का डीएफएम के सामने मैच है, तो कंसिडरिंग 1-3 और 1-3 होएगा, ये लोग को जो -14 है वो हो जाएगा 0 या फिर -2 या कुछ, क्योंकि ये लोग 2-0 डीएफएम हराएंगे, बराबर है। तो ये गैप में तो ये जीतेगा, तो दोनों जब 1-3 है तो फेस टू फेस जो जीता वो आगे जाएगा, भले माइनस में हो। तो फेस टू फेस जो अपना मैच है 5 दिन बाद इज द डे, इट्स द डे। अगर ये अपन जीता तो पीआरएक्स जाएगी 1-4 और अपन जाएंगे 2-3। मीनवाइल डेफएम बी लाइक गुड। डीएफएम बूम को तो नहीं हरा सकती, बूम अलग ही बूम दे रहा है। मैच डिफरेंस काउंट होगा 3-वे टाई, 2-वे टाई में हेड टू हेड टाई होएगा ही नहीं ना, टाई कैसे होएगा? ये 1-3 होएगा, अगर जी ने हरा दिया तो 1-4 होएगा और अपन 2-3 होएगा। कहाँ से टाई? कुछ टाई नहीं, कौन सा टाई? जीतना ही है. Boom 5-0. Boom 5-0. 200 भाई. रिटर्न आओगे क्या? 369. भाई एनसी स्लैशर तो बाप प्लेयर पहले से था. वर्सेक एक्स भी बाप प्लेयर पहले से था. डॉस9 भी आ गया भाई. ओ मेरे को अब समझा भाई. ये लोग के स्टाफ में 4 बंदे हैं. VLR अपडेट नहीं हुआ है. VLR अपडेट नहीं हुआ है. अपडेट नहीं हुआ VLR. मेरी बात सुनो. पीछे भी नहीं जा पा रहा बीच. हाँ अपडेट हुआ है. इनएक्टिव लिखा हटा नहीं सकते. इनएक्टिव के जगह पे हटा नहीं सकते भाई. ये मतलब ये जो जीता वो आगे जाएगा. सिंपल. इतना इतना अपना ग्रुप का सिंपल है. यहाँ पे टाई वाई वाला सीन हो सकता है ग्रुप ओमेगा में. हाँ ग्रुप ओमेगा में. भाई अगर टेक्निकली देखा जाए, अगर कुकिंग के हिसाब से जेंजी ग्रुप ओमेगा में होती तो अपन 5-0 अपन अपने होते. सारी टीम को हरा सकते वहां पे. RRQ, T1, टैलेंट क्या बे प्रीमिया. हाँ न्योंगशिम, जेटा, सारी टीम. नसीब अच्छा है ग्रुप ओमेगा वालों. नसीब अच्छा है. थैंक्स बोलना. ओके फेवरेट प्लेयर को हटा दिया जी से. लैंग्वेज पूरा दिन पैट्रिक हु को अपन ने वो किया. जिंक्स गाय भी रहा भाई. 5 दिन बाद डेट क्या है भाई? 18 तारीख भाई. 18 तारीख को मेन है भाई. 18 तारीख मेन है चैट. प्लीज मुझे एक बार इधर देखने का है. एक बार इधर देखने का है प्लीज. बस यहाँ पे आ जाए ना हम लोग को. एक चैंप्स पॉइंट मिल जाए ना. अपन प्लेऑफ के बाद 4th आके 1 पॉइंट. एक और कुछ भी करके चैंप्स खेलने का वो होएगा. 19th का है. 13 + 5 19 है भाई. कैसे ज्यादा कुछ किया. 5 डे एंड 19 आवर्स कौन गिनेगा रे. 19th का एक बार चाइना का भी एनालिसिस हो जाए भाई. उधर अगर वो नहीं जीत रहे ना किंग बोलो कांग अगर नहीं जीत रहे तो मैं नंगा नाचूंगा भाई. सबसे इजीएस्ट रीजन देखो भाई. एडवर्ड को देखो. हाँ भाई टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए, अगर जी चाइना के ग्रुप ओमेगा में जाता तो भी अपन सबको हरा देते थे. हाँ तो आई थिंक दे शुड से थैंक्स. बिली बिली नंबर 2 है ना टीम वहाँ की ट्रेस है. बिली बिली की ट्रेस है चैट वहाँ के नंबर 2. कौन सा चैट? ये तो सब सेम ही प्लेयर है भाई. लू किंग, फैंग फैंग, हेबे, बियांग. मिडी नहीं आया है शायद. भाई लोग का टीम स्ट्रांग है बे. ट्रेस का टीम स्ट्रांग है. बिली का भी टीम. नाइट बाप प्लेयर है, नेफ बाप प्लेयर है, वीजी बाप प्लेयर है. ये दोनों नहीं पता. एडवर्ड का तो जाने दो भाई. एडवर्ड का तो टीम भेज ऑन टॉप्स. ऑल गेमर्स का टीम देखो, नहीं जीत पा रहे ना वो लोग. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. क्या?
So this is interesting because Pilsky, you and I had basically the same pick except for our flex player where I went for Foxy 9 instead. So I think it's interesting actually how it ended over. Big time, yours must have been because of the
भाई क्या कैसे लेके
the Jemkin. Yeah, it must have been Jemkin.
Didn't work for me there, so very happy with
12 थे? Impossible bro.
It's pretty close today.
Bro what the fuck? स्क्रिम्स किसे करते हैं भाई? जो भी लोग इन पे हंस रहे ना, एक चीज याद रखना, ये रीजन अपने 2 साल बाद आके आगे गई है. ठीक है, तो हंसने के पहले 2 बार सोच लेना, क्योंकि अगर वो लोग सामने आ गए और हम पे हंसते ना, अपन कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे. तो थोड़ा हल्का हाथ रखो भोसड़ी वालों, हल्का हाथ रखो, थोड़ा डर रखो, थोड़ा डर रखो. उनका एकेडमी भी है तो भी मेन में कैसे? हमको पता है, आप याद रखो. भाई बहुत ज्यादा है भाई, लेकिन वो लोग अच्छा खेल रहे. शायद 1-2 हो रहा है वो लोग का अच्छे से टीम्स के अगेंस्ट. भाई टाइलू एक टाइम पे कितना बाप टीम हुआ करता था ना चैट. टाइलू एक टाइम पे बहुत बाप टीम हुआ करता था चैट. ये लोग का भी 7 मैन टीम है. टाइटन स्पोर्ट्स 8 मैन टीम. मेरा दिल नहीं मान रहा भाई.
Particularly looking towards Talon and Zeta. They're going to have a little bit of changes tomorrow, which you guys will find out more.
The fuck?
Right? But it will be interesting to see how that affects things. And of course, DFM.
भाई आरबी अपना आरबी है ना चैट, जिसको अपन देखते थे. कौन सा टीम में था आरबी? आरबी डीआरएक्स वाला है बे, अपना आरबी है. एक 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 नहीं ये बार भाई ये पहला हिस्सा चाइना का टीम है जहाँ पे प्रॉपर 6 जन है और प्रॉपर स्टाफ में 2 कोच है, हेड कोच और असिस्टेंट कोच. प्रॉपर एकदम प्रॉपर जो है वो ये है. ये भी प्रॉपर भाई. मैं अभी वो क्यूरियस हो गया बिग, कौन सी टीम में सबसे ज्यादा है करके. आई थिंक वही है ऑल गेमर्स वाला. आई थिंक वही है ना. ठीक है 6 तो ऑब्वियसली चलता ही है. ठीक है, मतलब इसका ही कुछ तो सीन है. वैल्यू कंटिन्यू होगा भाई. वैल्यू अभी तो कंटिन्यू नहीं कर सकता. अभी तो कंटिन्यू नहीं कर सकता वैलो, बट देखते हैं अगर कुछ प्लान वन बना तो शायद मेंबर्स ओनली आ जाए, कुछ प्लान वन बना तो मेंबर्स ओनली आ जाए, या फिर हम एज यूजुअल कल के जैसे रात को आएंगे, थोड़ा गेमिंग वेमिंग करेंगे और फिर स्ट्रीम करेंगे रात को, ठीक है, एने के पहले। हाँ, एजी में 20 जन है, सबसे ज्यादा होंगे ही 10 में 10 एकेडमी, लेकिन वो लोग का सेम टीम नाम में नहीं डालते, एकेडमी का अलग नाम और अलग टीम रहता है। मेरे को डाउट है वीएलआर में एक ही नाम में सब नाम डालते हैं, एक ही टीम नाम में। पता नहीं क्या सीन है वहाँ का भाई, लेकिन फिर भी इतने हाई लेवल के प्लेयर्स हैं, मतलब सोचो ना भाई। देखिए प्रमोटेड एक आध बंदे भेज सकते हैं क्या यहाँ पे? चलो guys, NT2G, let's see what's gonna happen after 5 days, 6 days. That is the main match versus PRX. तो देखते हैं क्या सीन बनता है, ठीक है। तब तक के लिए आदियोस, चडी में पादियोस, गेमिंग होगी रात को। अभी मेरे को थोड़ा बहुत काम है, वो करके मैं थोड़ा रेस्ट लूंगा और फिर उठ के सीधा गेमिंग एंड फिर एनए, ठीक है। तो मिलते हैं गाइस, बाय 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 बाय, रात को मिलते हैं एनए में। उसके पहले मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा, 101% गेमिंग करेंगे, ठीक है। बाय बाय गाइस, बाय बाय, आदियोस, चडी पादियोस, टेक केयर, सी या, लव यू, बाय 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 एवरीबॉडी, एनटीजीस, बाय बाय बाय।
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah, it's only a dream, it's how I feel, you deserve better.